few minutes we will start the work on the Grottaglie MAM. Tra pochi minuti inizieremo i lavori della sessione mattutina del MAM. Siamo qui, tra pochi minuti vi invito perciò a iniziare ad accomodarvi in sala. Grazie. Tra pochi minuti iniziamo i lavori della nostra rassegna internazionale sull'aerospazio. Vi invito ad accomodarvi in sala. Grazie. Minutes we will start the work on the Grottaglie MAM. Iniziamo ad accomodarci per favore, grazie. Buongiorno, invito i presenti ad accomodarsi, tra pochi istanti inizieremo i lavori della sessione mattutina, grazie. Pochi minuti e iniziamo i lavori della sessione mattutina. Vi invito ad accomodarvi, grazie. E allora tra pochi minuti iniziamo i lavori, invito già ad avvicinarsi al palco il Presidente di ADP Antonio Maria Vasile, Giuseppe Acerno, Presidente del DTA, l'assessore Alessandro Dellinoci e Fabio Nicolai, Direttore dell'ENAC. Prego. E allora tra pochissimi minuti iniziamo i lavori della nostra sessione mattutina. Vi invito ad accomodarvi, grazie. Così tra qualche istante iniziamo i lavori della sessione mattutina. Vi invito a prendere posto anche nelle prime file dove ci sono i posti riservati per le autorità. E allora iniziamo i lavori. Buongiorno a tutti e benvenuti al MAM di Grottaglie. La nostra rassegna mattutina andrà anche online in streaming su vari canali. Welcome to the second edition of the MAM, the Mediterranean Aerospace Matching. I am Michele De Feudis, journalist of Gazzetta del Mezzogiorno. Now our time presents a series of extraordinary global challenges. Climate change, population growth and urbanization, geopolitical situation, diffusion of digital technologies. The aerospace industry will play a key role in the transition toward a more sustainable future with innovative solutions to reduce the environmental impact to mobility and territorial development. Unmanned aerial systems, UAS, commonly called drones, are one of the central factors in this vision of the future. The new edition of the MAM, promoted by Distretto Tecnologico Aerospaziale della Puglia, in collaboration with Regione Puglia, ENAC, Aeroporti di Puglia, Cryptalia Spaceport, it will be the showcase of the aerospace development prospect of the near future. It combines the search for a tool of freedom typical of this territory, Puglia, here of Magna Grecia, with the valorization of human capital by seizing the new technical challenges. Today and for the next 2 days, they will be with us, authority, policymakers, sector experts, representative of national and international industry, defense bodies, startups and professionals, students and researchers. And to discuss the evolution of the aerospace sector in the field of the advanced air mobility and the space transport system. At the center of the event is the development of drone technological device that on the one hand, they recall the classical might of Icarus, who escaped from the labyrinth of Daedalus. On the other hand, they are one of the means of sustainable mobility connected to green transition, but also of new logistics, civil and military security. It's no coincidence that the first 2 days will be characterized by demonstration of civil and military air service, including surveillance, observation, inspection, agriculture, transport in a dedicated airspace. We will be able to measure the evolution of coordination and the control center, which from experimental in a short time become part of our daily life. Also, in the 2024 edition of the Mediterranean Aerospace Matching, like the past edition, obtained the recognizing of a representative medal of Presidente della Repubblica Sergio Mattarella, as well as numerous patronages, consolidated the image of the Apulian and the Italian aerospace system at an international level. The program includes in-depth analysis with the panel and keynote speech on the main areas of development about European industry and the new form of air mobility, live demonstration on drone operation, the playful and experimental transposition of the route with the third edition of the DB Racing, a very nice drone competition in which secondary school students participate. For this time, also open to school in Lucania and Campania through the Campania Aerospace District and the Basilicata District. And we have also guided the visits to exhibition area and meeting with experts who will illustrate the professions linked to the world of aerospace. The third day will be dedicated to spaceport other themes. And now also a few words. The MAM 24 with the second edition is characterized as a place of synthesis and excellence of the aerospace industry, together with the valorization of an industrial and aerospace site of Grottaglie, home to a very important spaceport, the Italian gateway to interspace flights. The mission of this edition of the MAM is twofold. Consolidated the Apulian national and European aerospace system between drone and EAS, experiment on the ground and with the UAS flight test, innovative aerospace solution. In background, there is the network set up by MAM in the recent year, including infrastructure, tests, demonstration and trials created by DTI and its partner, including Università del Salento, Università di Bari, Politecnico di Bari. The MAM is a window on the future. There will be a review on the startups promoted by EASA BIC Brindisi incubation program, the first incubator of European Space Agency in the south of Italy, managed by the Aerospace Technologic District. Here in Grottaglie, startup will be able to interact with the main aeronautical company. Finally, the MAM represents the belief that development is not an economic magnitude, but it's the outcome of a collective mobilization, as theorized by the sociologist Franco Cassano in the book called Pensiero Meridiano. Benvenuti al MAM, vi auguro buon lavoro e invito i primi saluti istituzionali. It's the moment of the official greetings. I call here Antonio Maria Vasile, Presidente di Aeroporti di Puglia. Prego, Presidente. Michele.
C'era un'immagine. Buongiorno a tutti, buongiorno. Un benvenuto nell'aeroporto di Grottaglie ai rappresentanti delle istituzioni, alle autorità civili, militari e religiose. Un benvenuto ai protagonisti delle imprese e della scuola e ai relatori del MAM. Siamo alla seconda edizione di un evento che quest'anno si presenta più grande, più ricco di idee e di contenuti. Un'edizione che riserverà importanti sorprese e che nella sua ultima giornata mostrerà il futuro volto di questa infrastruttura che per 3 giorni è punto focale di dibattiti, incontri che plasmeranno il futuro dell'aerospazio non solo in Puglia ma in Italia. Per questo il mio personale invito a tutti voi è di interagire, connettersi e ispirarsi l'un l'altro. Sono certo che le discussioni e gli incontri di questa seconda edizione del MAM porteranno a risultati tangibili e a progressi significativi nel settore aerospaziale. E agli studenti presenti in sala consiglio di essere spugne in questi 3 giorni. Cercate di apprendere quanto più possibile e di essere curiosi verso un mondo che è vostro. Il futuro è vostro e sta a voi cogliere le opportunità che può offrirvi qui, ora. Cercate ovunque e non mollate mai. Oggi per me è una giornata molto importante. Come vedete alle mie spalle c'è una vignetta che rappresenta quella che per lungo tempo, ormai è noto ai più, abbiamo subito. Siamo stati derisi e non nascondo che ancora oggi c'è qualcuno che continua a farlo. Qualcuno pensava che quella dello spazioporto di Grottaglie fosse un'idea surreale. Ovviamente, lo vediamo tutti che non è più così. Al contrario, a tutti coloro che hanno pensato e continuano a farlo si trattasse di un viaggio nel mondo delle ipotesi e delle meraviglie, rispondo che questa 3 giorni rappresenta la migliore risposta che avremmo potuto dargli. Vi dirò di più. Oggi sarei voluto salire su questo palco indossando una tuta da astronauta con in mano una nuvoletta, quella tipica delle vignette su cui a chiare lettere c'è scritto "E mo", "E mo". Ecco, questa è la domanda che avrei voluto fare a tutti i delatori, ai detrattori, agli scettici. Cosa rispondere ora di fronte ai progressi che abbiamo fatto in questo settore strategico con l'aiuto determinante e intelligente dello sviluppo economico della Regione Puglia? Consentitemi ancora di ringraziare i miei collaboratori di Aeroporti di Puglia, tutti, anche quelli che oggi come sempre sono impegnati nella routine di gestire il traffico aereo della Puglia. E questo evento di portata internazionale sarà sicuramente l'occasione per continuare a sognare in grande e per realizzare tutto quello che era nelle nostre menti e che pian piano sta prendendo forma. Il settore dell'aerospazio sta attraversando una fase di crescita straordinaria, una vera e propria evoluzione fatta di progressi tecnologici senza precedenti e da una crescente collaborazione internazionale, alquanto necessaria tra l'altro in questo momento di grandi crisi geopolitiche. Come Presidente di Aeroporti di Puglia sono consapevole del ruolo cruciale che svolgiamo nell'agevolare questo processo di trasformazione che è in continua evoluzione e che offre numerose opportunità di crescita e di sviluppo. Il panorama che abbiamo davanti, quindi ci è ben chiaro, ha sempre rappresentato per la Puglia una sfida interessante e costruttiva e l'aeroporto di Grottaglie, che, non dimentichiamolo, è primo spazioporto italiano, non ha mai smesso di esercitare un ruolo attivo nel favorire lo sviluppo dell'industria aerospaziale. I lavori che interesseranno l'infrastruttura restituiranno uno scalo all'avanguardia con servizi di supporto di alta qualità. Siamo sempre entusiasti di accogliere aziende, esperti, appassionati da tutto il mondo per condividere conoscenze, promuovere la collaborazione e ispirare il futuro dell'esplorazione spaziale e anche dell'aviazione. Abbiamo un ruolo strategico che rivendicheremo con forza nel panorama nazionale, che abbiamo ottenuto con il duro lavoro e con la determinazione che ci contraddistingue abbiamo ora uno spazio, un'infrastruttura dove poterlo fare, la casa. L'aerospazio non è solo stelle, ma è anche stelle. Quindi guardando il cielo teniamo bene a mente che l'aerospazio non è solo una destinazione, ma un'avventura infinita che ci spinge a sognare in grande. E noi continueremo a farlo. Buona mamma a tutti. Grazie.
Grottaglie, like daughter of the future, now it's the moment on the stage of Fabio Nicolai, Vice Managing Director of ENAC. Please come here.
Buongiorno a tutti. Signore e signori, stimate autorità, illustri relatori e stimati partecipanti, buongiorno. Prima di iniziare questo saluto istituzionale fatemi dare un saluto da appassionato. Bravi, complimenti, avete fatto qualcosa di veramente bello. Lo dico non da vice direttore generale dell'ENAC, ma da appassionato e da cultore di questa materia. Sono grato con l'opportunità di rivolgermi a voi oggi mentre prende avvio la seconda edizione della conferenza Mediterranean Airspace Matching, un evento organizzato congiuntamente con noi dell'ENAC, ente nazionale per l'aviazione civile. Oggi non sono qui per precedenti impegni istituzionali, sia il Presidente, Avvocato Di Palma, che il Direttore Generale, Dottor 40, che comunque vi mandano i loro saluti. Questa collaborazione strategica riflette gli sforzi di cooperazione in atto all'interno delle istituzioni e del comparto aerospaziale, riunendo autorità, policy maker, esperti di settore, rappresentanti dell'industria nazionale ed internazionali, enti della difesa, start-up e professionisti, studenti e ricercatori. Estendo i miei ringraziamenti alle autorità, ai relatori e ai partecipanti per essersi uniti a noi, apportando il loro impegno e le loro molteplici competenze per il futuro dell'aviazione e dell'aerospazio. La vocazione dell'ENAC per l'innovazione e il suo impegno concreto per una mobilità interconnessa e orientata al futuro, infatti, poggiano su un approccio sinergico e multidisciplinare che viene eloquentemente richiamato dalla denominazione di questo evento, Mediterranean Airspace Matching. Il bacino del Mediterraneo rappresenta storicamente un polo di attrazione per talenti internazionali ed un incubatore di progetti su larga scala. Come tutti sanno, l'aeroporto di Grottaglie Taranto, incastonato in un'area così strategica, è stato individuato dal governo italiano e dall'ENAC come il primo spazioporto italiano, nonché come piattaforma logistica integrata per lo sviluppo di soluzioni aerospaziali innovativi. Incontriamo adesso il termine matching, che racchiude la dimensione collettiva di questo incontro, profondamente ispirato da una convinzione condivisa. Il futuro aeroporto e tutti noi lo stiamo plasmando assieme. Al centro spicca il settore aerospaziale, che crediamo fermamente potrà essere di ispirazione per la società di domani. Nei prossimi giorni questa conferenza esplorerà due temi cruciali: la mobilità aerea avanzata e i servizi aerei innovativi e i nuovi trasporti aerospaziali commerciali come il volo suborbitale e relative infrastrutture terrestri, gli spazioporti. Tali punti non solo rappresentano progressi innovativi nel settore aerospaziale, ma hanno anche ricadute strategiche per il futuro del settore. Navigando nel dinamico panorama aerospaziale è fondamentale riconoscere il significato di questi temi. La mobilità aerea avanzata sta rimodellando i trasporti, offrendo nuove possibilità di efficienza, sostenibilità e accessibilità, mentre si stanno delineando nuove prospettive nel campo dei sistemi aerei senza pilota e dell'intelligenza artificiale. Inoltre, l'esplorazione di nuove forme di trasporto aerospaziale commerciale ad alta velocità come il volo supersonico, ipersonico e suborbitale apre le porte a opportunità senza precedenti, stimolando la nostra immaginazione collettiva sul trasporto e sullo sfruttamento dello spazio aereo più elevato. L'Ente Nazionale per l'Aviazione Civile, in quanto istituzione pionieristica, è attivamente coinvolto nel dare forma al futuro dell'aviazione e dell'aerospaziale. Forniamo costantemente contributi tecnici per possibili normative future, lavorando a stretto contatto con le istituzioni internazionali come l'Organizzazione Mondiale dell'Aviazione Civile, come l'Agenzia Europea per la Sicurezza Aerea, l'EASA, Eurocontrol, le autorità straniere come la Federal Aviation Administration e la Civil Aviation della Gran Bretagna. Il nostro impegno va oltre i confini con l'obiettivo di contribuire in modo significativo allo sviluppo del settore aerospaziale in Italia, con le zone economiche speciali situate nella Regione Puglia in prima linea. Questa transizione di carattere epocale dovrà essere tuttavia accompagnata da una rinnovata consapevolezza ecologica. L'ENAC promuove una visione di riconciliazione tra progresso tecnico e ambiente. In questo senso, l'industria aerospaziale vuole essere un laboratorio di sostenibilità, riducendo l'impatto ambientale della mobilità e migliorando safety e security. L'evento a cui partecipiamo è molto più di una semplice conferenza, è uno sforzo collaborativo per attingere all'intelligenza collettiva e all'esperienza presente. Il nostro obiettivo è promuovere la cooperazione con le parti interessate istituzionali e industriali, affrontando le sfide e cogliendo le opportunità affinché l'Italia possa guidare i progressi aerospaziali. Lo sforzo congiunto di una squadra così vasta e diversificata di professionisti non si limita a prospettive e obiettivi ambiziosi, ma presenta oggi lo stato dell'arte del comparto aerospaziale. I nuovi passi che stanno muovendo in questo processo di definizione sono oggi seguiti da risultati tangibili, qui evidenziati attraverso mostre e voli dimostrativi di droni. La continua interconnessione tra università e stakeholder strategici implica inoltre nuove opportunità professionali con un impatto positivo sull'economia nazionale e internazionale. L'ENAC immagina un futuro in cui l'innovazione possa prosperare, le partnership possano moltiplicarsi e il settore aerospaziale in Italia eccellere. Questo evento non è solo un'opportunità di scambio di idee, ma una dichiarazione di intenti, un auspicio per una crescita collaborativa. Mentre intraprendiamo questo viaggio insieme, parteciperemo attivamente alle discussioni, cerchiamo di creare connessioni e lavoriamo collettivamente verso un futuro ormai prossimo in cui la regione del Mediterraneo consoliderà la sua posizione di leader nell'eccellenza aerospaziale. Con gratitudine per la vostra presenza e il vostro entusiasmo, siamo fiduciosi che questa conferenza sarà un catalizzatore per un cambiamento trasformativo del nostro settore e nella nostra società, nonché un'ulteriore pietra miliare nel trascorrere e nel tracciare nuove strade nel cielo. Complimenti ancora per questa bellissima manifestazione e grazie per avermi dato l'opportunità di parlare.
We extended greetings to the military and institutional authority present in this room. I invite the current president of the DTA, Giuseppe Acerno, for his institutional greeting. Prego.
Good morning to everyone. So first of all, let me welcome cordially all of you. In particular, I would like to go with respectful greetings to the civil and military authority coming from local, regional, national, European dimension. And I would like also to extend a warm welcome to all the students and the companies, the enterprises that are here. And in particular for the enterprises, I would say that if this event has got a value, it depends a lot by their contribution that you will see during these days. That is not only a contribution in the debates, but it's also a contribution in the exhibition and in particular in the demonstration. For this reason, I think that maybe these 3 days will sign a capability to observe the state of art of these technologies that is unique in the European panorama, but I will tell you something more about it. We will have many missions in which we will have different platforms, we will have different payloads, and these missions will be carried out by military operators and civilian operators. But what makes unique these 2 days of demonstration is the fact that it all occurs in the same airspace, in the same portion of space, all in the same time. All of them cooperate in their operations and missions, and this is something unique. And I can say that never till now, in a European public exhibition, maybe something similar, as my friend from Eurocontrol told me this morning, has happened in Le Bourget, but never happened such a big concentration in same space simultaneously, and with these both civilian and military operations occur. And so for this reason, thank you again to the military authority for this opportunity to collaborate. And we believe that this kind of collaboration and synergies are crucial, are a factor of success for the European, I would say, not only economy dimension, but also for the defense dimension. In fact, if we read the drone strategy that the Commission delivered in November 2022, we can see that the effort, one of the most important objectives is to favor the strengthening of a union of civil defense and security industry that are clearly clue of the competitiveness of the Europe and, as I said, of the defense system of Europe. So this is particular, again, something that we have appreciated a lot. The drones are in the middle of many legal acts, not legal acts of the European Commission. Not only the drone strategy, we find them in the Green Deal, we find them in the digital strategy, we find them in the action plan of synergies between industry belonging to civil, military, and space. And we see them in the Treaty for Counter-Terrorism Attack. And we see them in the European Security Strategy. So I would say that are already a reality. And maybe in the next future we will better understand it. So Italy and Europe deserve and want to have a system that is capable by support the flourishing of this new economy related to drones. And I would say that it will be possible also because drones are being approached with a multidisciplinary approach, and I would say with an inclusive approach. Because if we think about the contribution that many building blocks technologies gives to the development of this sector, we can see that something at artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, space services, semiconductors, telecommunications, we will have a panel with telecommunications operator, are crucial for the success of the drone economy, and I would say for the success of the digital economy. So this is important to underline. This is the aim of our initiative that we want to have an international dimension, having people that come from different parts of Europe as enterprises, as you will see. But supporting the drone economy is not only a matter of a European dimension. There is a strategic and important role that local authorities and regional authorities have to play. We know that nowadays, this happens in general. It will happen also, Antonio, with the spaceport. When you deal with innovation, you must be prepared to work hard in order to convince people that what you are proposing today in the next future will happen. And it's not so easy, because many times we look at the day after. We are not looking at long distance, at long programs. So we have to deal with it. We have to be patient in order to reach our result. And we have to deal with the fact that for the European Commission, the acceptance is the most important barriers that we have to the integration of this technology in our society. This happens in general, but in particular with drones. And all of us have seen in these days images of drones during the war, during the war used to attack a residential area and civil infrastructure. So it undermines the confidence that we have with this technology, and we have to take care to let people understand that there will be something useful for our progress and also for our security and defense. So we have to stay there. Local and regional authorities have to stay with citizens, trying to let them understand what's happening, what's going on, and try to create the correct trade-off between services and needs of the citizens. And so this is an important role, and the Mediterranean Aerospace Matching goes in this direction. Try to point its attention to the involvement of the normal citizens, of the students, not only enterprises and authorities. But regional and local authorities have got to do something more. Think in the next future, when an urban planning, intermodal urban planning of the city has to be made, we have to think about vertiports, we have to think about airspace dedicated, corridors, no-fly zone that must be decided with the citizens. But what's happened when we have to control? What's happened when we have to revoke licenses? When we have to make a fine for who wants to break the laws? Or when we will have, maybe, the urban dimension has to deal with the fact that we have to counter menace drones. So, it's not only a matter of a European dimension, as I said. It's also a matter of a regional authority in terms of development. How much important is to support the small and medium enterprises with funding in order to accelerate their opportunity to create a new economy. We know that there are two kinds of way to look at it. We have the production side and the service side, something more like the traditional aeronautic. We know that in the production side, the big companies has got something more, have got more money, more finance, better organization, more capabilities, and they play a key role. But on the services side, there are not so many barriers as we have in the case of the products of an airplane or a drone. So this is an opportunity to let many young entrepreneurs, young students, new economies to enter, new enterprise to enter in this sector, and in particular in the service side that has got lower barriers than the productive side. And believe me, when we started to think about creating a competence, a specialization in this region on this kind of new way of transport, this new international innovative aerial services, urban air mobility, there are many definitions. We did it because we believed that in a region like this, working on the service side could be an opportunity for many people. So for this reason, we have done many things. And the Mediterranean Aerospace Matching is one of the things that we have done. And I altogether are part of the same strategy in order to create not only a resilience, but a capability of the territorial system. So we have a spaceport, we have a test bed here, we have a business incubator center at the first of the south of Italy, belonging to the European Space Agency. We have courses, we have technical schools, we have a digital innovation hub dedicated to aerospace. So this is the way in which this system has been built. And I believe that the testbed is a real opportunity. Now we are going to a new investment of 11 million euros, thanks to a bid made by the Apulia region that DTA with 3 of its shareholders won. And I think that when we will finish at the end of this year this infrastructure, which already has a part made with the support of INAV and Leonardo, we will sure reach one of the best infrastructure in terms of capabilities to support operations of drone development of program and services and activity to improve the technological capability to manage the U-space. We will have one of the most advanced. So our invitation is to have the opportunity in these days to feel it, to understand it, and I hope so to create altogether the condition from each side of our activity or point of view to reinforce that is not an adventure, but is almost a reality. Antonio Vasile said about the spaceport, I won't say anything because, as he said, we will know it in the third day, and it's a discover. Let's say they will show us the actual state of art. But one thing I would like to say, when we started to think about drones, it was, I don't want to say at the beginning of the drones era, otherwise the military authority would say that I'm wrong, because it didn't start 10 years ago. But in the civil dimension, maybe, we started to think about it at that time. We were at the beginning of this era. Now we see on the horizon drones, and I'm sure that in a few years they will land. They will land not only in metaphoric approach, but they will really physically land in our city, in our gardens. A long time. It will happen with the spaceport. We started almost 10 years ago. It's not a simple path. It's a complex activity that goes abroad the national borders. So you can understand how difficult it is to improve a program that has got a long time to see its realization. So we need to be confident that as occurred for drones, also approaching the theme of the thematic of the new wave of approach to space transportation can be a reality also for Apulia to serve Italy and Europe, and maybe day by day working with commitment, determination, patience and competence, it can be a reality as it has occurred with the drones here in Grottaglie. So thank you very much and enjoy the MAMA. Thank you.
Thank you, President Acerno. Now it's the moment of the last official greeting, and I call on the stage Alessandro Dell'Inoci, Assessore regionale allo sviluppo economico, Regional Minister of Economic Development. Prego.
Buongiorno a tutti e a tutte. Welcome to everyone. Thank you very much to be here. Grazie di essere qui per questa straordinaria opportunità di confronto. Ci abbiamo ragionato quando farlo, come farlo, l'abbiamo rinviato una volta, ma credo che il rinvio ci è servito per generare una spinta importante e credo che i complimenti ricevuti a partire dal vice direttore di ENAC, che ringrazio per essere qui e per aver collaborato a questa iniziativa, vadano rivolti a uno straordinario staff a partire dal capo dipartimento, la dottoressa Berlingeri, la dottoressa Zampano a Puglia Sviluppo, ad Aeroporti di Puglia e al distretto tecnologico aerospaziale, e a tutti quelli che hanno collaborato, perché credo che sia un lavoro di squadra, di gruppo, e se questa fiera che è arrivata alla seconda edizione è cresciuta, perché sono cresciute, come ha detto il Presidente Vasile, le nostre ambizioni. Quindi il mio non vuole essere solo un saluto istituzionale a tutte le autorità civili, militari qui presenti, ma un ringraziamento a tutti quelli che hanno collaborato. Credo che chi ha lavorato in tal senso, e vedo il mio predecessore Mino Borracino, hanno costruito una visione che noi stiamo portando avanti con grande determinazione, rafforzandola di giorno in giorno. E entrando avete avuto modo di vedere uno stabile fieristico leggermente diverso. Bene, quello è un indirizzo che abbiamo voluto dare, che non appartiene all'organizzazione unicamente della fiera, ma quello abbiamo voluto realizzare una struttura permanente che sarà l'incubatore di tutte le start-up che decideranno di investire in Puglia nel settore dei droni, dell'unmanned, della parte di test bed, che si integra con l'attività straordinaria che sta facendo Giuseppe Acerno e tutto il distretto aerospaziale con il riconoscimento dell'incubatore EASA BIC. Quindi significa che noi sul tema aerospaziale non vogliamo essere unicamente un laboratorio che fa partorire e gemmare attività che partono da questo territorio, grazie anche al lavoro in sinergia con questo straordinario ecosistema che abbiamo generato negli anni, in una collaborazione pubblico-privato, in collaborazione con gli enti di ricerca, con l'Università del Salento, l'Università di Bari, il Politecnico di Bari, ma abbiamo voluto creare una direzione che va anche nell'attrazione dei talenti. Bene, abbiamo generato una strategia che si chiama Mare a Sinistra e che l'abbiamo denominata così perché volevamo creare un fil rouge di determinazione rispetto a una crescita oggettiva che sta avendo la nostra regione, e la specifico su 2 dati, anche perché qui ci troviamo in un contesto internazionale, quindi è utile parlare di quello che sta avvenendo in Puglia. E lo dice Ambrosetti quando ci definisce la locomotiva del Sud, lo dice l'Unione Europea quando definisce che la regione che ha speso il maggior numero di fondi FESR dati come regione obiettivo convergenza della regione Puglia, e che quindi non è vero che al Sud i soldi sono buttati e non si spendono. Lo dicono i dati dell'Istat che portano un aumento di occupazione rispetto allo scorso anno di 26.000 occupati e rispetto al 2019, quindi ante Covid, di 77.000 occupati, l'aumento dell'export, ma anche un rientro, quindi non solo un'emorragia di cervelli, ma un rientro e un'attrazione. Quindi la strategia Mare a Sinistra cos'è? La valorizzazione di chi decide di investire in questo territorio, di chi decide di rientrare, perché oggi ci sono le condizioni per rientrare, ma anche la scelta, come tanti hanno fatto, di venire qui perché ci sono le condizioni. E ci sono le condizioni su alcuni settori verticali, come questo, per fare quel salto di qualità. Quell'ambizione che stiamo costruendo insieme ad ENAC, insieme al governo italiano, rispetto al tema dello spazioporto e quindi alla fase poi di realizzazione su cui siamo al completamento del progetto esecutivo, sulla realizzazione del building dello spazioporto, significa che le ambizioni stanno crescendo. Come sapete più di me, il tema dello spazio è un tema che riguarda il digitale, è un tema che riguarda la produzione, ma questo è un luogo in cui ci possono essere le condizioni per fare tante attività. È un luogo che crea le condizioni, e lo riconosce l'Agenzia Spaziale Italiana, che ringrazio anche stessa per la collaborazione, lo dicono le tante imprese qui presenti. Per noi è un onore avere qui le più grandi imprese multinazionali, a partire da Boeing, per Avio, Alenia, che vengono qui, e il numero di stand anche rispetto alla scorsa fiera arrivano a oltre 70 stand. Chi è venuto 2 anni fa ha visto come si è evoluta, e non solo da un punto di vista estetico, da un punto di vista di partecipazione. Era inimmaginabile costruire la partecipazione e la registrazione di oltre 1000 persone, che non siano solo i ragazzi che vengono a vedere gli stand, ma che siano soggetti interessati, soggetti che vogliono provare a creare business, soggetti che sono interessati a creare le condizioni, come mi diceva prima il vice direttore dell'ENAC, di una mini Bourget, ossia una mini fiera, una di quelle più importanti. Le fiere internazionali europee si alternano tra Parigi e Londra. Quella che abbiamo visto sicuramente di Parigi è una fiera straordinaria. Noi non vogliamo emulare qualcuno, vogliamo creare le condizioni per essere dei punti di riferimento nel settore della difesa, nel settore della costruzione di velivoli, nel settore del test bed, così come già avviene in questo spazioporto, e questa sarà un'opportunità anche per capire come questi velivoli possono essere utilizzati per lo spazio, possono essere utilizzati per l'uso civile, possono essere utilizzati sulle varie attività. Penso al settore ambientale, penso al settore della nautica, penso a tutto ciò che oggi possono creare le condizioni dei droni di migliorare la nostra qualità della vita, perché lo spazio entra nella nostra vita più di quanto lo immaginiamo, e noi cerchiamo di provare a spiegarlo. Il fatto che il governo riconosca nella Puglia, lo fece già nello scorso Expo, una leadership da questo punto di vista per noi è un motivo di orgoglio. È inevitabile, e chiudo, che si generino delle condizioni anche di campanilismo, di conflitto rispetto a dove insediare lo spazio porto italiano, a dove è meglio creare le condizioni specifiche, ma credo che la direzione avviata anzitempo dalla Puglia non è improvvisata e che questo percorso che noi abbiamo avviato lo possiamo fare solo tutti insieme. Lo possiamo fare insieme perché la Regione Puglia ci crede, perché tutti gli attori qui ci credono, ma sono convinto che anche il governo italiano andrà in questa direzione perché è la direzione del Paese. Grazie.
Thank you for all. Now, here we are next to our conference place. This morning we will connect with the three other space. This year the MAM will have a moment dedicated to young people, to the student, with a really imaginary cage, a structure where students from school of Puglia and Basilicata will test drone driving. Now from the Gabbia out here. There is Francesca Matulli from the DTA, and now, Francesca, how are you? Tell us what's happening.
Sì, buongiorno,
Prego,
grazie
Francesca.
per la
Prego,
grazie. Siamo qui da questa zona del Mamba 2024, una zona completamente dedicata ai nostri giovani studenti. Oltre 250 ragazzi che in questi 3 giorni parteciperanno alle attività del Mamba 2024, provenienti da Puglia, dalla Campania e dalla Basilicata. Siamo pronti a partire con questa gara del DB Racing. Oggi saranno 3 le scuole a sfidarsi. La Fondazione Villaggio dei Ragazzi Don Salvatore D'Angelo, l'Augusto Righi e il Don Tonino Bello. Siamo pronti, i nostri tecnici hanno già predisposto tutto il necessario, siamo ai nastri di partenza, tra pochi minuti saremo pronti a dare il via a questa prima giornata di gare. Quindi io vi do appuntamento tra poco, quando le gare saranno iniziate, per vedere un po' come sta andando questa prima giornata di gare. A voi la linea.
Thank you, Francesca, and the Homo Ludens of Huizinga in this cage for the student. Now, after the drone competition cage, we will witness the evolution of the drones that will take off in the flying from the vertiport. This station will be operated from a command and control center. As with the use of this first smartphone, everything will seem new to us. Now Silvano Capuzzo of the DTA explained to us the meaning of this performance, and now I call Silvano. Silvano, where are you? Okay. Ciao Silvano.
Mi sentite? Can you hear me?
Bene, bene, grazie. Sì, sì, bene, grazie.
Good morning and welcome everyone. The previous editions of Drones Beyond, organized by DTA, presented a demonstration aimed at proposing, first, the state of technology in the 2021, second, some applicable operational solution in the 2022, then in the 2023, an assessment of the maturity of the sector through a meeting between market and producer of solutions and services. The current edition aims to present a proposal for the daily operation of a new air mobility, now not including the transport of people, in particular with regards to the activities of a test center such as the GATB, Grottaglie Airport Testbed, representing the main components of the systems. There are ground infrastructure, space management, planning and management vision, operational and integrated into a normal daily activity over a significant territory. Particularly importance is given to presenting a proposal for a structure of a potential vertiport in its various logistical and technical operation support components, an architecture of a coordination and control center capable at allowing the management of multiple missions simultaneously over a territory and within defined and flexibly managed volumes of space. An initial detail of the coordination control center is presented in the event documentation that you receive in the reception, while more detailed information will be provided during the development of the presentation of the mission today and tomorrow. The last relevant elements to operate in a same space presented here is, again, we will fly both with civil and military aircraft that will propose different configuration, fixed wing, rotary wing, and with different operational envelope mission profile. The most significant phases of the various missions and their management activities will be presented on the screen in the meeting room, commented by the various operators and also through a remote connection with the operational area. Now I will provide a brief indication on cooperation and control center. When we want to present activities such as that we will operate today, requires compliance with a series of requirements to guarantee the safety, monitoring, and coordination of aerial activity. This condition can be satisfied through the definition of a coordination and control center, like this you can see now, which built with the cooperation of ENAV and the fly, mainly for management of the cooperative traffic, and the oil system for company for non-cooperative aircraft, fly and create the best condition to using the aerospace, both in the local area than in over the external territory. The room is made up of different workstations, each with the function of communicating different relevant information to guarantee a level of situational awareness appropriate to the activities, in order to provide a centralized infrastructure able to plan, monitor, control, and coordinate all the operation performed over the territory. This is a first brief introduction to the control rooms, control center. During the various missions, we will have the possibility to deeply define the function of each area. And now I will give you the line for the following event. Thank you.
Grazie Silvano, thank you. Now it's the moment of a little present for all. And after we go on with the first keynote speech of the morning about EU policy for drone industry. We have a contribute of Philip Cornelis, Director of Aviation, DG Movie, Director of the European Commission. Now, we must
I am joining you from the headquarters of the European Commission in Brussels today. I'm very grateful for the opportunity to share with you a few thoughts about the EU's policy to promote the development of drones and drone operations in Europe, and I'm very sorry I could not be with you today in person. Indeed, it is widely recognized that today the European Union has taken the lead globally in developing the necessary framework, regulatory framework for all kinds of drone operations, whether they are small drones equipped with sensors or larger types of unmanned vehicles. In 2019, does it need to be remembered, we adopted the two first cornerstone legislative acts, one on unmanned aircraft systems, the vehicles, and another one on their operations. This was followed by another regulation, the Aerospace regulation, 2 years later, that provides for the environment to supply navigation services to unmanned aviation. And in the near future, actually right after Easter, we will adopt another complementary regulatory package dealing with the most complex aerial operations that we are witnessing today. It will cover two types of operations. First of all, it will put in place a certification framework for the vehicles used in so-called specific category of drones. And the operations in this category are classified as high risk in the sense that even if they are not transporting people or heavy goods, they take place in populated urban areas. And secondly, the package will introduce operations of manned vertical takeoff and landing capable aircrafts, the so-called eVTOL, or commonly known as air taxi operations. And these new rules that we will adopt are aimed at supporting the transitioning phase from manned to automated urban air mobility, and to ensure and support a smooth integration of these new operational concepts in the current aviation domain, and also in the future into multimodal mobility services. The aim of our European Union drone policy and of the regulatory framework that we have built is indeed to promote the safe and innovative air mobility concepts while avoiding at the same time to imposing very burdensome requirements that could hinder the development of the UAS market. It's important indeed to safeguard the investments that the industry is making in research, in development, in putting on the market cutting-edge technologies. And we want to encourage the continuous development of UAS capabilities, particularly in Europe. Now, this regulatory framework that I was mentioning is now in the hands of our member states. It's in the hands of city authorities and the drone industry stakeholders to make things happen, to make the best use of it, to use the opportunities that are provided, and to help us in doing that, to transform this framework into an enabling framework for all new business activities. Ladies and gentlemen, the rise of a European drone commercial services market and the new air mobility solutions that we are witnessing have been at the heart of a Commission communication that we adopted in 2022 and which was called Drone Strategy 2.0. This strategy has two main objectives. The first one is to build the EU market for drone services, to continue to build it, and the second one to strengthen the European Union's civil, security and defense industry capabilities and synergies between civil and military. The strategy includes no less than 19 flagship actions to address those objectives. Of course, it would take me too far to describe the state of play on all 19 of these flagship actions, so let me just touch on a couple of them. And considering the importance of social acceptance for innovative air mobility, I would like to start with Flagship Action 7. This flagship action foresees the creation of an innovative air mobility hub that will support the sustainable implementation of urban mobility by authorities, by communities, by municipalities, and of course by industry and other stakeholders. This platform is actually already available online on the EASA website and is available for testing by those who are interested. The strategy also includes a flagship action on new European standard scenarios for low to medium risk aerial operations. As you probably know, the standard scenarios are really enabling rather complex operations to be safely incorporated in the airspace with a minimum of formalities and requirements. Therefore, this one is key if you want to help small and medium-sized enterprises to develop their activities or to facilitate in-house drone operations in larger companies. The current development of predefined risk assessment is an excellent springboard towards the adoption of standard scenarios. Flagship Action 14 concerns the development of a network of joint civil defense collaborative field testing of drone demonstrators. And in this context, we are looking for deeper cooperation between the civil and military actors with the aim of optimizing the use of what is, after all, restricted airspaces to enable both civil and military trials to take place. Because this would create a flying safe space to test and to share and to allow gaining flight hour experience to prove safety under an approach that is called fly before certify. As said, there are a total of 19 flagship actions covering a wide range of areas. And if you have not yet had the opportunity to do so, I would definitely encourage you to have a look at our strategy Drones 2.0 that is, of course, available on the European Commission's website. Finally, we want to achieve the widest possible social acceptance of these new forms of aerial services and aerial mobility. This is of crucial importance when these services are looking to gain their place in our societies. Having acceptance will require a coordinated involvement of all the stakeholders, civil aviation, regional and local authorities, as well as, of course, the service providers themselves and citizens as well. So I would like to invite you all, as you develop your ideas and your initiatives, to actively engage with all those communities and to encourage that interaction in your field of expertise. With that, I want to wish you a very successful event, and I want to thank you for the support and for building together with us this new domain, this new sector where Europe can try to excel, and I'm sure will excel. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for the Director Cornelis from the European Commission. Credo che possiamo liberare I nostri primi relatori. Now it's the moment of the first panel of the morning, a panel about innovative aerial service, the architecture development, and I call on the stage the moderator Alessandro Cardi, Senior Advisor of DTA.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Now we start with this panel, and I think that the speech of Mr. Cornelis has been very highlighting some of the subjects that we will try to touch this morning. Speaking about innovative air services, something is coming to my mind is that today we have a lot of operations compared with the past. So many operations are made in the country, but there is still something missing, because the big success for these new services linked to the real advantage that they can bring to the communities is still to come. and there is something more to do. And so I think that this panel, we will try to expand our knowledge, or our, let's say, we will take our informations about the main actors of the technology and the main enablers for the new operations, starting from the obstacles or the enablers, and then to come to the market and to have development of services instead of simple operations in order to have more success in the cities. So I will call on the stage the speakers, and we'll start with, I will mention them. There are Giuseppe Scannapieco, they're coming from EASA, is a drone project manager, the European Aviation Safety Agency, and Giancarlo Ferrara from Research and Innovation Program Manager, working in Eurocontrol, and Enrico Spinelli, a Business Application Engineer. He works for the European Space Agency. The Giancarlo Varacalli, working for the innovation in the Italian Space Agency. And then Marco Catalano, and the Program Manager for Drones, working in ENAC, the Italian Civil Aviation Authority. So I try to take advantage for the presence of these valuable speakers and asking them what is the role of its own organization, what they are single as a person and as an organization, what they are doing in order to support the development of the technology, and how this technology, there is an enabling factor for the operations and for services, are taken care by the regulation in order to be used in the real life. So I will ask, starting from the European Space Agency, to describe what is the role of the agency, what are the technologies that are made by the so-called downstream in order to facilitate the use of and the introduction of drones and services in our life. Enrico.
Prova? Maybe? Yes. Thank you, Alessandro, for the invitation, and thanks to the organizers for this great event at an amazing location. So I work for the European Space Agency and as business applications engineer, and perhaps it's good to spend a few words about EASA, the European Space Agency. So EASA is an intergovernmental organization separate from the European Union, composed of 22 member states, that was established more than 50 years ago with the objective to foster cooperation among member states on space research, space technologies, and space applications, only for peaceful purposes. Most of people know EASA as the agency that, together with the help of European companies, develops complex space missions in different domains, for example, human and robotic exploration, science, satellite navigation, like Galileo and EGNOS, satellite Earth observation, Copernicus, and so on. But not everybody knows that EASA actually promotes also the use of space technologies in non-space domains for applications on Earth for the benefit of mankind, for all of us. In other words, EASA supports the downstream. And in particular, I work for a program called Business Applications and Space Solutions that supports European companies in developing close-to-market applications in any sector using space technologies or data. We want to help European companies from startups up to small enterprises, up to large enterprises, to establish a real business using space technologies. And we want to help customers in the different market sectors, from health, education, to transportation, energy, agriculture, to work in a different way, more sustainable way, more optimized way. And that's why we focus on applications from companies that are really sustainable, answer to concrete user needs, so have the support of potential customers and users, are innovative with unique selling points, and are commercially viable. Our support is notably funds. We typically co-fund activities because we want companies to be on the market, and we provide coaching on business and technical guidance matters. You may be wondering why how EASA can help the drone sector. Actually, over the years, we have been supporting many companies in developing services using drones, or more in general, unmanned aircraft systems. We support feasibility studies whenever companies need to still investigate the technical feasibility and commercial viability of the service, or demonstration project, more often, where companies can really deploy their service with a pilot stage, with the potential customers and users in the loop. What type of applications have we been supporting so far with drones? So, for example, inspection or monitoring of infrastructure, precision farming, law enforcement, delivery of goods, medical goods. For example, we have supported Skyports in implementing a commercial service for the National Health System in UK, in Scotland. But also we have supported applications for the use of drones. For example, flight planning tools for BVLOS operations. You can find all the information on our website, business.easa.int, along with the, let's say, programmatic schemes we offer to companies. But today I would like to elaborate on few general considerations regarding services based on drones. First, from technological point of view, we see that the critical building blocks are generally available for a wide variety of applications, the ones, for example, I mentioned. Second is that we have seen that vertical integration is key. Future services provided by companies will include the drone service themselves, meaning that companies will not ask external drone service providers to provide the service based on drones, but they will develop this service themselves. Third is that we have seen, in general, companies experiencing issues in getting commercial services after successful trials. This is due to a number of factors. For example, constraints in getting permissions to fly BVLOS, or a lack of certification path. Some civil aviation authorities are more proactive. Italy is certainly one of those. Others are a bit less. Fourth consideration is that automation, autonomous operations, will be the game changer to revolutionize the way the different market sectors work. But this is a challenge. We have seen and supported some companies in developing autonomous drones, for example, Garden in Czech Republic with a project called Audros, but still also the regulation is to be further developed. So in a nutshell, we personally see at EASA an opportunity to cooperate more at institutional levels, so to create an ecosystem that will foster commercial services beyond successful trials, successful operations. And so today I would like to launch a proposal. For example, we are in Italy. We could, all of us, all our institutions, work together to make this ecosystem happen. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Enrico. Just to underline the importance of space, or let's say the downstream services, We all use GPS or in our phones in order to move, or with the cars. Drones, they move on the same manner, so they need such a kind of service. And the importance of space downstream services are very fundamental. And then I will ask, in this sense, our colleague Giancarlo Varacalli from Italian Space Agency to speak about their own contribution.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. I would say that in the Italian Space Agency, our mission is to promote space technologies, space application in all the main economic field of Italy, of our nation. And the transport is one of the main sectors we are looking at, because there are great potential of infusion of space technologies in order to increase the competitiveness of the industry, of the overall community. And among the in the transport section, one of the vertical with great potential is the drone sector. It's a very promising sector, and also one of them that will benefit more than others from the infusion of space technologies. We already performed in the last years several projects, starting from low TRL technologies, basic technologies, up to demo project with on-field demonstration of especially navigation, satellite navigation technologies, communication technologies. This happens both at a pure national level and back-to-back with the European Space Agency. Since we are funding the national projects, EASA is managing the projects and infusing their knowledge, their high know-how, to let the Italian industry grow in this field. At national level, I would also mention 3 projects that we are partly concluded, partly started with a cooperation with ENAV. We concluded last year a project demonstrating the use of large remotely piloted aircraft in a full combined ATM environment, and the demo was here in Grottaglia. I still remember this event. We promoted also a project dedicated to small RPAS systems and inclusion of communication technologies for that, and we are just started a project aiming at validate and enhance the resilience of the GNSS use for drones, which is a very vulnerable environment. We know that satellite navigation is based on very faint signals from MEO orbit, so there's a potential vulnerabilities in the use of these signals, and so we are looking with great attention on protecting these assets and decoupling these vulnerabilities to the service that will be performed by drones. I see that after all these projects at national and European level, we see that the technologies, as far as the space technologies are concerned, are there, and potentially the use in an operational environment is possible. Although we see that there are also potential to enhance these technologies, exploiting the advancement, for example, of the Galileo system with the new signals, for example, the OSNMA, Open Service Navigation Message Authentication, with can provide more resilience, more reliability to the signal. Also, the accuracy and the precision of the positioning can be enhanced with the high accuracy service, also in experimentation, and will be available very soon for the Galileo system. We see also potential of improvement in new layers for the signals. For example, EASA has started a demonstration for the LEO-based PNT service that will provide a much stronger signal with a differentiating frequency band that will provide more strength to the use of radio navigation. As a conclusion, I would say that technologies are there and they are enhancing very much in the future. We see maybe a gap from the demo project phase to the operational service, actual service, and that's where the institution and all the stakeholders should gather. And as agreed with what said my colleague from EASA, we should gather and try to find where to act, maybe at regulatory level, certification level, I don't know, but I think a forum on this topic is definitely needed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. It seems to emerge that we have technology, but there is something in between the technology and the full deployment of the technology itself, or let's say the full use of the technology. So it brings me to a successive step. There is the erogation of services, and I will ask Giancarlo Ferrara from Eurocontrol to speak about. There is one of European service provider in terms of air services. What's your opinion on this?
Yeah, let's say that first of all, Eurocontrol, behind an independent organization, is having the role of supporting the European institutions, including EASA, of course, and all the others, but also our member states. So in this sense, Eurocontrol is putting a lot of effort, especially from the drone program side, to mainly work on 4 pillars. The first pillar is the one that is dedicated, of course, to research and innovation, the one that I'm managing, and we are widely investing there, a lot of effort, because we are coordinating several projects. So in a certain sense, we are trying to facilitate as much as possible the creation of the ecosystem, and in this sense, through the projects and the fundings available, we are working with the stakeholders that are part of the ecosystem. On the other side, we are also trying to support the information exchange to cross-fertilize a bit the exchange of lessons learned and best practices. Mainly, we are doing it in cooperation with the European Union, EASA, as well as with the CESAR joint undertaking and the European Defence Agency as well. We are mainly having this EU network of U-Space stakeholders to which you can easily have access. That is a place where we are mainly focusing on the outcomes of the research and innovation activities and of the demonstration or other projects that are bringing to the community some results or some solutions, and these are generally shared and discussed with the others. So could also help to accelerate a bit the market uptake of these type of services. Then on the other hand, we are also supporting our member states with the definition of the U-Space, I-Space, that is linked to your question, Alessandro. It's mainly through these that, through the regulation, it is mandated that you have to do an airspace risk assessment, and we were developing a methodology for that. And of course, we are already cooperating with several member states to try to build their U-Space, airspace, what is called U-Space, airspace, and to certify the U-Space service providers that are, let's say, the one designated by them. So, and finally, I would say that we are also building a sort of drone center of excellence, where in cooperation with other companies and industry as well, we are building some simulation facility, and we are trying also to link this simulation facility with all the other test centers that are in Europe. And this is something that will help as well the market uptake and the certification of U-Space service providers. Finally, just to come to what Enrico was saying before, I would say we have already a memorandum of cooperation in place with EASA, so Eurocontrol and EASA is already working on that. And on the field, we are already doing some activities together. So it is more than welcome, of course. And this will be, I think, an important asset for the future as well.
Well, thank you, Giancarlo. It seems that more or less many blocks are in place or are under implementation. So we have technology, we have services ready to be offered in terms of U-Space. So we have to complete all the steps in order to deploy such a capacity. And once we have the capacity, we will have not only the operations, but we will have the, let's say, the conditions to have market and service operator in order to develop this new field of application for drones. Now I wonder, and that Mr. Cornelis mentioned quite a number of rules already published by EASA and applicable in Italy as in all other European states. And I will ask if we have sufficient or, let's say, well tailored rules in order to support the market of services. And I will ask to our regulators present, starting from EASA, of course. There is our regulator for all the states. And asking what is your feeling about this situation in which we have rules, we have technology, we have operations, but we are still in a phase of transition to go to the market.
Yes, thank you, Alessandro. Good morning, everybody. My name is Giuseppe Scanapieco. I'm coming from the European Aviation Safety Agency. So, ourselves as regulators, we have certain specific roles that we have to accomplish. And there are three dimensions that we should consider when looking at the roles as regulators. So first of all, exploring new regulatory concepts. It was implied before, so we started looking at the development of rules for drones almost since 10 years now. Although, as it was implied before by the speech, by the keynote speech of Mr. Cornelis, so the first, let's say, formal regulations appeared only in 2019, but this required a long work ahead of it. And in developing these rules, we as regulators, we took a fundamental, let's say, step or different approach in regulating, because we moved from a prescriptive approach, basically, for establishing requirements given that are heavily dependent on the design. So moving from this approach to an approach which is more proportionate, operation-centric, and risk-based. And as a matter of fact, this is the first core or the essential elements of the whole drones regulation. Why this? Because of the flexibility of the drones themselves, that they can operate in different scenarios and for different tasks and in different types of operations. Basically, today we have a regulation that if you take the same aircraft, but you let this aircraft perform two totally different missions, the same aircraft will be subject to different requirements in terms of verification of the safety of the design, in terms of requirements on the organizations that are running the operation, or even the requirements for the training of pilots, for example. So we have established this regulatory framework, which is, let's say, which distinguishes three classes of operations, or that are associated with different risk. And in order to grant this flexibility, this was our intention. And we see with gaining more experience that this was the right approach to consider. And as a matter of fact, this is a strong enabler for the industry to further develop, because allows the new entrants on the market to experiment, to start from lower risky operation and then to evolve and move towards higher risk operations as long as more technology and competencies and experiences and tools are available then on the market. The second dimension that I also would like to highlight in our role as an authority is also is the support that we offer to the industry. So it's not only, this support is not only, let's say, monodirectional in the sense that we are offering a regulatory framework for them, but we are also enabling an exchange, a continuous exchange with them, having representatives being part of our regulatory exercise, but also allowing them to bring us as regulators up to speed with the new technologies as they evolve. So we have also developed some sort of incubators for regulations, the so-called sandbox environments. Well, I think we will discuss a little bit more in detail this afternoon. But this is also an important element for the industry to further develop and to grow. So there is always this, it's not a fight, but it is a different tension that goes into different directions. So on one side, there is the innovation and the industry that is pushing to do and experiment things more outside the known envelope. And on our side, as regulators, there is this need to ensure that everything that goes sooner or later on the market, it fulfills the most important pillars of safety and environmental compatibility of the products that they develop. The third dimension that I would like also to reflect upon when it comes to us as regulators, you know, we are a European agency, but we need to interface with our member states. So we're 27, well, we're 31 EASA countries, 27 European member states, and with all of them, we need to ensure that we all grow together and work and take the benefit of the experiences, of the mutual experiences of the development of drones market in each respective country. Actually, we had quite interesting exercises over the last couple of years that we did with certain authorities, where we experimented ourselves, regulators, doing in a kind of, let's say, test environment, where we went to the national authorities with them, trying to, okay, let's assume that you are an operator, let's assume that we need to establish, to enable these kind of operations, let's apply the rules that we have created, and let's try to learn from this exercise, from this joint exercise. This proved to be quite very extremely useful. We did it with multiple authorities, with some authorities already in Europe, and this gives you the dimension of the cooperation that is needed between the member states, so the experience that is collected at member states, and us as a European, providing the European dimension to the regulation. And I think this event is a proof that more of this cooperation and synergy between industry, member states, and European regulators is needed to further develop the drone market.
Okay, thank you, Giuseppe. Then, last but not least, let's say that we have rules, or let's say we have rules that are also evolving, let's say in the application, from the application side. And I will ask Marco Catalano from ENAC to express his point of view.
Thank you very much for the invitation here. Thank you to all. I am Marco Catalano. I work in the Regulation and Research for Innovative Air Mobility Department in ENAC. and mainly I'm involved in the coordination of the pilot project for air taxi in Rome that will be ready in the 2025, but of course I am involved in all of the activities related to the US operations. So today, let me try to summarize all of our activities that we do in order to support the innovative air services related to the US operations. First of all, I want to mention the creation of the test bed environment at ASIR in Grottaglia Airport, and also the sandboxes environment. We are developing and already is in external consultation our regulation, our national regulation about sandboxes. I want to say that in this kind of environment, US operator will be allowed with the dialogue with the national authority to test their technologies and their regulatory challenges. Second, I want to mention our project called Digital Twin for Innovative Air Services. Is a project developed in partnership with the Italian Department for Digital Transformation. This kind of tool will be able to it give to the US operator a platform where they will be able to evaluate the complex of the operation from a ground point of view and also from an air risk point of view. The main task of this tool will be to evaluate the population density on ground from a static point of view, but also from a dynamic point of view. And we are confident that this tool will allow to comply with the future SORA 2.5 that we will see in our regulation. Last but not least, I want to mention our activities in order to produce guidance material. I want to mention the guidance material related to U-Space to certificate to the future certification of USSP, as you know. I want to mention that we already have a guidance material about sandboxes in order to allow the technological sandboxes, because for regulatory sandboxes we need our regulation, our national regulation. And I want to mention the crew training guidance material that allow our US operators to ensure that their pilots, so their crew are able to conduct their mission. That's our main task.
Okay. Thank you, Marco. And I think that we had rather a broad range approach to the subject. It seems to me in order to make not a synthesis, but just to try let's say some key message that the technologies are in place, services are ready to be deployed in a more, let's say, impressive manner through the U-Space certification services. And then also the rules are allowing more and more operations, and we wait, according to the roadmap and to the drone strategy at the European level, the new standard scenario and the certification into the bracket of operations in the cities from drones. So it seems that they're a good thing. And at the end, also, if we have a good project, I think there are good chances to be also also supported and funded by European Space Agency, in a way, let's say. So let me ask for an effort, to be very concise, for a second round of questions about one single and specific subject. It has been mentioned also by Philip Cornelis this morning, is the transportation, the new innovative air mobility. There is a theme that is coming out and is taking place in many occasions. In Rome, for example, in Paris, for example, for Milano Cortina Winter Olympiades. So there is something that is moving and is moving quickly in this subject. So the transportation in the city, from the city, and between the cities, or a new innovative mode of transportation with this new aircraft. So very quickly, I will ask on the same order some consideration. Really, be rapid because we have to close. Thank you. Enrico?
So, thank you, Alessandro. So at EASA, we have been receiving in the recent months an increasing number of proposals in the air taxi domain, let's say. Some of them are more focusing on vertiport design services. Others are more focusing on eVTOL operations. Satellite technologies also here can help. Satellite navigation like GPS and Galileo allow to localize the eVTOL, for example. Satellite telecommunications to operate in BVLOS. Satellite Earth observation meteo data for planning, or digital terrain model also for planning. Now, this market, this domain has challenges, technological challenges like eVTOL autonomy, regulatory and certification challenges like certification of eVTOL, or we have the new NPA 2024-01 under consultation, which is very good stimulus. There are also societal acceptance and social value as challenges, and these challenges have to be addressed along with the business case. Today at EASA, we are just monitoring the market and the initiatives from companies. We understand that this market appears a bit more exploratory at this stage. There may be niche applications reaching commercial maturity in the short term, but wide adoption of this type of services and even autonomous unmanned air taxi operations may be likely more in the longer term, and support from civil aviation authorities is certainly instrumental.
Okay. Thank you. Well, we'll ask Giancarlo, are we ready for this?
I think we have to be one step ahead of what is needed now, because in research and development we have to look in the long term. I think the long term for this kind of air taxi or unmanned eVTOL is the autonomously operations. So without a pilot or even without a supervisor, this is the highest level of autonomy we are looking for. For this kind of operation, there are some challenges, and I think there are three main topics, technological topics we should tackle. The first one is the operation in a densely operated environment. For this, we need a higher accuracy and a higher reliability of the radio navigation services. This is possible through the use of different local augmentation systems, but also looking at the evolution of the GNSS with Galileo second generation as a main target. The second point is the reliability of the service, the radio navigation service. So the development of integrated with systems with dead reckoning, IMU systems for more robust RAM technology. And the third one is the resilience to cyber attacks, because I think manned operation are vulnerable, a possible target of cyber attacks. Thank you.
Okay, So, Giancarlo,
Yes.
are you ready?
Yes, let's say we are working. It's a challenging, as we said, it's a challenging objective, but of course there is also a bit of business pressure that is quite strong as well. So there is a need to move ahead. Of course, the technological and regulatory challenges are quite heavy, but we were doing our job, let's say, on our side. Eurocontrol was already developing a concept of operations for that in the Core 601 project. And by the way, I see Antonio and Rocco here. We were performing here in Grottaglie in the test bed one of the trials, of the most successful trials we were having, Pipistrel and DTA, that were cooperating very well on this topic. I would say that we are already working on the vertiport integration, vertiport operations integration. We have a Eureka project that we are coordinating as Eurocontrol. Mainly the countries that are involved are Italy, again, with Aeroporti di Roma and so on, that is linked with the one that you mentioned. Okay. Then we have Spain and we have France as well. The France, you know that this year is planning to have initial advanced air mobility operation during the Summer Olympic Games we will have. So let's say on this side we are pushing forward. Of course, we are closely working also with the EASA to try to, let's say, optimize as much as possible the regulation that will support these operations. I mean, again, the regulatory aspect, I think, is quite relevant. I know that not only EASA, but also the Civil Aviation Authority are putting a lot of effort on that. Again, we are cooperating and we're trying to support as much as we can, also on a regulatory perspective, but also on the operations. And it will be challenging, but as said by Enrico, it will be probably for the medium term that we will have a market uptake for that.
Okay. So very quick, Giuseppe. One of the issues is the certification of this new kind of aircraft. Is it a risk in terms of timing, or do you think that the rules are sufficiently mature in order to very quick answer, please.
Yes, so regulations are already there in the form of initial, let's say, what we call special condition, which means that is something that we have developed in conjunction with the industry, having in mind one fundamental criteria. There is no compromise on safety. European citizens want to have the highest safety level possible also for this new type of aviation. It takes one accident to kill a whole market. So better to start with the right step, being the first one on safety.
Thank you very much. I fully agree with you. And last, Marco, are we ready to support the introduction of this new kind of transportation?
Yes, we are ready. We are adopting the national regulation with the requirement to operate with the VCA aircraft. This national regulation will contain the requirement from an Aerospace point of view. This kind of aircraft will fly through, if this kind of aircraft will fly through a controlled airspace and over congested area, they will fly through a corridor, okay, that this corridor will integrate the ground infrastructure, vertiports, okay, and also this regulation will include the requirement for the VCA operator, and is in the adopting phase, and it will integrate the European regulatory framework for the Italian national side.
Thank you very much for the effort to be concise. And I think that what is the lesson learned is that technology is more or less available, and the rules are in place, services are in the way to be deployed, and also at the national level, there are all the flexible tools in order to support the introduction of this new modality. Thank you, our speaker, and thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Alessandro Cardi. And now we have to run. Now it's the moment of the first demo of the morning, multi-drone monitoring of illegal waste dumping site over Bari. And I come on the stage, Antonio Zilli of DTI. Prego, Antonio.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for being here. Thank you for participating in this event. My task now is to launch the sessions about demonstrations, even if it is not only demonstration, but it's also technology. 4 years ago, DTA launched a project, a collaboration with the municipality of Bari, in order to support the city to introduce drones in support of the public administration as well as the citizen. And the objective of this collaboration is going to be achieved. It is a running object, and we created a mixed team composed by the HAS, DTA, and person representative of the municipality of Bari. With them, we identified a number of use cases in which drones can be introduced as enablers of new capabilities, and in particular, local police was the main team that enjoyed this collaboration. With them, we identified the first use case, not the only one, fortunately, and it is the identification to support the local police in identifying illegal waste management in the city and around the city. This is a topic that affects all the world, all the Europe, and we launched a project about that. And last Monday, we had the first trial, a first demonstration of the system in collaboration with Highlander. And now I would like to introduce Mr. Abelson, the CEO of Highlander, that last Monday presented the solution and with us demonstrated how drones can be used in different areas of the city. A fleet of drones in different areas of the city can be used by the local police team, and they were there to collect pictures and videos in a control room. With us, there were also the chief of local police that enjoyed the initiative, and in the next future, next months, the solution will be available to them for continuous piloting. So, Alon, please come with us and talk about Highlander company and your system, this showcase last Monday.
Yeah, we can start the presentation. Great. This is the clicker? Yeah. Yeah. Clicker? Okay. Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. Before we start, I want to take you back a little bit to the beginning of the aviation. When the Wright brothers took the first historic flight, they actually changed the way we interact with the road forever. And over a century later, we have aircraft that exceed the speed of sound, can carry hundreds of people, take off and landing vertically. But the real question is, have we truly earned flight? And to explain a little bit about the new generation of aviation, we called it the digital airspace. And the digital airspace actually have the new air traffic controller that you know on the left side. We called it the Vega UTM. And on the right side, you can find the new pilot. It's the Orion, that actually it's a drone fleet management solution. And when we are talking about the aviation, I will go a little bit forward. We can actually divide between the manned and unmanned aviation. And the way we see the manned aviation, we actually have air traffic controllers that using or managing the airspace. We have radars. We even have an air defense layer. And when we compare it to the digital aviation, we can actually see we have a different kind of aviation. There is no air traffic controller. There is a UTM, unmanned traffic management system that's managing the airspace by using algorithm and doing tactical and strategical deconfliction. Instead of radars, we actually have remote identification, and here you can see a very good example of Italian company called TopView that we are working with, and we have more than 100 units that working daily based in Israel that connected to the UTM and transmitting exactly the telemetric and the location. And we have also counter UAS, and it's very important because where we are talking about UTM or managing the airspace, we actually need to divide between the blue and the red drones. Blue is drones that transmitting and sending telemetry to the UTM, while actually the red drones is drones that we need to detect. And we called it NCTR, non-cooperative target recognition. And what we are actually doing is the ability not only to detect the drones, but also to mitigate. I mean, to take control and land the drone in specific location that needed. And this is how it looks like when we are connecting everything to one solution. Okay, I will give.
So, at the beginning of the year, we received a formal certificate from the Civil Aviation Authority of Israel to provide a mandatory services global around the country. And now, and I just want to show you quickly from last week, the UTM system in action and how it's like to provide a 24/7 live situation awareness throughout an entire country to the very low level altitude. Now, we spoke a lot about the UTM and how it's to manage an entire airspace. Now, I want to speak with you a little bit about what is the new pilot. So actually, the new pilot doesn't have necessarily a professional background. He's not always aware of the environment where he's flying at. And sometimes it's even a father and son that just went out and tried a new toy. So, but when we are talking about real operations, professional operation with drones, the biggest disadvantage is the fact that the pilot is actually the only one who sees the live feed. He's the only one who understands what's going on and gets the picture from the drone. But So actually what's Orion system, our system, is doing, this is exactly where it connects the drone to an entire network. So what's happening is, the pilot is actually transmitting the live feed and the telemetric to everyone that is involved. So from the control center, to the ground forces, to the decision making, everybody is able to actually receive all the data and operate the most professional way possible. And the biggest advantage of Orion system is actually that we are drone agnostic. Actually, this is the biggest advantage of a software-only solution. We can integrate with almost any drone in the market. So what it does, it gives the customer his full freedom to choose any type of drone that he wants. It can be a delivery drone, it can be a tactical drone, it can be a tether drone. So it doesn't matter if it's different manufacturers, the customer is able to use the system and control everything in one screen.
Okay. So we are talking a lot about the pilot in the loop that involved in the mission. But when we're talking about drones, everyone knows that it should be autonomous solution. It should be able to take off and landing autonomously, communicate with UTM systems around it. And this is exactly the idea. The idea is how we can integrate drone and try to imagine sensor or smart fence that detecting and sending trigger to the docking station and the drone taking off and doing the mission autonomously. This is exactly the solution that we are talking about. So we are actually going to show you a live demo that's happening right now, and you can see 2 drones connected to the system. After that, you will see what we are actually doing here in Italy. But this is a live demo that you can see the drones that flying. You can see that we are able to take a mission and send the drone controlling all the payloads that the drone have. I mean, if it's a thermal camera, if they have ability to deliver speaker or different types of lights, this is the capability that we are providing. And Lily here actually controlling right now the drones that flying, and we're actually able to transmit the data anywhere to the command center, but even to the mobile app. So we can actually use and get the live feed. So if you can take your phone and scan this QR, you will also be able right now to see on your screen, you have the code on top, 6975. So scan it. Okay. So now we'll just wait for the others. And what you're going to see in your mobile phone is the video that's coming from the drones. You will be able to see the locations that the drone's flying, the informations about the drone, everything actually streaming to your mobile phone in real time. And if you have the mobile app that we are providing, you will also be able to control the drone and manage it. Okay? So now we are going to switch back to the system. Shahan. Okay. So let me know if you can see it. I assume yes. Perfect. Great. Okay. So this is actually the video. Now we are going to come back to land. So it's very easy to land it remotely. We are just taking the drone, send the drone back to land, and I want you to see what is going to happen. The drone is actually going back to the docking station, and the process, and you will be able to see it also in your mobile phone, is going to land exactly in the docking station, charge himself, and waiting for the next mission. So if you prefer to see it here on big screen, or if you prefer to see it on your mobile phone, but this is exactly the capability. Now we're going to see a CCTV camera of the docking station, and the dock will open automatically without any intervention from our side. Okay? And the idea of the drone fleet management is to be able to manage not only one drone, but multi-drones that flying at the same airspace. So all the ability to manage the collision between drones, no flight zones, it's part of the capability that the system providing. So now you can see on the left side, the canopy is going to open, and the drone will land automatically inside the charging station. And again, everything streaming in real time, controlling in real time remotely by no intervention from our side. So the system can also integrate with smart fence sensors and get the trigger while the drone will jump to the mission directly and provide live streaming also to your mobile phone by sending a notification that something happened, and also to the command center in the background. So in 1 minute, we'll see the process finishing. On the left side, you can see also the drone through the CCTV camera going to land. And when we'll finish the landing process, the drone will shut down, close the canopy, start to charge himself, and that's it. We have an helicopter that's flying in low price, managing remotely. And again, the idea is multi-drones that controlled by the system. Okay. So let's wait until the drone will finish the process of the landing. The canopy will close. You ready? Okay. And in a minute, we'll switch to Antonio back, and he will present a little bit about the project that we are doing together.
Yes, thank you. So we had the chance to introduce this application. Can we change the video? The application to the local police of Bari, and we had the chance to integrate to the system the 3 drones of the local police and see and make them able to use the system. So we should have a video that must be now launched about the activity we did last Monday. The video is yes, this one. We experimented this activity. We did this activity inside the area of the Fiera del Levante, where we established an urban drone range in collaboration with the municipality, obviously. And in this area, in this building, we have some facility to install and deploy systems for introducing the drones, experimenting drones inside the city. And here we did the experimentation. Here are the system inside, the drones of the local police that were integrated, and they are directly using the system, and they will be able to understand the capabilities that the system brings to them in terms of capacity to monitor what's going on in the city in different areas and through drones. So this is also a great challenge of the city of Bari that is with us supporting this kind of innovation for the benefit of smart city. The videos are from the area, from the activity that we did just 2 days ago. We had the opportunity to discuss and to present to a largest team of local police and to evaluate the different functionalities and even to discuss about the complexity of the situation in which this kind of application could be useful, in particular with respect to the number of agencies that participate in interventions. So the importance to have a distributed and aligned situational awareness for the different agencies, firefighters, local police, and eventually environment agency to face any trouble they find. Okay, so just before the video finish, let me conclude. Thank you for your attention, and we are at the stand of DTA. Now I think that we have other moments and running. The agenda is running. Thank you all.
Thank you to Antonio. Thank you to Mr. Hellon. Now it's the moment of the ground station of the Rapier 25. And here there is Silvano Capuzzo that can explain us about the ground station Rapier 25. Only one moment. Silvano, we are here.
Hello, mi sentite?
Sì, sì, prego Silvano, puoi andare,
Ok.
grazie.
Mi vedete anche?
Non ancora.
No, non vedo. No.
Ecco, ora sì, benissimo.
Okay. I'm here with Colonel Giuseppe Urbano, Chief of the Center of Excellence of Amendola. We are preparing the mission of the Rapier 25 for a long endurance surveillance that will start in a few minutes. We have to restart the takeoff, and in this way, Chief Urbano will present the system and how we will conduct the mission.
Thank you. Good morning to you all, and greetings to all civilian and military authorities. I am Colonel Giuseppe Urbano. I'm the director of the HARPAS Center of Excellence in Amendola Air Force Base. The HARPAS COE, it is an Italian Air Force entity with joint value. And as a Center of Excellence, we had the commitment of the operational test and evaluating of the system Rapier X25, which is a drone of 24.99 max takeoff weight, built by SkyEye System. And this drone, it is a drone capable to climb up to 10,000 feet with an endurance of about 10 hours. It is mainly for the purpose of ISR operations, so intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance operations. Here we have the command and control station, inside which we have the ground control station of the Rapier X25. On top of the van, you can come with me, cameraman.
Camera.
He's going by himself. But if you come with me, I will show you the van. This van contains the ground control station. On top of the van, we can see the antennas. This antenna is a omnidirectional antenna. It is for controlling the UAV in flight. Okay, and on the backstage, we have the other antenna, which ensure the link with the ramp, with the catapult. And the catapult is located basically about 200 meters from here, north. And the catapult does have it right now, the airplane on top of it. And we are about basically to take off. On the other side, I will show you the generator, which ensure the power of this station. This means that we can operate also in isolated territories, because we don't need electrical power from outside, because we have our own electrical power by generator. So we can operate by ourselves, as well as for the ramp.
What kind of mission can you perform?
Okay, for today we are going to take off, and we're going to move toward southwest, toward the Romeo 315, Romeo 316, and Romeo 317. These three areas have been with NOTAM segregated, so we fly inside these areas by ourselves in order to ensure separation with other airplane, either manned or unmanned. The kind of mission that we are going to perform are basically ISR mission. So we're going to have a look during the mission, afterwards, after the takeoff. We're going to have some look to a target, okay, to a search and rescue operation, this kind of operations. The altitude that we will fly is between Block 3 to 5,000 feet, and if we need to climb more in order to ensure the link, because the aircraft is linked to the station in line of sight. So we must have line of sight. So we may need to climb higher in order to ensure line of sight. But the best altitude block, in order to have the better performance of the sensor of the payload, is between 3 and 5,000 feet. So what we're gonna do is, since we never flew in these areas, so we don't know if the link will be ensured. We will take off. We stay low, okay, initially, and we will climb, okay, ensuring safety of flight. And meantime, we will see if we can have link. And if we lost link, the aircraft it will come back, and we will regain link. And if we don't lose link, we will go forward. So we will push, the altitude. We will push the range, okay, based on the link. If we have the link, if we can ensure the link, because as I told before, we are doing, an operational test and evaluation of the system. So, we are checking the system, if it is work, in the proper way. So we need, to test sometimes, when we are in flight. Of course, ensuring safety of flight always. Okay, how having, our safety return point that we have established, around the territory. These safety return point are points where the density of population is basically 0. Okay, so should the aircraft go, over these points, okay, for lost link, okay, they will basically land in this point, okay, if we don't gain link anymore. Otherwise, if we keep link, we will keep the flight, okay. and we will land about around 15 o'clock. Okay, and let's see what point, because we had a problem inside the ground control station. We had to reset all the system. There was a lost link with the plane. So for this lost link, we had to reset the system. So now they are processing this reset. Let's have a look and check at what point we are. Okay, I'm gonna ask to the pilot if we gain back the link with the UAV. Artigiano, abbiamo il link? Okay, so what time do you estimate the takeoff?
We're almost ready. We will check performing.
Okay. Okay, we are. Did you start up the engine? So the engine is start up. Okay. So at this point, the engine has been started up. Okay. So after the engine has been started up, it's gonna take 5 minutes about for takeoff. So takeoff will be soon. Okay. What they are doing now, I will just move in order to not bother them. What they are doing now is processing the checklist for the startup and for the takeoff. We already started up, so now we are moving forward, to prepare for the launcher, for the launch. The launch, as we said, is located 200 meters north from this position, and we're gonna see the launch by a camera, right? Okay, and I think we're gonna have the launch in a few minutes. Let's have a check again. Michele, il lancio quando lo comandate? Okay, so we are performing the before launch checklist, so we are about to launch, which is good. Okay. Okay. Okay, I need the Vincenzo. I need the clearance for takeoff. We are clear. Okay, we are clear for takeoff. They are processing the checklist, okay, in order to ensure that all points are met. Sì, sì. Okay, few steps, and we will take off. Okay. They are enabling the launch, and in a few steps we will be able to take off, and we can keep in this position, and we will see the takeoff live. I hope you are able to see in this moment the ramp with the aircraft on it, and hopefully in a few seconds we will see the takeoff. Okay, they are removing the pin, the safety pin. The takeoff is controlled by the ground control station, by the pilot. The pilot will enable the launch, and the operator that is close to the ramp, he will command the launch. But the pilot is the guy, okay, that is enabling the launch. Okay, so we are seeing the launch. So at this point, the Rapier X-25 is airborne, and it is going to fly up to 2,500 feet above the safety return point, which is located around this position where it is now. It is basically north of the runway, above the runway. So what it's gonna do is a spiral. It's gonna do 360 flight, climbing, ensuring safety for flight. So it's gaining altitude, And when you reach a certain altitude, we're going to move toward the operational area. So we will leave the ATZ of Grottaglie when we reach 2,500 feet. So now we just are climbing. What we are doing now inside the ground control station, they are proceeding to the after takeoff checklist, which include turning on the pod, the payload. Because as you saw in the movie that you are watching, the payload was off during the takeoff. So I believe at this point it should be already on. And so now we are able to see what the payload is able to see. And we can have a look inside. We can ensure this view inside. Let's see. Hai acceso il payload? Okay, so the payload has not been started yet. So we can have. Michele, accendi il payload? Okay. So they are doing the checklist, and we will see the payload when it's starting on top of the display. We're gonna see the stream video, the video streaming, on top of the display. Now it's off, so we basically we know that the sensor is off. So what they are doing now is ensuring all the setup is set. For the flight, for the navigation. So they are fixing first the navigation, and after that the sensor will take care about the sensor operator. He will take care about the payload. Inside here, I didn't say before, on the left hand side you have the pilot, and on the right hand side you have the sensor operator. So you can take them.
We are reaching the altitude to perform the carry mission. Yeah.
I don't see anymore the airplane, but it's somewhere above the field. Because of course climbing it becomes smaller. This is difficult to see. It should be above the field. I need to see inside what it is. Okay. Okay, maybe. Okay, we are about to start the payload. The aircraft has a nose camera, and the payload camera, so we can have the view of the airplane and the view underneath.
Okay, we can now perform the mission as planned. We will probably land at 3 hours, more or less.
The payload is on now. So
okay, the payload is on, and the mission can continue as planned. We will present some phases of the mission during the event, and we will again have for the landing. We will be here again. We are close now. Can you restart with the event?
Thank you very much. Come è andata? Intrattenere. Va bene.
Abbiamo finito noi, Umberto?
Dove siamo?
Ah, ok. È andata?
Okay, grazie. Thank you, Silvano. Thank you. Now it's the moment for a new keynote speech about reinforcing national strategic autonomy and technological sovereignty. I call on the stage Generale Aurelio Colagrande, Deputy Chief on Staff, Italian Air Force. Prego, Generale.
Good morning to you all. It's a real pleasure for me to be here today, giving you the Italian Air Force perspective on the UAS world, what we do, what we are thinking of doing in the future. But first of all, let me bring you the greetings of the Chief of the Air Force, Lieutenant General Luca Goretti. And before I give you my speech, I want to thank you, the organizer of this conference. It's really important for me to be here, and thank you for having me and having the Italian Air Force. It is undeniable that the unmanned aerial systems are today extremely relevant in modern conflicts. Offensive and defensive operations during the Russian invasion of Ukraine, as well as the ongoing activities of the Houthi rebels of the coast of Yemen, are a further confirmation of the prominent role assumed by systems in today's aerospace operations. The Italian Air Force has already 20 years of experience in the field of UAS. In fact, the acquisition of our first systems dates back to 2004. During this period, we, of course, have achieved important results, both in terms of operational experience and in terms of sectors regulatory. Our goal has always been the integration of new systems into the processes of our Air Force that are consolidated and standardized with all the allies. For this reason, our approach to the UAS world has been not much different from the one we usually have with the traditional aircraft. Currently, ETAF capability is provided by, in the world of the UAS, by the 32nd Wing at Amendola, and we are organized with two operational squadrons, the 28th Squadron based in Amendola itself and the 61st station in Sigonella. Frontline aircraft that we operate are the MQ-9A Predator B, Block 1 and Block 5, which is an upgrade version of the previous one. Furthermore, as we speak, we are in the process of acquiring the Astore system, which is produced by the Italian manufacturer Leonardo. Italy is also participating in the multinational European MAIL program for the development and acquisition, starting in 2030, of a new platform totally designed and produced in Europe, with our national industry, of course, at the forefront of the development of the system, which will be able to meet the needs of our Air Force in the MAIL class UAV system, which is the medium altitude and long endurance. And finally, ETAF is looking also with great interest in the use of the UAS systems, which take off weight of up to 25 kilograms. You just saw the example of the new system that we've been introducing in our efforts, which is the X-25 Rapier system. The mission assigned to our UAS products is various with the expression aerospace power that are pertinent to the branch of information and decision-making superiority, and are carried out in the areas of intelligence, surveillance, target acquisition, and reconnaissance, the so-called I-STAR compartment. It is worth mentioning that in 2009, as was said previously by Colonel Urbano, here in Puglia, where all the Italian Air Force military pilots have been trained, was established the Center of Excellence for the remotely piloted aircraft at Amendola Air Base. The aim of it consisting in promoting and standardization among the services and capacity and operational growth of the UAS system, ultimately acting as a reference point for the interoperability and the development on the specific segment. Focusing on capability development, we can say that it is surely influenced by many factors. Among them, I think are undoubtedly relevant, those arising from the emerging and disruptive technologies. And in the field of UAS, I believe that we can identify at least 3 of them. First one will be the miniaturization process that we are being witnessing in the last few years, the introduction of artificial intelligence and the swarming. The Italian Air Force, in order to keep pace with the allies, but most importantly with today's competitors, must continue to play, of course, a preeminent role on facing these challenges. And we have to work in synergy with other armed forces, our industry, and the academia, of course, to intercept and direct the processes of innovation and capability development. Furthermore, we are also significantly updating the UAS flying regulatory aspect. In fact, a memorandum of understanding is already in place between Italian Air Force and ENAC, the civilian regulator, with the aim of achieving the highest level of harmonization and interoperability between the civilian and military system, as well as promoting collaborations in areas of common interest. For this reason, a cooperation committee was established and created to regulate the specific common areas of interest. A recent evidence of this synergy was the activity conceived and directed last year by the Italian Air Force, aimed at overcoming the constraints that we today face of airspace segregation for the UAS in order to obtain considerable benefits in training and operational activity. And we worked with ENAC, and ENAC as well welcomed this innovation with a great interest, believing it to be very important and beneficial for the civilian UAS world, and seeing it as a valuable test case for gathering essential information on remote piloted and autonomous civil aircraft regulation into national airspace. One of the most innovative elements was the use of the so-called regulatory sandbox, aimed at the temporary and monitor deployment of a set of rules for UAS navigation, alternative to the standing ones, but suitable enough for ensuring an equivalent safety level. This activity, carried out with a UAS MQ-9 from the 32nd Wing, has recently completed its second flight involving airspace in central and southern Italy on the same routes flown by civilian aircraft. It has been a complete success, and it will contribute, we believe, to open up developments of increasing complexity in the near future, which will surely bring benefits in both the civilian and military sectors. At the same time, last November, following a highly synergic activity together with the Italian Air Force, the Directorate of Aeronautical Armaments Airworthiness has published a new set of rules for the technical assessment and certification aspects of remotely piloted system, adopting an homogeneous approach to the civilian sector regulation. With the new regulation, the military open, the military specific, and the military certified categories have been introduced for military UAS, as well as new deliverables that will allow this system that are not fully certified to carry out activities as a result of a positive technical assessment by the Directorate of Aeronautical Armaments and an authorization by our Air Force. However, Air Force is not only investing in the UAS world. Because of the very rapid technology development, for obvious reasons of physical continuity, two environments that a few years ago were considered distant domains are becoming now an operational continuum. And I'm referring to what we call the aerospace, which is the continuum between air and space. With this term, we mean everything that extends from Earth's surface to hundreds of kilometers in altitude, where the Italian Air Force has the technical, cultural, and historical expertise to operate. Similar technological evolution can also be identified for satellites. and for high-altitude platforms as well. The Air Force is looking with particular interest at these systems. And for example, high-altitude surveillance platform may offer an unprecedented observation and data collection capability, whose usefulness is not only limited to the military, but it will be available to the community to improve the security and lives of all the citizens. These systems, we believe, can contribute to protect critical infrastructures, airports, power plants, and other strategic sites, in preventing acts of terrorism or sabotage, and managing emergencies, like in case of fire, flood, or earthquakes, by providing real-time images and data supporting rescue operations and damage assessment. The dual use of surveillance platform is therefore another virtuous example of synergy between the Italian Air Force and the civilian society. Looking at continuous innovation, we explore new frontiers, such as suborbital flights that, by reaching altitudes in the range of 100 kilometers, open up new possibilities for scientific research and defense. The Italian Air Force is already playing a leading role in the development of this revolutionary technology. And as you may recall, last year we flew with Virgin Galactic our first operational flight in the suborbital area. Thus, investing in surveillance technology and suborbital flight means investing in our country's security, scientific progress, and prosperity. In conclusion, UAS and suborbital space platform will constitute effective means in generating and exercising aerospace power in future increasingly multi-domain operations. It will be possible to choose the scaling of assets and their complexity according to the reference scenario that we will have to face time by time. The future assets will be able to operate with a level of autonomy even in the manned to unmanned teaming with traditional platform, therefore enriching the tools that we have available to the operational commanders in order to fulfill the task institutionally devolved to the Italian Air Force for the benefit of the entire national community. All of this represents a compelling challenge and an opportunity for the Air Force, as I said, for the civilian world, but as a whole for Italy and for our nation. Thank you for your attention.
Grazie Generale. Now is the moment that we have a connection with the cage where the drone race is taking place. Francesca is here, and now Francesca,
sì,
how is the race going?
Vi sento, grazie per la linea. Bentrovati. Qui abbiamo appena terminato la sessione di gara che ha visto impegnati quest'oggi i ragazzi, ricordo, della Fondazione Villaggio dei Ragazzi, Don Salvatore D'Angelo di Maddaloni Caserta, l'Istituto Augusto Righi di Taranto e l'Istituto Don Tonino Bello di Tricase. La gara si è svolta regolarmente, sono stati 8 i turni regolamentari più un turno bonus per tutte le scuole, per tutte le squadre che si sono sfidate in questa competizione. A brevissimo avremo i risultati, avremo il vincitore e ricordo che la premiazione è prevista per le ore 13. Accanto a me ci sono i partecipanti, ci sono 2 dei partecipanti alle squadre che quest'oggi si sono affrontate. Dalla Fondazione Villaggio dei Ragazzi, Emanuele, giusto? Emanuele, questa esperienza, cosa ci puoi dire?
È stata sicuramente una bellissima esperienza, è stato anche piacevole essere ospitati qui, comunque rappresentare la nostra scuola che è un'eccellenza del casertano, comunque è stato molto bello.
Ricordo che hanno fatto 5 ore di viaggio questi ragazzi per essere presenti qui, hanno gareggiato con 2 diverse squadre. Emanuele, il futuro che cosa vede?
Si spera di entrare nella Guardia di Finanza, ci proviamo.
Quindi un futuro nelle forze armate per il nostro Emanuele, che frequenta il settore aeronautico della scuola di Maddaloni in provincia di Caserta. Invece alla mia destra c'è un altro dei ragazzi che si è sfidato in questa competizione del 20 marzo, dall'Augusto Righi di Taranto. Qui il nostro amico, il tuo nome?
Rizzo Gabriele.
Gabriele Rizzo. Quanti anni hai, Gabriele?
17.
17 anni. Com'è stata questa esperienza? Pensi che i vostri tempi siano stati utili per arrivare sul gradino più alto del podio?
L'esperienza è stata fantastica, veramente bello. Il tempo c'era a casa con i droni che ci hanno fornito, ci si poteva allenare come anche a scuola e qui bisogna gestire bene il tempo a disposizione.
Anche per te la stessa domanda, il tuo futuro cosa vede?
Io spero vivamente di entrare in qualche orchestra importante in quanto studio fagotto al Conservatorio di Taranto e questa è l'idea di futuro che avrei su di me.
Quindi un'idea abbastanza diversa, ma io auguro davvero a entrambi tutto il meglio per il vostro futuro. Un ringraziamento ai tecnici della sorvola, alla giuria che ha magistralmente assistito a questa gara, fatto da assistenza tecnica. Avrei voluto accanto a me anche qualche docente, però li vedo ormai già sulla via dell'aula della stanza dove avverrà la premiazione. Quindi appuntamento alle 13 per la premiazione, l'appuntamento per le gare e per domani mattina ci saranno altre scuole a sfidarsi. Per il momento dalla Gabbia è tutto, alla prossima.
Grazie Francesca. Grazie. Next panel. I call on the stage Federico Mongelli, Director of PricewaterhouseCoopers Strategy for Italia. They have to talk about innovative aerial series, the way forward, the session 1. Prego.
Thank you. Hi everyone, welcome here. Thank you for being here. As said, I'm Federico Mongelli, Director of PwC Strategy and member of the Aerospace and Defense practice of the PwC team. Together with my team, we work in the advanced air mobility space, helping companies in finding solutions to overcome the challenges in this particular domain. I'm pleased to be here and conduct this panel. Just a very brief overview on the main topics that we're going to discuss. As a consulting company, we see a lot of things in this specific domain. In particular, when we study the Italian market of the advanced air mobility, what we see is basically a booming market that is mirroring what's happening outside Italy, so worldwide. We're expecting substantial growth in the market over the next few years in all the main, across all the main missions, so namely defense, aerial work, data visual acquisition, movement of goods, and of course passenger transportation. The latest one, the passenger transportation, will play the lion's share on this growth. We're expecting, in fact, roughly 75% of growth year over year over the next few years. Despite being so promising, we see also challenges. For instance, compared to previous estimation, we saw a little bit of slowdown of the passenger transportation due to the delay in the entry into service of the main OEM. Also, what we saw is that the value chain is not fully ready yet. So we saw different degree of maturity of the players along the value chain. We start from suppliers, tier 1, tier 2 suppliers, which are the most advanced in terms of readiness in the value chain, but yet they have to define a production way to be sustainable and to cope with the expected volumes of the industry. Same goes for the OEMs, which are developing new solutions, new products, but yet they have to find a way to make it sustainable. And when we move to service providers, airspace integration services, and ground infrastructure, we see that we are still lagging behind. So we need to work with the regulation, with customers, and to the whole ecosystem to create partnerships in order to face these challenges. Today, I have the pleasure to steer two panels along these topics, composed by key players along the whole value chain in advanced air mobility. Discussion will be pivoted around three main points. So the first one is, what are the opportunities ahead? So what each panelist, each company sees in terms of opportunities. What are the main challenges? So the problems and the challenges that we see. And above all, what are the solutions that the companies are putting into place in order to overcome these challenges? Without any further ado, let me introduce the panelists of this first session. So there should be already connected Christian Schmidt, CEO, Head of Market Strategy of Pipistrel. Thanks, Christian. Then we have Carlo Tursi, CEO of Urban Bee. Thanks, Carlo. Alberto Iovino, Head of Operational Support in Innovative Air Mobility at ENAV. Giuseppe Piazzolla, Project Engineer Manager and Air Traffic Management System at Leonardo. Angela Natale, President of Boeing Italia. And Luca Cardone, Head of Marketing Enterprise of Wintra. Thanks, everyone. So let's start, since we are running out of time with the agenda. Let's start with the first topic. Basically, what are the main opportunities that you see in the market, and what's your company doing? Please, Christian, shall you start? We cannot hear you yet.
Sorry, now?
Yeah, now we can.
Oh, okay, perfect. Yeah, so thanks a lot for the invitation. Happy to join your panel today. I'm the head of strategy, market strategy Europe at Volocopter. Volocopter is a full service provider and OEM of eVTOL aircrafts. So we are not looking only into manufacturing the aircrafts, but we also look into developing the right, let's say, offline and digital solutions to make urban air mobility reality. And this we do together with our partners along the value chain. So we are also not, right in the beginning of the value chain being a manufacturer, but also developing different solutions along the value chain, either alone or with our partners together. Maybe this as a quick company overview.
Okay, so Carlo Tursi, what's your view?
Yeah, so good morning, everyone. So I'm at Urban Bee. Urban Bee is a international vertiport network operator. So our goal is to design, build, and eventually operate networks of vertiports for eVTOL to take off and land from. We are based in Rome. We are a company that was established on the initiative of Aeroporti di Roma together with the airport management companies of Venice, Nice, and Bologna. And we are currently developing a number of networks of vertiports, both in Italy and abroad, both in the catchment areas of our shareholders and in other areas also beyond Europe. And in particular, among those, we are getting ready to launch initial operations, small scale but commercial operations in Rome together with our partner Volocopter, where we have finalized the projects for the first two vertiports, one to be located at Rome
Fiumicino Airport, the other one in the city center, close to the Vatican, for those of you who are familiar with the city of Rome. And we, together with Volocopter, we are targeting the end of this year, so the end of 2024, for the start of a small-scale but commercial operation connecting the airport with the city center. So the opportunity is clearly that of introducing a new form of mobility, which is often referred to as air taxi, which is an evocative term. It is not technically a taxi in that a taxi will pick you up at your doorstep and drop you off at your final destination, whereas eVTOL will move in between stations that are vertiports, the one that we develop and will eventually operate, which means that it is by definition one mode of mobility which will need to be interconnected with other modalities in order to allow people to move from A to B. And in this, so this will be an additional layer using the third dimension to complement the existing ways to move around our cities and in between cities. And in this regard, we're conducting a lot of work. We have been conducting a lot of work together with Volocopter, with other industrial partners. In Rome, we have established a test vertiport already 1.5 years ago, where we have been experimenting together with ENAV, with ENAC, with the supervision of ENAC, and together with our partner Leonardo, which contributed together with us to the establishment of this test vertiport, which is a regulatory sandbox, so a place where we can conduct tests also in a very complex airspace, such as the one of Rome Fiumicino Airport, of the busiest airport in Italy. So we are at the dawn of the introduction of a new form of mobility, which will gradually revolutionize the way we move around, offering more opportunities and integrating with the existing forms of mobility that we already have.
Thank you very much. What about you, Alberto? What are the opportunities you see as in your
Grazie, Federico. You heard about ENAV several times today. We're basically everywhere. That means something. ENAV is a service provider, but in this game we are possibly even more than that. Within ENAV Group, there is ENAV itself, which is the air navigation service provider, legacy aviation, manned aviation. And also there is TechnoSky, which is UAS operator. There's IDS AirNav, which is software developer. And there's DFlight, which is Common Information Service Provider and U-Space Service Provider. More than that, within DFlight, DFlight itself is a partnership between ENAV and Leonardo Telespazio. So we also have the industry on board, the industry at its best. So basically the opportunities that we see are connected to the fact that we look at the issue from a unique perspective, which is the one of being capable of having a 360 degrees look at this revolution that we're dealing with. That it's written there, shaping our future. That's actually what we're doing, our future and the future of the generations to come. So perspectives that we see are those of, taking good advantage of these unique positions we have of having this overall comprehensive perspective on the matter and putting it as a true enabler of this new mobility coming.
Thank you. And what's the view in Leonardo, Giuseppe?
Our view for AAM is, of course, AAM introduced in the sky new actors, and the objective of Leonardo is to enabling technologically, in a safe and sustainable way, this introduction of different actor, drone, high-altitude operation in no segregated space, maintain the safe and the efficiency. Of course, Leonardo use their leverage in technology because we are expert in ATM systems, in communication, navigation, surveillance, and both in advanced air mobility. In fact, we support ENAV and Telespazio with the DFlight for the certification as a U-Space and Common Information Service Provider. Our road is now it started already. We use some experimental view study and some, for the example, there is a CESAR project or other type of project. For example, in Grottaria here, we have studied the collaboration between ATM system and UTM system, the flight, in controlled space. We segregated an area we assigned to drone, and this drone operating in the area near the airport. But this area can be used, can be dynamically reconfigured by a air traffic controller. And for example, in our simulation, we use emergency flight that need to access to a U-space area. So the two heterogeneous system talk via SWIM, a standard ICAO. And the drone have the information, the order for land, and get free the airspace. So, of course, for us, the EAM is a disruptive business, but it's a big opportunity because need for introduce all these actors. Leonardo have to modernization, have to participate in modernization of ATM system, other system, communication, navigation, surveillance system. For that is our opportunity.
Thank you. We'll take back from this for the challenges that you see later. Angela, please, your view, your opportunities.
Thank you. So first thing first, good morning everyone, and I would like to thank the government of Apulia region for this great event, because it is always so good to talk with all my esteemed colleagues here, on the floor about this important topic that is the future air mobility. And so as Boeing, I can tell you that UAV, UAM are very important topic of our company strategy. It is not just important, it is necessary, because we are just coming out of a geopolitical moment very difficult. The pandemic was a big hit for all the economy, and in particular for the aerospace. I mean, the flights were stopping overnight, and everyone was in a big difficulty, and also we, Boeing, like all the aerospace company. But the aerospace industry is resilient, and we see already some sign of reprise. And indeed, if we are considering our forecast for the next year, think about that. Overall, we need by 2041 something like 41,000 new aircraft. That is a value of $10.8 trillion. I'm talking about all across the globe, of course. But it is a huge number, and how we can do it? Just by thinking about the future, and so it means investment in innovation. Just because I am, an engineer, I like data, I like numbers, and so think about that since 2003, Boeing invested something like $60 billion in new technologies. And those are the technologies that are able to pave the street for the new aerospace. An aerospace that is safe, that is robust, that is really the future that is coming into our house. And so in terms of talk of UAV, we are doing a lot of progress, and before also some of my colleagues were talking about, and it is nice because there are some common themes among us. That means that we are going all together in the right direction. And so also Boeing, in terms of UAV, we have a very nice aircraft that is called Cora. And Cora, I like it a lot because, it is this little yellow thing, well, not so little actually, the wingspan is like 15 meters, And it is eVTOL, like we were saying before, so it is electrical, completely electrical, vertical and takeoff and landing aircraft. That means that it is able to, to kind of take off and landing like an helicopter and then fly like an aircraft. So it's a mix of the two. And it is the most modern, I would say, aerotaxi that we have. Indeed, we are already performing the certification steps, and we are at a good point with the FAA. And so we hope that this aircraft, Cora, will be flying in our sky already at the end of this decade. And it is, it will be like maybe, a solution of the congestion on the ground, because with its autonomy of 140 kilometers and the speed that is 244 kilometers per hour, it will be maybe, the solution of the future. And so this is, what we are doing right now, innovation and technology and Cora, and I think that this is the way of the future.
Thanks. Thank you very much, Angela. From a telco perspective, last. Luca.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to give our point of view in terms of the opportunity that we are seeing with advanced air system. Today, telco technologies in general and technologies that may be driven by telcos may enable the use of 5G, AI, information on data that enable the usage of drone and advanced technology system not only in defense area but also in private area. This is an important opportunity for me. What we are looking into the market that stands to this kind of technology today, we can see the use of drone also in private system, in the private market. So for example, we can use drone to control certain area, using a drone for checking some systems, monitoring some system, doing some action in a private system, in a private area, and also providing different use cases for example, search and rescue that are for public administration, but in certain area. So all these aspects, all these scenario may be opportunity for not only defense, but also for private market, as I said, and not only on our market in terms of technology, but also for startups that want to implement new technology. So today, telco operator may implement, we will talk about challenge and difficulties on this later, but may enable private market to use 5G, but also 6G, so the sixth generation, to use mobile connectivity to drive vehicle, to receive data from vehicle in real time, so enable real-time monitoring and also use of the AI close to this kind of drone. So this is the opportunity for me that can be used to the market and can be accessible to all, not only to the defense.
Thanks, Luca. So we heard many interesting opportunities from different perspectives of the value chain, OEM, telco operators, regulators, industry. But in your opinion, what are the main challenges that you see in the coming future, and how are you planning to overcome these challenges from your own perspective? Christian?
Yes, thanks a lot. Well, from an OEM perspective, I think one of the main challenges is the type certification of our products itself, right? It's a new technology. The regulatory foundation is also still in development for actually certifying our vehicles, etc. So it's an extremely complex process. And looking into the second thing I have in mind is public acceptance. Obviously, new technology needs to be safe and secure. So we have to ensure both by our coming type certification. I think this is one big challenge ahead, which is extremely complex. The second challenge I see for further growth and also looking long term is airspace and infrastructure availability. Right, so we all can come up with nice business cases and looking left and right, growth opportunities, etc. But at the end, in the system, there are limiting factors, as said, such as airspace and infrastructure. Infrastructure specifically when we look into dense populated areas, downtown areas of the big cities, and especially airspace restrictions when we want to operate near to big airports. Right, so we have done a lot of analysis in both directions. And these are always, let's say, the two limiting factors. What are we doing, to overcome those? When we talk about type certification, obviously, I think the key is to very closely work together with our, certifying authorities. So especially, on national level, but also on European level, to take them with us, to let them being part of our development process. So I think it needs to be a joint collaboration between authorities and the manufacturer. When we look into airspace and infrastructure availability, when looking into Rome, I think we have already had several discussions, or let's say a lot of discussions also with the respective authorities. ENAC, we were discussing solutions with ENAF together with Aeroport di Roma and Urban V, of course, to find solutions regarding airspace limitations here and there. And then obviously we are also relying, when looking into infrastructure, with local partnerships, in this case in Rome, especially Urban V, who has, let's say, the local contacts and the local expertise to identify respective infrastructure. I think last but not least, one other challenge, which is also, I think, an opportunity from my point of view, is, let's say, the orchestration of the entire ecosystem. Right? We have so many different stakeholders in the value chain, in the ecosystem, from energy supplier, from the OEMs, from equipment suppliers, from infrastructure suppliers, etc. And then obviously also in the public sector, all the authorities and governments involved. So bringing everyone together, I think, is on the one hand a big opportunity for the industry itself, but at the same time it also needs to be managed consistently and properly throughout the entire process.
Thank you, Christian. Carlo, your turn.
Yeah, so obviously, there are a number of challenges that, most people could guess. There's technological challenges, there's regulatory challenges, there's social acceptance challenges. I would argue that most of these challenges actually have to do more with scaling this form of transport than with the introduction of this form of transport. At least that's our point of view, given where we are today. We are getting ready to introduce this new form of mobility within our cities, within our regions. But, for the introduction of this technology is there, regulation is there. We're lucky to have ENAC as a pioneer, also at an international level with, regulating this space. The basic technology is there. And there's interest and curiosity also from the public that we are garnering about this form of mobility. Having said, probably today, I would say the main challenge that we're facing is actually something that Christian just referred to, which is actually orchestrating the set of players and across the ecosystem that are required to introduce this form of mobility. Today there's no established value chains, there's no established role. This industry is still nascent, in a nascent phase, and as a consequence, we are taking upon ourselves also the role not just of the vertiport developer, but also of the orchestrator, in order to try and tie together all the players that need to collaborate in order to make this vision a reality quite quickly. But then, as we will want to move from introduction, from the early stages, from a pilot phase into a scale-up and industrial phase, then, of course, technological challenges will play a role, because, vehicle performance, the economics that these vehicles can perform at, will become very important in order for this industry to grow. Regulatory challenges, in integrating higher levels of traffic into our airspaces, and technological challenges connected to managing that airspace, as well as social acceptance once this form of mobility becomes a bit more dominant, a bit more visible, a bit more present in our daily lives. Then, of course, these are challenges that we as players of this industry will need to work on. We are, in fact, working on, and we need to keep working on for the next 3 to 4 years in order for this industry to go from nascent stage where it is today to a bit of a more mature stage within the course of this decade.
Thanks. Berto?
Yeah, thank you. Indeed, all the issues have been truly mentioned. From our point of view, we have to say that currently in Europe, we do have a framework for this newer mobility. If you think of unmanned aircraft system, drones, if you want to call them, we do have a comprehensive regulatory framework, including services with EASA. Innovative air mobility is even younger, so it's less advanced, but it's coming. There's a lot on the way. On the other hand, if you look at these regulatory frameworks, the EASA regulation is on one hand quite challenging because it's based on very advanced technological solutions, which also imply significant costs. But on the other hand, it's sometimes not fully mature from the operational point of view. When you try to apply it, you have to tackle issues which are not completely solved. If you think about innovative mobility, again, this is still less advanced, and there are many points that have to be touched and addressed. So, in the end, this is, from our perspective, the main challenge. But we do believe that we are currently at the point that there is a need for making it real. We do believe that within 2024, 2025, we shall deploy and implement a first step of actual, use of these regulatory frameworks and application of this regulatory framework, which could not be the full medium long-term picture, which already needs work to be done, but it will be crucial to enable the market growth and to also contribute to the evolution of the regulatory framework itself. So for us, the main challenge now is this one. We believe that within this year and next year, we shall make it happen within a stepped approach.
Okay, more or less we talk about every challenge because regulatory, safety, social acceptance. For industry like Leonardo, this one is all challenges, but we decline from a technological point of view. Of course, for us, the sustainability is the main topics because we have sustainability in Q step because we have sustainable from the point of view of business because the cost is very high for access to this service. Maybe the business don't grow anymore. So our industries have the rule to maintain the safety and the cost, the high safety and cost acceptable for the system that useful for creating this business. And this one, as consequence, create a social acceptance because if people have access to this service, will accept this new business, this new service. If the cost is limited to few people because it's too high the cost, maybe the social acceptance will lose.
So basically, you think public acceptance and affordability of the service are strictly linked?
Yes.
Okay. What about you, Angela? What do you think about that?
Well, I think that my colleagues here already covered it pretty well, so maybe I will be repeating some of the concept. And this is good, again, because I think that we are on the same page. I think that the UAV is a must, is the way to go through the future of air mobility, so we must do it. But for sure, it will introduce some new problem, as we already have discussed till now, and new stakeholders. I mean, there is for sure the local government, the OEM, the regulator, but last but not least, there is the public. It is us. And this is a new stakeholder that is not trivial. Think about that. Before I talk to you about our Cora, right? That is the latest generation. On its 6th generation, Cora is able to bring 4 passengers without pilot, and we are certifying it. Now, just let's do a quick experiment. How many of you, if I'm telling you, hey, outside there is my Cora, do you want to go there and take it? Let's see, raise your hand, please. Who will go there? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, we have 4 people. Amazing, you know. But it is true. I mean, we need to convince people that it is safe and it is possible, right? So it is not easy. In addition, of course, to the certification problem, of course, think about a sky where both the autonomous aircraft and normal aircraft with the pilot are going. It is a big problem. I mean, think about the certification rule that need to be at the same time the same for everyone and all across the world. And at the same time, they need to be so agile to follow the future that is already becoming present. It is not easy. It is not easy. And then there are the problem of the interaction on the ground, on the sky. So you need a technology for sure, and Boeing is working through, you know, all the issue of the technology to make, you know, the sky safe and robust and reliable, but it's not easy. So this is one problem. Then there are a lot of problems that my colleagues already described, like with these drones and big drones. You know, there are problems like, you know, some like noise, like, you know, also the intrusion, the visual intrusion as well, and also a problem in terms of work environment, right? There are all these problems that we need to overcome. So while I think that the UAV is the way of the future, we need to work all together, and I think that events like this one are useful to go in that direction because we need to convince people. And I think that the public is our main stakeholder. So while as OEM, I think that we have the technology to do everything, to construct the aircraft, to build a sky that is safe, that is reliable, that is robust. We need to convince ourselves. And for this reason, let's start this journey all together since the beginning, because it is the key to be successful.
Thank you, Angelo. Okay, I think everything said, so let me try to give you another point of view in terms of scalable markets. So today, this kind of system is a niche market, so it's more related to defense, and there are huge investment on this. As I said before, if we want to make it scalable, we need to look at the private market. Private market is totally different, probably other kind of needs, other kind of market, but there is a huge opportunity in order to implement different technology and different business case that can be really affordable also in terms of market and use cases for who want to use it. Also in terms of economics. So let me say some example. If I want to control something today in a wide-scale market, using a drone for controlling the system today is very expensive. So this kind of control can be done with different other techniques, no? Like helicopter or physical system with a video camera. If we implement technology that can be scalable and can be affordable into the market, today this kind of business can be different. So we can see a lot of new market and new opportunity into the market for digital transformation in this kind of sense. So today what I can see as a challenge is building technology. Today technology exists, as I said, no? There is a 5G that can be scalable into the market. There is also use of edge computing, AI, that can be scalable into the market. However, today, this kind of technology is not scalable in terms of public network. If you look at, for example, 5G technology, because I'm a mobile operator, so I can tell about it, 5G is built for intercepting community at low level, underground level, no? So if you look at the drone that need to fly at certain level of air system, network is not built for intercepting this kind of opportunity. So if we need a drone that needs certain latency bandwidth to be controlled and download data, today network is not capable to afford this kind of scenario. So we need to implement a new way to define the mobile network in order to intercept this kind of market. Can be done in different way, but this is a challenge. So if we build this kind of opportunity, this market can be, let's say, a market that can be addressable for startup or new markets or also big companies that want to intercept new opportunities.
Okay. Thank you, Luca. So we spoke about different things. If I remember everything, because you mentioned many things, regulation for sure, public acceptance, so the way of how people will perceive the services, scalability of the business, which is of course linked to the topic that you mentioned, that the service has to be affordable by the audience, by the people, safety, also linked with the public acceptance, and certification. These are more or less the main topics that have been discussed. I don't know, maybe we have 5 minutes for a couple of questions from the audience, if there are any. Okay, I don't see many hands raised. Okay, so I think that we can thank you very much for your availability and for your precious insights. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for all of the panelists. And now we have the new connection with the cage to meet the winning students of the DB race. Francesca, come vanno le cose? Abbiamo già i nomi dei vincitori. Aspettiamo il collegamento con la gabbia. Allora, ancora un attimo. E allora se il collegamento non è ancora pronto, possiamo avviarci. Ah, ecco Francesca, eccoci qui.
Prova 1, 2.
Ecco, abbiamo i vincitori, credo. Prego Francesca.
Sì, siamo qui ancora dalla gabbia, dove si sono concluse le gare previste per questa mattina. La premiazione è stata effettuata. Il miglior team, quindi il team che ha ottenuto il punteggio migliore rispetto ai tempi ottenuti in questa giornata, è il team dell'Istituto Augusto Righi di Taranto. La premiazione è avvenuta nella sala in cui è stata effettuata anche l'accoglienza delle nostre scuole, per le mani del dottor Giuseppe Acerno, presidente del distretto tecnologico dell'Aerospazio, e del dottor Esposito del distretto aerospaziale Campano. Ovviamente i ragazzi sono stati entusiasti di questa manifestazione, di questa prima giornata. Tanto è stato l'entusiasmo, tanta è stata la carica che ci hanno trasmesso, e probabilmente è proprio questo il significato più importante di questa giornata: dare anche ai ragazzi, dare anche agli studenti delle nostre scuole superiori, ricordo della Puglia, della Basilicata e della Campania, una motivazione in più, uno spunto in più anche di riflessione rispetto al loro futuro. Tante le prospettive, tanti sogni per il futuro di questi giovani. Speriamo di aver dato con questa giornata l'opportunità a qualcuno di loro di pensare che il settore dell'aerospazio può rappresentare effettivamente uno sbocco lavorativo anche per loro. Dalla gabbia è tutto, l'appuntamento è per domani, saranno 4 le scuole a sfidarsi nella competizione. Vi auguro una buona prosecuzione di lavori, per quello che mi riguarda è tutto, a domani.
Bye Francesca, see you tomorrow. Now it's the moment of the last panel of the morning. Also the moderator is Federico Mongelli. It's a panel about innovative aerial service, the way forward at the session 2.
Here we are for the second round of the panel. So please come Rocco Nanavecchia, Manager of Novel Technology Field at Pipistrel. Hi, Rocco. Then welcome to Giovanna Scardapane, Program Manager and Program Telespazio. Mauro Berzovini, Head of Partnership and Funding at Helicopter Division at Leonardo. Anurag Gupta, Business Strategist at Airbus Urban Mobility. And Massimiliano Mesenasco, Business Development Manager at Vodafone. Thank you very much for being here. I would go directly to the question. So, as previously, basically, for each one of you, we'll be investigating what are the main opportunities that you see on the advanced air mobility value chain, and then we speak about challenges and possible solutions. So I would start with the main opportunities that you see. Maybe Rocco, you can start.
Thank you, Federico, for the question. A belated good morning to everybody. I'm Rocco Nanavecchia from Pipistrel. Thanks, Federico, for the introduction. And I definitely love your question. It's always a pity that I only have a couple of minutes to talk about it, right? When it comes to advanced air mobility, usually I am amazed by the number of opportunities that have emerged to transform the way we move passenger and cargo, also to different locations, remote locations. Among the different opportunities, Pipistrel has shown already concrete interest and also commitment in delivering an environmentally friendly, digital and connected aerial cargo delivery solution. This together with a scaled UAS, autonomy UAS operation. Why cargo? So Pipistrel in cargo saw different opportunities. We should have a slide here to support my speech, but I can go ahead and say we saw different opportunities in cargo. Why this? First one, to sort out, to solve inefficiencies, but also the cost of the operation in the logistic industry, first. Second, also to create a path for public acceptance, to shift from cargo and eventually to passenger, that this was raised already in different panels, being one of the main challenges for advanced air mobility. Also to offer new solutions to underserved and unpopulated locations that are difficult to reach. And eventually, also the way how we do cargo. One of the opportunities that we're actually exploring and then we're actually trying to exploit is to change how we do cargo. Right now, cargo looks simple, but is not, okay? So if we want to move from a warehouse to another warehouse, most of the time we have to go through 2 trucks, so 2 people, and then maybe a plane to connect long distances. What we would like to do is actually to solve this with a solution and with help of the advanced air mobility, thanks to our NUA V300, that is an hybrid electric cargo unmanned drone, that is actually there to help this kind of market, this kind of opportunities, and this kind of logistics. We believe that solution like NUA V300 that can allow multiple and automatic point-to-point operation can actually increase the efficiency of current products and solutions, but at the same time have the same level of safety of the current means of transportation. So cargo is definitely something we are looking for, something we are trying to contribute to and help advancing the advanced air mobility.
Thank you, Rocco. Giovanna?
Good morning, thank you for this invitation. Telespazio is a joint venture between Leonardo and Thales and is one of the biggest players in satellite solutions and services. So also in advanced air mobility, our role is to provide services and provide technological solutions. In the framework of technological solution, I would like to point out two main goals that are the creation of an hybrid communication network that enables the communication between the ground segment and the aircraft in the airspace. The other goal would be to enable operation with higher risk thanks to GNSS service solution. Telespazio developed communication devices, they are called TPZ Air 100, that implementing a hybrid solution allow to have secure and reliable communication, both for manned and unmanned vehicles. They have also edge computing capabilities, so it's possible to run algorithm on board. Last week we had a demonstration in the framework of Glider project financed by Italian Space Agency when we demonstrated the positioning, the augmentation services for the positioning of drones. In the framework of technology, I would like also to mention the collaboration with Oil Chain for the provisioning of communication solution for the smart control tower for vertiports operator. Looking at the J information services instead, we have a long experience in Earth observation programs. And since in the last 5 years, we became a drone operator with the intent to integrate drone advantages into consolidated the process of private and public companies. Telespazio developed a software platform, a proprietary platform for drone mission management, T-Drones, that includes the whole end-to-end service chain, from the planning to the execution to the exploitation of data, but with the focus oriented to manage complex scenarios where the operational experience of Telespazio could be a plus. Today we are a drone operator with a certified safety management system, and we have several activities in many different domains, from infrastructure monitoring to agriculture, from law enforcement to land environmental monitoring. Thank you.
Thanks, Giovanna. Mauro, what about Leonardo?
Thank you. So, advanced air mobility is truly a revolution in the aviation industry. And what we imagine is traveling, let's say, in a fancy and very futuristic way from A to B, saving quite a lot of time. Speaking of time, I'm going to try and stay within the 3 minutes. There's a lot to say, though. We are envisioning this VCA, this vertical capable aircrafts, taking off and landing vertically and then cruising in airplane mode. It's a big challenge. There's a noise issue, there's the social acceptance issue, there's safety issues. But Leonardo, and specifically Aerostructure division and the helicopter division, are actively working from the, let's say, platform standpoint, from the product standpoint. Aerostructure is working for some of the startup OEMs out there, and the helicopter division being, let's say, the center of the capability for vertical flight, is doing their homework. Let's say we're doing our homework. Many of the building blocks of the innovative air mobility aircrafts are already part of our technological roadmap, such as the hybrid propulsion or the electric propulsion or new advanced materials and such. So we are actively working on putting together, platform and aircraft concepts, although, let's say, we're taking baby steps, if I can say that, towards that goal. We're not there to be, let's say, the first mover. We appreciate the effort of the pioneers out there, but we're in for the long run. And quoting our CEO, Professor Cingolani, we're not afraid to innovate, but we want to do it in a profitable way. Just the last 30 seconds for the opportunities. Advanced air mobility or innovative air mobility is not only about eVTOL and passenger transport, it's also about cargo transportation. And we are already, let's say, within a framework with Poste Italiane, we are already offering, let's say, a service that will start as a pilot in the next month to transport real mail, real packages from Naples to the Procida Island. And this is let's say, I think a groundbreaking revolution within the services that the national post and the national structure can offer to the public. And this will be, let's say, a step further, since Leonardo is already working with Poste Italiane with providing automated systems for the logistics and sortation and things like that. But bringing this from ground to air is truly revolutionary.
Thank you, Mauro. Anurag?
Hello. Yeah. So first of all, thanks a lot for inviting us to be part of this great event and being able to share the vision and the achievements that we as Airbus for AAM have been making or have made already. And thanks for our colleagues from DTA and the city and the region of Puglia and everybody who was involved in this great event. I think it's event like this is really, really important to promote AAM and to bring it to reality. So thanks for that. Jumping on, I mean, as I'm assuming that everybody over here knows what Airbus does with regards to our aerospace, ranging from space to helicopters to commercial and other activities. Here, I will try to focus a bit more on the AAM activities that we have been doing and the vision that we have. So focusing on AAM, we are an OEM, of course. We have been working with a lot of stakeholders across the entire value chain. And this is our key focus. This is the vision that we have. So to be an OEM, establish ourselves as OEM, but also support the development of entire ecosystem for the entire value chain. So that's one of our goals. As an OEM, we have been able to already complete test with more than 1,000 flights for 2 of our prototypes, namely City Airbus and Vahana. Beyond that, recently, if you've been following us, a couple of weeks ago, we have been able to also complete our 3rd prototype vehicle, which was the City Airbus Next Gen. And we will get into the flight test mode right now. I would say the activities are already ongoing, and we will achieve the first flight of the 3rd prototype, which is the City Airbus Next Gen, by the end of this year. So this is our vision when it comes to being an OEM, and this is the activities that we have been involved in. And beyond that, I think in terms of what we see for AAM as whole, we really believe that an ecosystem is needed and required to make it to reality. When we say it, we don't just use it as a buzzword. To be very honest with you, we have already been investing in Bavaria, in our hometown, in our home region, where we are doing world first and only end-to-end ecosystem, ranging with when I talk about ecosystem, what does it mean? It means engaging with local players, engaging with regulators, etc., to try and develop technologies to participate in projects together across the entire value chain, from vehicle to ATM, UTM, vertiports, and also customer integration. And this is exactly the vision that we have for Italy. And with this vision, we partnered with ITA Airways, the national flag carrier for Italy a couple of years ago. And we have already been successful in kickstarting this ecosystem now by onboarding 2 other local players, namely Enel, who is the energy supplier, and Urban V, who was whose representative Carlo was here in the last panel. So I think for us, when we talk about ecosystem, it's something that we really take to heart, and we want to develop it, because only with contributions from everyone, all the players across the value chain, this will become a reality. Otherwise, it will become something for the museums, and this is not what our goal is. Our goal is to bring it to people, to help the local ecosystem, to try and also support the local players when it comes to startups, etc. And that's how we see the ecosystem evolving for AAM.
Thank you, Honorable. Massimiliano?
So as Vodafone, we see 3 main areas, 3 main opportunities for our company and opportunities for contribution that we can bring to the ecosystem. So first of all, I need to talk about connectivity. So we run nationwide mobile telecommunication infrastructures. We run 5G infrastructures. And as my colleague Luca Cardone from Wind said in the previous session, of course, we will need to do some adjustments because right now, if you go a couple hundred meters above the ground with a mobile phone, you will not have service. But that's normal. But that's just why the current telco infrastructures are meant to connect our mobile phones that we use on the ground, not above ground. But of course, we run an infrastructure that can serve and is already serving for some tests, for some pilots, as a base to cover airways, to cover aerial corridors. Second point, in all the countries where we operate, we run an infrastructure of distributed edge computing, our distributed multi-access edge computing. This infrastructure can be used to deliver applications, to deliver low latency and high performance applications for the ecosystem of advanced air mobility. Particularly, it's an infrastructure that can be used, for instance, to deliver unmanned traffic management services. And the third point, the third opportunity that I would like to highlight, and this is to me quite important because we are already having several requests from different stakeholders in the air mobility ecosystem. It's about the real-time data, so the real-time analytics about the movements of people that in our vision today are the best data on which we could base dynamic no-fly zones, restricted areas, and these kind of applications and services. Because basically, what is, as of now, the best way to detect concentration of people in real time? It's to look at where mobile phones are. So those are basically our main opportunities.
Thank you. Rocco, what are the main challenges that you see?
I would like to follow up on what was previously said during this panel. Advanced air mobility is something that we need. It's indeed complex, but needs help of an entire ecosystem to progress. OEM system supplier are there, can do their work, but we need a full ecosystem to progress. And when I say that, I see advanced air mobility as a synonym of innovation. And now we saw in the past innovation in the aviation industry as mainly 2 key players that are the innovators, who actually can push the limit beyond what is possible today, but at the same time also early adopters, who drive the progress, refine the solution, and eventually also validate the credibility, creating a positive domino effect. As of today, I believe that in the ecosystem, innovators are already there, system suppliers are there, services are there. What is missing a bit, I think, are the early adopters who can embrace the innovation, exploit the solution, make a business out of it, and actually show, validate credibility, driving, therefore, the progress, right? Why are they important? Why am I stressing out on early adopters? They can act as innovation catalysts. They can act as feedback providers. That's very important for a new industry, for new products that are coming to the market. But at the same time, they are market validator. Doing all this at the same time, they are starting the learning path. They are also creating a competitive advantage. And they are also paving the way for a widespread adoption of all these solutions that are being developed. So why is this happening? In my opinion, it is because advanced air mobility is doing a great job for public acceptance. But we need to work a bit more to make who is out there, who is looking at advanced air mobility, that most of the solutions that are already being developed need early adopters, because they can be already profitable at the same time. In particular, when we speak about UAS, when we speak about the solution and the opportunities to the UAS, regulation has been made in such a way that through SORA and through the new European regulation 2019-947, specific category of operation allow already business. And this will be extremely helpful to progress the innovation and to progress what we're actually doing in advanced air mobility. How do we plan to overcome these challenges? At Pipistrel, we strongly believe in the power of demonstration. Sometimes only showing something, you move people's mindset. That is most of the time the biggest hurdle. So we will keep pursuing in this way, also through the power of CESAR-3 joint undertaking, through the power of this research project that were also mentioned by Eurocontrol earlier. Because in this way, we believe we will be able to showcase solutions, showcase opportunities, and at the same time have a de-risking path towards the final operation. Thanks.
Thank you. Joanna?
Thank you. I would like to mention three aspects. First, the exploitation of the BVLOS possibilities and opportunities offered by BVLOS. We recently received by ENAC the authorization specific generic for BVLOS operation in infrastructure monitoring, and we plan to extend it also to the medical delivery use case in the framework of ULCAM project. We intend to benefit from the interaction between T-drones and TPZ Air 100 communication device to remotely pilot drones. The second aspect is related to one-to-many operations. We had a demonstration in partnership with Leonardo and supported by ENAC of functionalities that enable one-to-many operation, intended one pilot that has in charge several drones, to assess the feasibility of these opportunities also in T-drones platform. The third one concerns the risk of operation. As a drone operator, we face the importance to assess correctly the risk of our operation. What we did, we decided to implement a tool inside T-drones for the strategical planning. in the sense to, we aim to run the feasibility of the vision operation intended to considering the time constraint, the geographical position of the plots, the capabilities of drones, the number of pilots, to analyze the feasibility of this scenario, to find out the minimum number of pilots involved, and to assess the ground and air risk of operation. And after that, to find out the route that could minimize the risk of operation itself. Now we already had received by ENAC the approval on the layers relevant to the evaluation of the ground risk for what concerns the density, the population density, and we plan to continue it for all the ground and air layers. Thank you.
Same question, right?
Yes,
Okay.
what are the challenges?
All right, so straight to the point, I could mention some technological challenges, such as, you know, the battery is 15 times less energy dense than traditional fuel. Or, you know, you have a weight challenge due to the rulemaking and the safety requirements, then you need to add, you know, systems and redundancy, and this is weight, and you're going to lose maybe one passenger seat to afford this. But I think the main challenge that I want to mention is the profitability. The profitability, you know, means what's the cost per kilometer per seat, and who can afford it. And this goes hand in hand with the social acceptance. So I socially accept something if I can be a user of that something, you know. So truly the cost per mile or the cost per kilometer is the true driver of the profitability of this business. If this ends up being something for, you know, the high class, then you'll see a lot of the so-called NIMBYs, that not in my backyard people, that, you know, I don't want this operating in my area if I cannot afford it. And so the DOC, what's so-called the DOC, the direct operative cost, is probably the driver number one. In the first years, and I will conclude, in the first years, this will be much higher than it could be in the future. Also, given the fact that at first, you know, we want these things piloted, or, you know, the tendency is to have a pilot on board, and the pilot costs money, a lot of money, because it's not an operator, it's a true pilot. So you know, in order to be affordable, there's a different paradigm compared to the traditional aviation world. This is more similar to the automotive industry, where you mass produce your vehicles and you can truly cut, you know, on the cost, not cutting on safety. So just ending with a black humor joke, if you want, you know, we want this thing cheap, but we're not going to use a controller of a game station. You know, the last time that someone did it, the submersible, it did not end up well. So we're not cutting on safety, but we want to cut on cost. It's a long time span.
Thank you. Anurag?
Yeah, I mean, the reason why we hear the same things with respect to the challenges is because everybody here is kind of facing the same. There are a lot of challenges, but it boils down to a couple of them. For example, public acceptance. I think this is really core when it comes to this industry. We hear more and again by the cities where it's going to be launched, where people are like not yet onboarded, or people have not been carried onto the journey for launching it. And I think this is one of the biggest challenges, that it is for the people, it is for the community. So they have to be in the channel through the authorities of the cities, for example, or maybe the regulatory bodies. So I think this is one of the biggest issue, is to how do we already start onboarding people and making them understand what this technology can actually bring. And that is one of the reasons why we are actually focusing, one of the use cases is on air medical services, because this has, as per many studies, even through EASA and others, that one of the first use cases could be this one, because this is going to benefit people, and it becomes then easy for people to contemplate on why it is beneficial to them. So hence, we have already, as Airbus, trying to act on it, the public acceptance piece. Besides this, I mean, we see that there are developments, a lot of it, when it comes to the OEMs. The vehicles are evolving. With regards to vertiports, the number of players are increasing, and there are new technologies coming in. But I think it's really important that we also focus a lot on the other aspects of the value chain. For example, customer integration. For example, ATM, UTM, even the operations, etc. So I think these are the key pillars that have to parallelly evolve for us to see commercial flights happening in, I don't know, in Grottalia or Bari or anywhere in the world. So I think it's really important that all of the techno bricks and all the value chain aspects evolve at the same pace and get to a right maturity level for everything to come together and launch it into commercial services. Yeah.
Well, very quickly, two main concerns from my side. One, a bit more general regarding the industry, and one a bit more specific to the telco industry. So from a general perspective, as a company, we are advocating since 2020 already towards the British government for implementing an operational, a real-life unmanned traffic management system. And on our side, we would welcome any intervention, any action from regulatory bodies to start creating, building, and operating the infrastructure for advanced air mobility. And as we did, and we are still doing for infrastructure in the railway industry, for instance, as a telco, we are more than available to cooperate to any effort in this direction. The second point, which is a bit more specific to us, to our business, but here I think I can speak not just as Vodafone, but as an industry, as a category. As I mentioned, we run infrastructures wherever we operate, and we use those infrastructures to provide the service for connecting our mobile phones. And those services are not always perceived as able to provide mission-critical services, mission-critical applications. The fact that we run an infrastructure that is providing non-critical services, which are the services for consumer, for our mobile phones, it doesn't mean that this infrastructure cannot provide mission-critical services and support mission-critical applications. So there are already some countries, for instance the UK, where the blue light services, the blue lights, so ambulances, fire department, mission-critical communications, are supported by the public network of a telco. On our side, we are already putting together a good deal of experience in working with, for instance, last September with the NATO and several NATO navies to pilot the connectivity of UAVs and other vehicles to enable future use cases, and also to prove that the mobile infrastructure, being it the public infrastructure or a dedicated mobile infrastructure, can provide all the needed reliability to support any mission-critical application in the aerospace industry.
Thank you. I'm happy to see that more or less the challenges and the points that emerged during this panel are aligned with the previous one. So speaking about acceptance of the service, technology, cooperation along the value chain, and also profitability. Profitability, of course, is key in order to create something that is sustainable for everyone. Do you have any question, Q&A, anything you want to add? no question. So thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity and for your availability.
Thank you.
Grazie Federico Mongelli. Solo un messaggio lampo: i lavori del programma del meeting riprendono alle 14:30. Grazie, a dopo. Good afternoon. I will start the afternoon session of the meeting, and it's a moment of the demo, and I call on the stage Silvano Capuzzo. Silvano, prego, possiamo andare.
Bene, buongiorno a tutti, buon pomeriggio. Parte ora la seconda fase delle dimostrazioni. La faremo in italiano perché credo che non ci siano problemi a farla in italiano. Questa fase vedrà 3 dimostrazioni, di cui la prima che sta per partire sarà svolta da Aeroporti di Puglia e da TOView, che io invito in palco, nelle persone di Alessandra Potì e di Francesco Russo. Prego. Sedetevi. Voi avete le sedie. Ma il microfono a voi? Ok, siamo pronti. La dimostrazione che sta partendo viene eseguita sulla pista dell'aeroporto di Grottaglie. È una normale attività di routine che viene svolta da Aeroporti di Puglia per controllare lo stato della pista e la sua agibilità. In aggiunta, quest'oggi viene sperimentato il controllo della pista eseguito in contemporanea con un drone di TOView pilotato da bordo della vettura che sta percorrendo la pista. Questo per aumentare la visibilità laterale anche sulla pista e rilevare eventualmente oggetti a bordo pista che normalmente è più difficile rilevare con la sola vettura che percorre la pista. Qui vicino a me ci sono Alessandra Potì di Aeroporti di Puglia e Francesco Russo di TOView. Io partirei con Alessandra che ci spiega velocemente qual è l'attività di routine che viene svolta e eventualmente l'indicazione come mai testare anche una nuova attività con un drone pilotato da bordo della vostra vettura.
Sì, salve. Noi praticamente effettuiamo delle ispezioni di pista perché sono previste dal manuale di aeroporto e danno l'agibilità della pista. Devono essere effettuate 4 ispezioni ordinarie e poi possono essere effettuate anche delle ispezioni straordinarie. E sicuramente la visibilità che consente anche il drone di vista anche laterale, quindi vista dall'alto, è sicuramente più efficace di quello che può essere un'ispezione effettuata dall'auto con la visibilità comunque di un essere umano e quindi direttamente a vista.
Niente, non sto vedendo niente, nessuna immagine. Bene, adesso vediamo la componente aerea del controllo. Francesco Russo ci illustra brevemente come è l'operatività, perché l'elemento significativo di questa dimostrazione è una control room che è in movimento e gestisce evidentemente un drone che anche lui è sulla pista. Prego Francesco.
Grazie Silvano. Sì, abbiamo visto appunto, stiamo vedendo il drone che è decollato, sta effettuando l'operazione, il nostro pilota è a bordo della vettura che l'aeroporto solitamente utilizza per questo tipo di attività e appunto quello che intendiamo dimostrare è replicando quello che è l'operatività normale svolta a terra, replicarla con il drone dimostrandone l'efficacia e anche le prospettive che può avere per potenziare questo servizio, ecco, magari raddoppiando le attività e velocizzandole, perché ricordiamo che questo tipo di attività quando vengono svolte bloccano il traffico aeroportuale, e il drone velocizzandole potrebbe ridurre questi tempi di blocco della pista, di chiusura della pista, e quindi appunto aumentare anche l'efficienza aeroportuale. Appunto l'attività va a ricalcare in termini di tempi e velocità quella che è l'attività a terra, quindi stiamo parlando di un'attività che dura all'incirca 15 minuti per un'ispezione, potremmo dire andata e ritorno, quindi da 3,2 km all'andata e 3,2 km al ritorno, quindi sono circa 7 km di pista di ispezionata da entrambi i lati, quindi un'operazione che potete immaginare richiede una certa attenzione, e una pista anche dell'aeroporto di Grottaglie, che anche possiamo definire anche abbastanza grande, se pensate che un aeroporto come l'aeroporto di Napoli ha una pista insomma più breve di circa 600 metri, quindi l'aeroporto di Grottaglie ha una struttura che comunque è importante. Con il drone l'idea è quella di aumentarne appunto l'efficienza nell'utilizzo, e questa attività è svolta nell'ambito di un progetto che stiamo portando avanti in questi mesi, un progetto finanziato dall'Agenzia dell'Unione Europea per lo Spazio, EUSPA. Questo progetto si chiama Certiflight e appunto include nei suoi casi d'uso anche l'ispezione aeroportuale, e appunto il drone è equipaggiato con un tracker, un dispositivo IoT che comunica la posizione del drone. L'elemento caratteristico di questo transponder è l'utilizzo di una tecnologia che appunto va a mitigare i fenomeni di spoofing, quindi di contraffazione della posizione, e che abbinato a un sistema che appunto è la blockchain consente di congelare le posizioni e ovviamente il tempo dell'ispezione, e appunto noi certifichiamo questa attività che appunto immaginiamo, ecco, nell'ambito aeroportuale sia importante certificare il luogo e l'ora dell'ispezione, facilitando anche un'attività di registro di quelle che sono le attività di ispezione. E ecco, stiamo vedendo appunto il drone. Oltre a questo ovviamente c'è il discorso del tracciamento della posizione per la gestione dello spazio aereo. Attualmente insomma questo transponder, questo tracker consente di comunica con D-Flight, l'alter ego in ambito droni di ENAV, per appunto mostrare la posizione del drone a tutti gli operatori nelle vicinanze, e appunto vediamo che insomma, ecco, sta concludendo la prima fase di andata e sta ricominciando l'attività, e appunto questa attività è fatta a circa 40 metri di altezza, quindi dal suolo, e appunto insomma riusciremo l'idea è di dare un aiuto a quella che è l'attività di controllo pista.
Bene, Quindi è un qualcosa che deve diventare chiaramente ancora operativo, ma rivolgendomi ad Aeroporto di Puglia, questo cosa significa? Che c'è un'ipotesi in futuro di eliminare l'ispezione via macchina, chiaramente dopo la certificazione e l'autorizzazione del profilo di missione che stiamo vedendo, avendo anche la possibilità di interventi magari molto più rapidi, molto più veloci. Ci sarà il problema, vabbè, che voi non avete, ma che altri aeroporti hanno, di ispezione notturna, e quindi ci sarà l'esigenza, diciamo, di sperimentare e certificare un nuovo modo di osservare la pista, che credo abbia il vantaggio di poter vedere non solo l'asfalto o l'area di pista, ma anche i bordi laterali, chiaramente in funzione della quota di volo del drone e delle sue caratteristiche dei sensori.
Sì, certamente questo è un progetto interessante sicuramente, che dà la possibilità di poter visualizzare dall'alto tutte le aree e quindi avere più contezza visiva effettivamente di quello che c'è sia sulla pista che sulle strip.
Qui, se ho capito bene, c'è comunque un problema anche di certificazione dell'immagine, del dato che viene rilevato, sia come validità temporale dell'osservazione, ma soprattutto come validità spaziale, posizionamento dei vari elementi osservati, georeferenziazione, per evidentemente avere sempre un puntuale elemento di riferimento per qualsiasi attività che debba essere fatta, sia quella di recuperare attraverso altri sistemi, e questo lo vedremo domani, no? Certo. Con la dimostrazione di domani, e sia attraverso indicazioni di qualsiasi genere che possono essere date alla direzione dell'aeroporto per gli interventi del caso.
Sì, diciamo che Certiflight, la certificazione della posizione la immaginiamo anche in funzione, ecco, delle prospettive di drone, di utilizzo autonomo, no, dei droni, quindi una prospettiva che fa della posizione una chiave sia per i dati, quindi diciamo la raccolta dati, ma anche appunto la sicurezza in volo, perché la posizione sarà l'unico elemento che consentirà ad altri nelle vicinanze di capire che lì si sta effettuando un'operazione che, ecco, in prospettiva sarà un'operazione che il drone potrà svolgere in maniera autonoma, e quindi avere la certezza della posizione, comunque avere posizioni che siano maggiormente attendibili, è un qualcosa che appunto dà maggiori garanzie anche allo sviluppo di questi servizi autonomi e ovviamente anche dello spazio aereo circostante.
Io credo, chiedo conferma, ci sarà anche un meccanismo di acquisizione e gestione delle immagini per sviluppare sistemi intelligenti che possano individuare magari anche quello, utilizzando sensori magari all'infrarosso, utilizzare sensori multispettrali, oggetti che l'occhio umano messo sulla vettura probabilmente ha qualche difficoltà di individuare, quindi un beneficio non solo nella rapidità, nella velocità, ma anche nell'efficacia dell'azione che viene svolta.
Sì, immaginiamo che il potenziale è un potenziale infinito, perché, ecco, il drone, conosciamo, può essere equipaggiato con sensoristica di più vario genere, e ovviamente a questa sensoristica si possono abbinare anche software di riconoscimento delle anomalie, quindi un addestramento anche della macchina che in futuro appunto potrebbe aiutare, insomma, e perfezionare queste attività, imparando lei stessa quali sono le anomalie e quindi sapendole riconoscere e segnalandole poi al personale che si occupa di risolverle.
Quindi c'è C'è anche un aspetto di progresso nell'acquisizione e manipolazione dei dati che non è un fattore secondario.
Sì, infatti sì, questa ovviamente è una dimostrazione, ma il concetto è appunto dare in prospettiva quello che potrebbe essere un'evoluzione autonoma dell'attività.
Ok, lo dovremmo fare senza creare costi aggiuntivi agli aeroporti di Puglia, perché questi verranno scaricati sugli utenti, quindi mi auguro che questo vada anche nella direzione di ridurre i costi dei biglietti. Ne facciamo prendere atto a Alessandra che noi vorremmo anche questo. Grazie della vostra partecipazione e adesso proseguiamo con la demo successiva.
Grazie.
Grazie.
Allora, la dimostrazione successiva è una dimostrazione un po' più complessa perché coinvolge tre momenti significativi nella stessa missione ed è per questo viene definita una missione intermodale, nel senso che verranno utilizzati tre veicoli diversi per effettuare la missione. La missione simula un trasporto, diciamo, di urgenza, potrebbe essere una medicina, ma potrebbe anche essere un organo per un trapianto o per qualsiasi altro intervento clinico importante ed urgenza, che viene reperito lontano dalla sede dove il malato c'è e attraverso un sistema di utilizzo di un veicolo manned, di un veicolo a manned e di una vettura viene poi recapitato al punto dove verrà utilizzato, si farà l'intervento sul paziente. Questa prima fase noi vedremo l'inizio di questa attività e lo vedremo con la partecipazione della Marina Militare, che chiaramente sarà qui rappresentata dal comandante di fregata Gabriele Parmigiani, che sarà l'ente che mette a disposizione l'elicottero per la fase iniziale del volo, e da Giuseppe Tortora di Avizero, prego, comandatevi, che sarà la realtà che ha ricevuto il contenitore, lo installa sotto il drone e lo recapita. In questo caso lo recapita a Taranto, all'interno della città di Taranto, dove il contenitore verrà rilevato dalla Polizia di Stato e verrà trasportato in modo simulato chiaramente in questa fase presso un ospedale dove verrà effettuato il suo utilizzo. Bene, il coinvolgimento in questo caso dell'aviazione
Forze aeree della Marina.
Il potere aereo della Marina è un elemento importante in una missione umanitaria, no? Cioè, quindi chiaramente questo dà un senso anche nuovo all'utilizzo, perché qui stiamo facendo una dimostrazione integrata, probabilmente la Marina è abituata o l'aeronautica sono abituati a trasporti diretti, punto punto. Qui invece vogliamo vedere, poi ci sono dei punti dove è difficile anche andare a raggiungere, no? Ospedali dove non si può atterrare, sì. Cose di questo genere. Noi simuliamo la prima fase con un elicottero, ma su distanze anche più lunghe tranquillamente potrebbe essere un velivolo dalla fissa che svolge la stessa missione.
Sì, se mi permette, infatti questa è una delle missioni, quello che viene detto il dual use delle forze armate, di cui anche la Marina ovviamente ne fa parte, che è quello di dare supporto anche a queste missioni non prettamente militari. La Marina, come le altre forze armate, è coinvolta al 100% anche in queste missioni, e quindi trasporti sanitari come di questo tipo, come anche il ricerca e soccorso, sono, non dico all'ordine del giorno, ma fanno parte del bagaglio culturale delle forze aeree della Marina in questo caso. Quindi adesso noi stiamo simulando appunto nello scenario che l'elicottero in realtà sta decollando adesso, ma nella realtà potrebbe essere decollato magari qualche ora fa da qualche altro punto, e ovviamente il mezzo aereo aerorotante grazie alla sua versatilità e alla sua maneggevolezza, può atterrare, in questo caso in un aeroporto, ma potrebbe atterrare in un altro punto, in una piazzola di un ospedale, in un campo di calcio, quindi accorciando le distanze e quindi di conseguenza i tempi che nello scenario che stiamo giocando, trasporto sanitario, minori sono i tempi, come dicono gli americani, più siamo nella golden hour e meglio abbiamo, quindi maggiori sono le possibilità che la persona sopravviva e quindi ne abbia beneficio.
La missione di AB0 ha posto particolare attenzione, missione industriale, no, di impresa di AB0 ha posto particolare attenzione anche non solo all'utilizzo del drone, ma alla realizzazione di un contenitore che desse le dovute garanzie che il materiale normalmente delicato e che deve essere trattato con tante regole e in modo definito possa essere durante possa non subire danni o danneggiamenti durante questi vari passaggi, no?
Esatto. Sì, noi nasciamo come realtà AB0 che sviluppa un contenitore intelligente dotato di intelligenza artificiale che permette di monitorare quello che succede durante una missione di trasporto. Missione che può avvenire con mezzi tradizionali, mezzi aerei come quelli della Marina, che ringrazio, è un onore per noi essere qui anche grazie a DTA, può favorire un trasporto multimodale, intermodale del sistema. Questo garantendo un unico contenitore che possa essere adatto ad essere trasportato su più mezzi. Fra questi mezzi ovviamente noi ci integreremo dopo l'atterraggio dell'elicottero della Marina in un contesto in cui sarà poi il bene sarà trasferito attraverso questa capsula intelligente, questo contenitore su un drone che sarà guidato ovviamente sotto la supervisione umana, ma sarà guidato proprio dalla smart capsule, quindi un pezzo di intelligenza lo usiamo per cercare di garantire la sicurezza del volo in maniera ulteriore. Chiaramente dal Coordination and Control Center di DTA ci sono organizzati i piloti remoti che saranno sempre in connessione umana con il sistema. Il sistema decollerà dall'aeroporto, quindi dalla piazzola qui di fronte, attraverso una rotta abbastanza rettilinea si sposterà sul Mar Piccolo, alle sorgenti naturali. Da lì ci sposteremo sul Mar Piccolo e abbiamo pensato di attraversare il ponte di Punta Penna passando sotto. Questo chiaramente per un sistema automatico che tenderà al sistema autonomo è un vantaggio perché ci evita di chiudere strade così importanti. Chiaramente questo deve avvenire in coordinamento con gli enti coinvolti, è stata un'attività molto, molto importante che abbiamo portato avanti. Chiaramente questo è l'ultimo pezzo. L'arrivo è previsto nella città di Taranto su una piattaforma galleggiante abbastanza molto stabile, direi, di dimensioni contenute. Praticamente il sistema è in grado di atterrare in 2 metri per 2. Questo è permesso grazie a un sistema di atterraggio intelligente che individua un marker, speriamo appunto di poterlo vedere nel percorso.
Lo vedremo nella fase successiva perché ci vuole un po' di tempo arrivare a Taranto.
Un po' di tempo ci vuole, chiaramente sapete che i sistemi droni hanno diverse caratteristiche, insomma. Vediamo l'elicottero
che sta rullando per portarsi al successivo decollo.
Sì. È chiaro che noi stiamo facendo una dimostrazione simulata, no? Quindi l'elicottero, per dire che arriva da lontano, essendo l'elicottero di base qui, deve comunque andare in volo, fare un giro e poi presentarsi sulla pista. Quindi stiamo ancora preparando la missione vera, ma appena l'elicottero sarà in volo, si avvicinerà, potremo vedere le fasi di scambio del contenitore e di partenza del drone.
Esatto, il lavoro di coordinamento è importantissimo, soprattutto per le persone non esperte come noi dell'ambiente diciamo aeronautico vero, diciamo, quindi non smetto di ringraziare tutta DTA e la Marina per questa attività congiunta, che chiaramente è una prima demo che permetterà poi magari di attivare secondo lo stesso principio dei percorsi simili in altri scenari, assolutamente.
Ok, questo mentre ci dicono di perdere tempo perché l'elicottero è veloce ma non troppo nel decollare. Cioè questo chiaramente oggi è una dimostrazione di un volo fatto con materiale, anche se organico, evidentemente di ridotte dimensioni. Ma discorsi di questo genere, chiaramente con macchine diverse, l'SH90 va bene anche per trasportare una persona, il drone di AB0 ancora no, potrebbe essere una soluzione domani che per condizioni di emergenza, magari in senso invertito, no? Difficoltà di raggiungere la persona, non lo so, ferita in condizioni critiche, in zone dove l'elicottero ha difficoltà ad operare, ha difficoltà ad atterrare, mentre il drone può essere più facilitato a questo tipo di operazioni. Stiamo parlando di scenari che dovremo chiaramente disegnare in futuro, sui quali dovremo fare delle riflessioni, però questa dimostrazione di oggi vuole dare il senso di un inizio di un percorso per andare in quella direzione. Ci vorrà tanta sperimentazione, ci vorranno tante regole modificate rispetto alle regole attuali di volo sia dei droni che degli apparecchi pilotati. Comunque questo è un obiettivo importante che anche come distretto si vuole portare avanti, si vuole sviluppare proprio per acquisizione di quella necessaria conoscenza a definire nuovi modelli e nuove procedure.
Sicuramente sì, alcuni soprattutto per quanto riguarda la ricerca e il soccorso anche in zona operativa, si sta pensando, visti i nuovi teatri bellici dove comunque non è così facile, diciamo, far penetrare un altro elicottero per andare a recuperare persone che sono rimaste isolate, usare appunto dei vettori, quindi diciamo quelli che vengono comunemente chiamati taxi aerei, in maniera ovviamente impropria in questo caso, però modificati per andare a recuperare la persona isolata e farla rientrare in sicurezza, non mettendo a rischio ovviamente altre vite. Stessa cosa può essere pensata anche in campo civile per il SAR puro, pensare a un alpinista che rimane isolato su una montagna in condizioni meteorologiche avverse, questa potrebbe essere un'idea su quale fare uno studio, quindi mandare un drone, chiamiamolo drone impropriamente, ma un mezzo, diciamo, quello che Urban Air Mobility, come viene detto ai giorni d'oggi, che vada lì, lo recuperi e lo faccia rientrare in sicurezza e permetta anche una comunicazione tra l'infortunato o la persona che rimane, appunto, si è persa, con l'eventuale centrale di controllo.
No, è chiaro che questo implica anche una revisione delle regole di impegno e di ingaggio dei sistemi, no? Il fatto di coinvolgere una stessa piattaforma in una missione militare che ha delle, chiamiamole, libertà che la parte civile, l'aviazione civile non ha, dovrebbe comunque poi essere integrato, perché chiaramente le due cose poi dovranno camminare assieme, e quindi anche sotto questo aspetto una spinta affinché gli enti regolatori entrambi magari incomincino a parlarsi bene, primo passo, ma incomincino anche a formulare regole e a formulare procedure che tengano conto di questi fatti applicativi, no? Cioè, qui c'è una complessità, perché probabilmente oggi i casi di intervento della Marina non sono così frequenti, ma in un meccanismo di sviluppo di questo concetto, quello che è l'utilizzo d'urgenza di un'ambulanza domani potrebbe essere modificato e trasformato in utilizzo di un drone per un certo percorso e su distanze più lunghe, ove è richiesta una specializzazione, di un veicolo pilotato di qualsiasi genere.
Sì, sicuramente è questo lo sviluppo. L'elicottero intanto è decollato, lo possiamo vedere,
allora
che sta compiendo il circuito per poi portarsi all'atterraggio. Vi
faremo vedere la procedura intermedia di questa missione. L'elicottero è in volo, chiaramente a bordo ha il suo contenitore, mentre sul raccordo che va sulla pista di Grottaglie è già pronto il drone di AB0 con la sua struttura per caricare il contenitore e poi partire. Questo, ecco, metto il dito nella piaga. Se ci fosse qualcuno degli enti regolatori mi accuserebbe di approfittarne, ma per esempio oggi noi questa missione la dobbiamo fare per segmenti separati, cioè in volo il sistema manned valgono le regole dell'aria. Per far decollare il sistema unmanned non valgono le regole dell'aria, ma non può decollare perché ci sono le regole dell'aria operative. Quindi in questa sequenza, per esempio, voi vedrete che l'elicottero a terra scarica il contenitore, ma prima che il drone si alzi, se la sequenza è eseguita correttamente, l'elicottero deve rialzarsi e allontanarsi dalla zona operativa. Tutto questo chiaramente in un momento in cui stiamo mettendo a punto procedure e missioni per non perdere tempo è una perdita di tempo. Ecco, questo è un ambito sul quale probabilmente bisognerà ragionare in futuro per comprendere come regolarlo e come definirlo nel modo corretto. Comunque, godiamoci l'atterraggio dell'elicottero, ci deve essere anche un po' di vento.
Facendo la flare e sta atterrando.
A lei commentarlo.
Sì, adesso è in flare, si sta portando in over, ovviamente sta atterrando, ecco, sul punto, e adesso venta al suolo e si appresta quindi a portare il carico pagante, come viene detto.
Il carico pagante è il termine aeronautico.
È un'emozione, quindi noi di AB0 lasciamo poi per la fase successiva per semplificarla, quindi ci saranno delle procedure, appunto anche noi abbiamo bisogno di tempo in questa fase, chiaramente, per mettere tutto a punto e per farvelo godere, diciamo, perché è semplice, sarebbe più semplice fuori da questo contesto, nel senso che ora i ragazzi stanno preparando il materiale, abbiamo dovuto allontanare il drone perché chiaramente c'è un po' di vento, no?
L'operatore di volo sta scendendo e con come si chiama?
Smart Capsule,
con la Smart Capsule in mano, e lo sta portando, diciamo, al successivo operatore, ecco.
Sì. È un'emozione. Questa è proprio la procedura che si fa, il bene medicale è già inserito nella Smart Capsule e questa procedura avviene in ambiente ovviamente protetto, di laboratorio, viene inserito il bene e questa azione può essere fatta semplicemente anche dal personale medico, cioè chi non ha esperienza di veicoli unmanned, proprio per cercare di andare incontro a quello che è la Urban Air Mobility, cioè permettere a persone, diciamo, che non hanno magari in prima persona la possibilità e la capacità di utilizzare mezzi complessi, noi cerchiamo come AB0 di semplificare questo processo. Ora la capsula è lì, verrà abbandonata, verrà raccolta da un nostro operatore che lo inserirà il bene, aggancerà questo payload, questo contenitore al di sotto del drone. Chiaramente ora ci sono tutti i tempi tecnici per far ridecollare l'elicottero probabilmente. Dopo l'aggancio poi inizierà la nostra procedura che sarà gestita, la cosa bella è che sarà gestita da me qui, lo faremo proprio in diretta, diciamo, con un cellulare che sarà in mano di fatto al personale medico, al personale o ai militari della Marina o a qualsiasi utilizzatore nello scenario. Si esegue una procedura molto semplice, guidata, ovviamente modificabile, che ci permette di fatto di attivare il sistema in maniera sicura e anche senza essere sul posto. Chiaramente Sul posto ci sono i nostri osservatori, i nostri piloti dal centro di controllo, e quindi poi si svolgerà tutta la missione. Ci hanno detto forse di aspettare qualche minuto perché l'elicottero si deve allontanare.
Sì, probabilmente
dalla
sì,
zona.
sicuramente sono coordinati così per motivi di sicurezza, che ovviamente se ci fosse personale anche addestrato, questo è uno scenario, potrebbe avvicinarsi anche, anche sotto all'aeromobile direttamente, quindi queste sono cose che poi... Normalmente sì, il personale paramedico, anche i vigili del fuoco, protezione civile, alcuni sono addestrati, quindi possono farlo.
Quindi abbiamo questo aggancio, chiaramente probabilmente ci ricordiamo un volo, un altro decollo forse. No, è partito?
È decollato.
Ok.
No, è ancora a terra.
Ah,
Sì, no,
ok.
ancora
Ok, è lì. No, è ovviamente emozionante. Chiaramente questa è la difficoltà che si menzionava prima dell'interazione tra i due temi manned e unmanned, cioè quando c'è un pilota a bordo abbiamo la sicurezza dell'addestramento, della capacità di figure del genere. Intanto il drone si sta posizionando sulla nostra piattaforma, chiaramente questo è il passaggio che potrà essere evitato grazie a appunto addestramenti di questo tipo. Vediamo un po' come si svolge. Il sistema, dicevo, nella missione di oggi è programmato per muoversi ad una velocità abbastanza importante per un drone, che è circa 13 metri al secondo, sono circa 45 km orari, ovviamente in linea d'aria. Questo chiaramente taglia i tempi. Il drone nella sua capacità può arrivare anche a 65 km orari, quindi chiaramente ci siamo settati in queste condizioni. Quindi diciamo ripartiamo da questo punto in cui una delle persone di AB0, Donatello Amicone, sta iniziando la procedura che un personale paramedico potrebbe eseguire. C'è un po' di movimento, chiaramente anche ai fini di diffusione di questo messaggio, chiaramente ci sono dei tempi necessari, però chiaramente... Ah, c'è ancora l'elicottero, interessantissimo. La capsula ovviamente c'è anche un passaggio in auto, e quindi questo dimostra un po' l'intermodalità, la multimodalità del nostro dispositivo. È un po' quello il concetto, cioè è difficile che un drone possa volare sempre, in qualsiasi condizione meteo anche. Quindi quello che abbiamo immaginato di fare come AB0 è cercare di realizzare un dispositivo che potesse essere staccato dal drone e comunque in grado di garantire il bene medicale a bordo, la qualità a bordo, e possa effettivamente poi garantire l'utilizzo.
Abbiamo perso i mezzi terrestri. No, comunque l'importante, al di là chiaramente dei tempi, no? Noi stiamo sempre parlando di missioni sperimentali, quindi di elementi che vengono condotti per segmento. Chiaramente quando tutto questo sarà operativo sul serio bisognerà fare una corretta analisi dei tempi morti, una corretta eliminazione di questi, no? Perché il vantaggio del tempo deve essere considerato in tutte le fasi della missione che viene svolta. Chiaramente adesso il drone è pronto per acquisire il pacco, credo che le operazioni di installazione del pacco possano essere veloci. Abbiamo i fotografi in pista e i fotografi in sala, cioè come vedete l'elemento pubblicitario è fondamentale, ma questo comunque deve essere tenuto in considerazione. Vediamo se non si perdono per l'aeroporto.
La cosa che fa sorridere è chiaramente, se fosse una cosa reale saremmo stati molto più veloci, chiaramente.
L'elicottero intanto sta decollando.
Adesso l'elicottero per le regole attuali, deve andare via, perché non sarebbe possibile il decollo con un velivolo pilotato militare di un drone civile nello stesso spazio, e quindi adesso c'è la libertà del drone di poter volare. Come vedete, oltre al trasporto del contenitore abbiamo trasportato anche i fotografi, ma questo nella realtà non succederà, o non dovrebbe succedere, ce lo auguriamo per la velocità della missione. Quindi ecco, il contenitore viene
Esatto, questa
installato.
è l'unica parte diciamo che sarà fatta, forse gliela faranno ripetere 80.000 volte, intanto abbiamo perso
un bel po' di tempo.
Sì, l'aggancio è molto semplice, è praticamente innestata un meccanismo a slitta sul drone, molto standard, ovviamente può essere di tipi diversi, si innestano anche i collegamenti elettronici fra il drone e la capsula, proprio per garantire questa ridondanza, che è un termine molto importante in questo ambiente, dei sistemi. Considerate che ovviamente il sistema viene attivato appunto appena mi portano il telefono da un telefono cellulare con un'app proprietaria. Chiaramente ci sono diversi sistemi di ridondanza che permettono di garantire il funzionamento dal normale radiocomando, che però dopo qualche chilometro chiaramente perde il link principale. I link per noi sono link secondari quelli in realtà, il link principale è garantito da 2 connessioni internet e ancora meglio dalla capsula che è fisicamente agganciata al drone attraverso diversi sistemi, quindi stiamo cercando di ottimizzare e ridondare anche proprio i collegamenti elettrici fra un sistema e l'altro. Da questo momento il drone è pronto per partire, chiaramente attenderemo l'allontanamento dell'elicottero e l'ok della torre di controllo e delle persone a V0 che vengono a portarci il sistema che permetterà poi il decollo. E la parte più interessante, lo potrebbe fare chiunque, perché di fatto anch'io non sono una persona esperta, non sono un pilota di droni, ma chiaramente attraverso una procedura guidata si riesce a gestire il decollo, lo potrebbe fare chiunque. L'effetto è come farlo decollare da noi, chiaramente dietro c'è, oltre alla parte autorizzativa, perché questa rotta è stata analizzata al millimetro, diciamo, ed è un'autorizzazione operativa di ENAC, della divisione Nuove Tecnologie, Droni e Aerospazio, appunto nella sede di Roma, con cui interagiamo proprio per cercare di rendere l'Urban Air Mobility una realtà. Quindi vedete i piloti chiaramente che controllano quello che succede e poi seguiranno poi la parte rimanente del volo dal centro di controllo messo a disposizione da DTA.
In questo momento, perché non funziona più, mi hanno tolto anche l'audio? No. In questo momento i tempi sono rimasti anche più lunghi del previsto per un motivo molto semplice. Per le regole attuali l'elicottero ha dovuto allontanarsi dall'area delle operazioni definita segregata, che è un'area che ha un bel raggio di qualche chilometro, e quindi anche i tempi della messa in moto del drone sono stati condizionati dall'allontanamento del velivolo manned. In futuro chiaramente tutte queste cose dovranno essere superate e eliminate. Questo è uno degli elementi importanti, credo, di fare molta sperimentazione non solo per lo sviluppo delle piattaforme, non solo per lo sviluppo delle tecnologie, ma anche per lo sviluppo delle regole, per lo sviluppo delle procedure.
Sì, chiaramente questi sono i tempi necessari perché, grazie per la pazienza intanto anche al pubblico, perché l'elicottero esca da un'area segregata che è un NOTAM che è stato attivato proprio per queste operazioni del MAM 24, quindi chiaramente a volte è paradossale, cioè c'è l'attenzione e il disturbo che i droni, dei piccoli droni, possono arrecare al sistema manned. Quindi in questo senso, non so la vostra esperienza, ce ne sono dappertutto.
Sì, no, io fortunatamente non ho mai incontrato in volo un drone,
No,
almeno che non fosse previsto che ci fosse. Però so che ci sono stati e ci sono all'ordine del giorno droni che per un motivo o per un altro vanno a invadere spazi aerei che non dovrebbero. La coordinazione è importante, segregare lo spazio aereo, avere delle zone dove possiamo anche, uso un termine brutto, parcheggiare il drone mentre l'elicottero, l'aereo finisce la sua procedura, è qualcosa di importante, in modo che così si può continuare a fare sperimentazione, si può continuare a volare, ma in sicurezza. Una volta che poi il traffico manned è a terra, al suolo, il drone può tornare a fare il lavoro che faceva.
E questo è proprio il coordinamento. Noi stessi, la facilità di un sistema unmanned è che può scendere molto velocemente in punti di sicurezza lungo il percorso, proprio perché chiaramente in questa fase sperimentale diamo comunque priorità anche agli elicotteri del 118, per esempio. Abbiamo fatto un'attività in Toscana che è attiva in maniera continuativa. Siamo coordinati con gli elicotteri che prestano soccorso, portano pazienti, chiaramente la priorità è a loro. Attiviamo NOTAM, quindi segregazione dello spazio aereo quando necessario, quindi il personale manned, cioè chi utilizza i mezzi sa che un'area è da controllare. Per quanto riguarda le altezze, droni possono volare fino a 150 metri, noi ci teniamo sempre abbastanza bassi, circa 45 metri in questa missione, poi ci sono delle variazioni appunto per passare sotto il drone. Ora non so cosa stiamo attendendo, ma sicuramente qualcosa. Sì. Vediamo un attimino.
Volevamo vedere il decollo del drone, evidentemente i tempi di allontanamento dell'elicottero sono più lunghi del previsto e le autorizzazioni alla messa in moto del drone non è arrivata ancora. Non so quanto tempo, credo poco tempo dovrebbe passare, però credo che abbiamo comunque espresso concettualmente quello che è la procedura che si dovrà definire meglio, si dovrà affrontare in dettaglio e si dovranno eliminare tutte quelle appendici delle norme, delle regole, modificandole che non consentono una velocità ideale nell'esecuzione della missione. Delle missioni, perché qui stiamo parlando comunque di due regolamenti, uno che vale per il mezzo militare e uno che vale per il mezzo civile, e questo è un altro punto importante dove bisognerà lavorare per poterli omogeneizzarli e rendere valida una soluzione unica.
Sì, se vogliamo arrivare a questa tipologia di missione, sì, anche perché ora sì, siamo in un ambiente ovattato, siamo in fase sperimentale, abbiamo tutto il tempo, ma in un caso reale, se dovessimo veramente trasportare un organo, si contano i secondi, non i minuti, secondi, quindi ogni ticchettio dell'orologio è importante.
Certo. Io sento i commenti in sala regia e mi dicono se tutto questo quello sarebbe già morto, ma è evidente che questo non sarà, siamo in fase sperimentale e dobbiamo accettare anche questi tempi che poi verranno sicuramente eliminati.
Sì, ci siamo quasi, penso, non so, magari tu hai informazioni più fresche e dirette dalla sala regia.
Non lo so, io non sono in contatto con la sala regia che non riesco a capire perché il drone non decolli, ma se c'è qualche problema finiamo qui fra un minuto e poi daremo...
ecco, ci siamo con il nostro Alberto che sta arrivando.
Pure io, ma non avevo ricevuto notizie.
Se no non ce la facevamo. Quindi l'elicottero è andato via, siamo pronti a finalizzare. Adesso? Ok, va bene, io parto adesso. Adesso
la colpa era sua, che non aveva il telefono.
Allora, vai Alberto, tranquillo. Vai. Allora, praticamente siamo nella fase finale, questa è la nostra app che praticamente io se posso, basta fare una firma qui anche finta.
E poi i danni sono miei, ovviamente.
La usiamo per aprire conti correnti di solito. E finalizza e decolla. Prego. E fra qualche secondo...
Drone armato pronto per il take-off.
Eccolo lì.
E infatti si vede.
L'effetto è bello. Grazie.
Sì, infatti, no,
anche per questo.
C'è la mia
Posso
firma.
fare una foto? Devo fare una foto così proprio ce la facciamo. Grazie. Scusate per l'attesa.
Speaker commerciale, fa tutto nella sua azienda. Credo che abbiamo dato un senso di una fase, di una missione che chiaramente dovrà essere sviluppata. Sì. E quindi adesso il drone se ne va in volo automatico verso la destinazione. È un percorso significativo perché sono circa 16 km di distanza, una cosa non usuale, no? Cioè è una missione in BVLOS in modo automatico e se saremo nei tempi faremo vedere in diretta anche l'atterraggio, se no verrà registrato perché anche la fase di atterraggio è significativa per il concetto di automazione che viene utilizzato. Io credo che questa fase qui, questa è la telecamera del drone che riprende il suo allontanamento dalla pista e noi lo salutiamo e questa fase la chiudiamo qui dando voce
da qui si vede proprio
per le attività
la piattaforma di controllo a B0 da cui il pilota è sempre in grado di intervenire, quindi il pilota umano è sempre sul pezzo.
Hai finito, Gabriele.
Grazie
comunque.
Grazie davvero.
Adesso la parola a Michele per le fasi successive.
Grazie, proseguiamo con i nostri lavori. It's a moment of other keynote speech about EASA research innovation support to innovative aerial service. I call on the stage Giuseppe Scannapieco, Drones Project Manager EASA.
Good afternoon, welcome to the afternoon session. And as an introduction to the section on research and innovation, I'll introduce the topic by providing you an overview of how the European Aviation Safety Agency supports the research and innovation activities in whole Europe. And I will start. I have a few slides that I would like to share with you. So, what are the regulatory challenges when we are dealing with the innovative aerial services? So, first of all, we need to consider the quite complex dependencies, or let's say environments that are relevant or fundamental for the creation of the innovative aerial services ecosystem. And each of them has its own challenges and difficulties that need to be somehow addressed. So we start from the safety environmental protection regulation. So those are the challenges that are there because we as regulators we are facing the pace of technological innovation, but also the difficulties in dealing with the new aviation actors that maybe do not have the same background or experience like the existing legacy stakeholders. It was also mentioned briefly this morning during several panels the need to address safety objectives that are CONOPS based, meaning that it's the concept of operations and the specific operations are let's say somehow mandating specific objectives. And also to make sure that we can cope with sustainability and environmental protection requirements. The second challenge is given by the airspace integration. The airspace integration, you heard this morning about the concept of use space, so all the set of services that are provided in a given volume of airspace and that are needed to enable the scalable drones operations, and also the digital infrastructure and services that are needed to enable such operations. Another layer of complexity is introduced by the integration of the whole ecosystem. This morning, the wording multimodal transport system integration was mentioned several times, and how to integrate these new infrastructures in the environment, the existing environment, but also keeping into account the preservation of wildlife. Last but not least is also the dimension of the societal acceptance, which is extremely relevant, because here there are several elements that pertain to security and cybersecurity, liability and privacy, and also the need for enabling new skills and competencies amongst the workforce. So all of these, let's say, domains, they have strong interactions between them, amongst themselves, and also an additional layer of complexity is given by the fact that there are multiple regulators, starting from the European level, going down to the national aviation authority, regional authorities, municipalities. So all of them contribute with their own inputs to this environment. So how to enable innovative aerial services? So our idea is our objective is, of course, to make sure that we are able to enable new airborne technologies that are capable of supporting new type of operations and services that are in general of benefits to aviation, to citizens and to the aviation market. At the same time, also introducing or ensuring efficiency and sustainability of safe operations. We do this by supporting the European research and innovation initiatives and also the Green Deal objectives that are established at the European level, but also by supporting or accelerating the market development of new technologies, or enable new concept of operations, or, for instance, incentivizing the use of sustainable aviation fuel. The overall objective is to advance safety and security and environmental impact assessment, but also to make sure that we are capable of developing a regulatory framework which is agile enough to cope with the pace of innovation, and also to cope with these innovative products and operations that are brought on the scene. How we do that? So how we manage or support, we as a European agency, the research and innovation portfolio. We have different tools that we may put in place, and this tool depend basically on the partnership with which we engage. So we may have institutional partners where EASA, and the tool of the so-called contribution agreements, and basically through this tool we try to address what are the real aviation authority needs. And here EASA is a more contract and technical management of the project. Then there are different types of other types of support to research and innovation they are typically established with the industry. So we go from the collaboration agreement for when it comes to contributions to a publicly funded research project, or the service level agreements and service contracts with joint undertakings or a research center like CESAR. But also, and this is quite a powerful tool that we can put in place with the individual manufacturers or consortia when it comes to the evaluation of innovation products or innovative technologies with the tools of the pre-application service. And I will give an example in a few slides on what are the typical benefits of those activities. Why all of this? Because here there is an idea behind that through this partnership we can
prepare all the regulations that are needed across all domains, but also to provide an advice to new stakeholders in terms of how those technologies can be certifiable or can fulfill or to analyze what is the gap with the existing regulations on how to fulfill the requirements for the certification. An example of the contribution agreements that today have we as an agency today have in place already have provided some initial, let's say, deliverables, or we have some projects ongoing that are aiming at supporting the drone industry in particular. There is one specific project which is dealing with the analyzing what are the impacts, what are the consequences of drone strikes on general aviation, but more in general on aircraft, and trying to come up with proposals on how to improve the design of not of the drones, but of the existing legacy aircraft in order to fulfill or to be capable of coping with the potential drone strike. There is another project which is important, the Shepherd, so-called Shepherd project. This is also an important partnership with the industry because here we are looking at analyzing and scanning all the existing industry standards on the market to understand and which one of those standards can be used as a means of compliance towards the demonstration of a safe design. Another contribution agreement project is looking at the model and simulation, and this is basically the application of the concept of the digital twin concept for the design verification or the certification activities of drones and eVTOL aircraft. The agency, we have some memoranda of cooperation with national research centers in Europe. So in Italy, it's with the CIRA, DLR in Germany, INTA in Spain, and NORERA in France, but also with the Association of European Research Establishment in Aeronautics, which is somehow associating all the research centers in Europe. An important element, which is fundamental to be successful, is the cooperation and with different stakeholders and so all the different stakeholders that are part of this of the whole ecosystem. So we have put in place partnership agreements with the national aviation authorities, and we have some examples in Norway or the Hungarian authorities, or with research centers. We are also partnering or taking the benefits of the activities of the research groups that are established at the level of each individual member states. Of course, on an international, in terms of international cooperation, we are open to support and exchange with the foreign authorities, like not European authorities, or also with international organizations like ICAO. Supporting some initiatives that have been recently established in Europe, like the Alliance for Zero Emission Aviation. Collaborating also with the European institution bodies on research and innovation program, like I mentioned before, Horizon, Clean Aviation, CESAR. Those are all ongoing activities that are developed and supported by stakeholders. But we also want to involve, since the beginning, the new entrants. So in these the new entrants in these initiatives that are leading to the development of new regulations. One important or innovative concept that we are bringing into the whole game, into the whole approach, is the so-called concept of innovation sandbox. These are basically these are tools that we develop together with the member states and the additional and all the other relevant stakeholders in the environment in order to replicate a real-life testing environment to evaluate and to assess the adequacy of existing regulations or to explore and understand what are the needs for future regulations. So basically, these innovation sandboxes are somehow dealing with, when we approach to innovation sandbox, we are dealing with two different, let's say, interests. On one side is the need to encourage and support the innovation. On the other side, we as a regulatory authority have the need to ensure that whatever form of aviation continues to be safe. So there is on one side the risk of under-regulating, or on the other side the risk of over-regulating a certain domain. And therefore we are trying to introduce this. We are introducing this concept in cooperation with all the stakeholders to develop these innovation sandboxes. Here, all the stakeholders are involved in creating a controlled real-world environment that is replicating what will be one day the real-life scenario, and to tackle in the ideal manner the specificities of the innovation, of the innovative technology or the innovative product that needs to be tested. This is done by, of course, there are certain compromises that need to be granted or achieved. So basically, either loosening what are the current constraints of the existing approved regulations in order to test and evaluate the adequacy of new ones. In any case, even if we take such an approach of, let's say, setting aside temporarily the existing rules, there is always safeguards that are put in place in order to preserve what are the overarching regulatory objectives of the regulations, such as safety and sustainability. So always we have those as our targets. There is also another important element in this exercise that we do with the stakeholders, that we go and try to learn from the exercise, to collect data and to build knowledge, so in order to address in a better manner the next challenges. The specific partnership with the stakeholders, with the industry stakeholders and the national competent aviation authorities can take the form of different types of services that we as an agency can offer to the industry. And so we call them, we name them under the umbrella of pre-application services. And there are three different typologies of contracts that we can put in place with individual stakeholders. So either an innovation partnership contract, or a pre-application contract, or a technical advice contract. All of them are basically aimed at performing or achieving a series of objectives together with the industry, with our industrial partner, and with the member states that are involved in these activities. So, on one side, we cooperate all together to analyze and develop an innovation sandbox. So, what I tried to explain before. The objectives or the outcomes of this exercise are to assess what could be a regulatory, or to perform an analysis of what are the regulatory gaps, or what we could learn by the implementation of the innovation sandboxes. These are kind of safe environments where the industry can experiment. So it's not pure testing, but because the collaboration and cooperation with the regulatory actors prepares the regulatory authorities in order to develop future regulations. And this is basically leads to the definition of new special conditions or new means of compliance for proving that these products can be safe and airworthy. It's seen from my perspective, these are activities that can be seen from the industry as a de-risking process that the industry can put in place in order to make sure that their product or their innovative technology is capable of going on the market from a regulatory point of view, having a defined framework behind. Just to give an example of what, and talking about innovation, what were the recent outcomes since all these services have been established and be put in place with the industry. For those of you that are familiar with the recent developments and talking about innovative aerial services, so these partnerships with the industry have allowed us to develop a series of initial regulatory frameworks, specifics for given innovative domains. Like, for instance, if you're familiar with the special conditions for VTOL, that is used as a certification airworthiness requirements for the certifications of VTOL-capable aircraft. We have, for instance, developed the special condition for new airships or the gyroplanes, but also the certification of electrical powertrains or hybrid propulsion system. And last but not least, also for those of you that are involved in the certification activities, may be quite familiar with the special conditions for the light drones. So it's the set of requirements that needs to be demonstrated before being able to operate in certain complex and risky scenario. So to summarize, this is enabling innovative aerial services. It requires a good cooperation, any strict cooperations between several stakeholders that are in the whole ecosystem. And starting from the institutional bodies or institutional other authorities, not only at European level, but also national, regional level, as the case requires, but also to cooperate in a strict manner with the industry. This is fundamental because only through this coordination and cooperation between the three, we can make sure to create the proper conditions to enable innovative aerial services in Europe. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much to Giuseppe Scannapiego. Now the next keynote speech about ENAC, support to EASA and Gatsby. I invite to join us on stage Marco Catalano of ENAC.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon to all. What I'm going to present is how ENAC is doing to support the innovative aerial services. In particular, what about innovative air mobility and UAS operations, with a deep dive on the Grottaglia Airport test bed. Okay, I want to start with an introduction on our vision. What we are going to do is to enable the third dimension of the mobility, the aerial dimensions of the mobility, and for doing this, we are going to create a regulatory ecosystem and also an ecosystem done by all the main stakeholders involved in the new aerial services and the innovative air mobility. Also, also trying to accelerate the business model with public and private cooperation. In the 2021, ENAC presented his own strategic plan for innovative air mobility. The strategic plan starts from the 4 use cases. The main use cases that we identified are air taxis, good and medical delivery, inspection and mapping, and agricultural support. The key enablers that we had identified are the regulation, the technology, infrastructure, public acceptance, of course, and the business model. This strategic plan will lead in the 2030 to a maturity level of a very high maturity level of the technologies. I want to focus on the challenges that we are facing in order to habilitate the urban air mobility. We are facing with the airspace management about, for example, the use cases of air taxis. We are going to provide to the air taxis operator a flight corridor on the designed on the controlled airspace and over the congested area, for example, the urban area, of course. The air taxis operator will define their own trajectories on this corridor to provide the commercial operations from the two vertiport identified to provide the services. Of course, we are facing also with an operational challenges due to the innovative technologies. Of course, for example, the battery endurance, because all of these aircraft will be electrical. But we need also to take into account the public acceptance, and one of the main things for us is to preserve the heritage, of course, of course, for the air taxis in Rome, you know. Our pathway is done mainly with two regulation. Our framework will be done by two regulation. One in adoption, the VCA regulation, doing all the giving all the requirement for the air taxis operation in the urban environment, and the sandbox regulation that is already in external consultation until April 2024. The sandbox, I want to give you something about sandbox. The sandbox is a controlled physical or virtual environment where we can allow the operator to test the new technologies or their challenges to the actual regulatory framework. In order to use a sandbox, we need to identify the challenges. The challenges will be or regulatory challenges, for example, to fill regulatory gaps in the present regulatory framework, or to amend standards, for example, in synergy with the European agency AIMC and guidance material. And the other kind of challenges will be technological challenges, in order to fill technological gap, to try all of new challenges, in order to demonstrate that the technology is ready for a continuous operation. And then I want to do a deep dive on the Grottaglie testbed. What we can see is the actual structure of the airspace over the Grottaglie area airport. Grottaglie Airport is identified as our test bed for new technologies in the EASA, for the EASA operator, technologies and services. And what we are going to do with an expert working group is to redefine the area that you can see is called Restricted Area 315. We are dividing this volume in 3 different volumes in order to allow a simultaneous operations of manned and unmanned aircraft. It will be very, very important because we can test we can test without any stop. You know, if a manned aircraft is coming, at the moment we need to go down with an UAS. With this new structure of the airspace over the Grottaglie Airport, it will be possible to have a continuous operation with the UAS. And we are planning also to have an holding volume in order to clear the ground infrastructure and then to continue with the operations. In conclusion, in order to summarize all of these informations, I want to say that we need a global approach where all the main stakeholders are involved in testing, but also in the regulatory flow. So, thank you very much for your attention.
Now we have the next panel with Antonio Zilli of DTR about GATEB research and flight test infrastructure. Prego, Antonio.
Good afternoon, everybody. And I'm arrived here just after the previous slide of Mr. Catalano that was introducing the airport of Grottaglie as a national test bed for the Civil Aviation Authority. The controller of the slide? Sorry? The controller of the slide?
Okay. Sorry.
Questo qui?
Per andare avanti. Okay.
Questo qua indietro.
Sorry. Thank you. Okay, so let's start. Sorry for this delay. Just a moment. I will introduce the Grottaglie Airport test bed, and then I will call on the stage with me some more persons from the universities. First of all, Grottaglie Airport test bed is intended to be the one-stop shop
for the manufacturer of US and the US operator in order to find here services for experimenting, for flight testing the vehicle, the air vehicle in the air traffic, and not only the air vehicle but also the services they are able to provide. And we apply, we already applied in the previous activities an approach based starting from the simulation, experimentation, and then what we have in our objective is also to provide support for certification and presentation of the products and services to the potential, to the end users. The Grottaglie Airport test bed is also include also the Bari urban drone range. I mentioned we have a collaboration with the city of Bari in order to improve their capacity of operating as a public administration and the citizen with the drones. And this infrastructure is also a catalyst of innovation initiative and of collaboration with other companies, but mainly with university. And I would like just to clarify to all the companies that are here, one of the most relevant motivation for being interested in Grottaglie Airport test bed is that it provides infrastructure, provides technologies, provides knowledge that they need for their product development, but that are costly and that are not needed and not sustainable for one product. Here you find a solution to your product development problems. Let me start with some comments on why this airport is the right place to put the Grottaglie Airport test bed. We already heard from Mr. Catalano, from ENAC, what's going on with the airspace, but I would like also to motivate, to express that are other contexts and conditions that are very useful for flight testing, from scarce air traffic in this area, scarce population density in the area surrounding, stable and suitable weather conditions that make operating here able, the companies make them able to operate here for a long time and to have efficient effort spent in flight testing. What we are doing now, just in these months, and you will find it ready by the end of this year, is building around the airport infrastructure a technological environment built in the building you have just behind us, with several laboratories, the subsystem laboratories, but about them we will talk after my speech. But mainly a number of ground components, ground modules that are able to support flight tests with the radar and trackers, camera for tracking. We will be able to provide a situational awareness of the airspace, as well as to collect data from in-flight operations. We also will have an operational control room, something like the one you see in the area of in the stand of DTA, and that is governing the demonstration of the experimentation of today, but something more effective and more capable to collect information and to provide coordination and safety conditions for the flight testing. Even the last point, the infrastructure is natively distributed. We already had some activities, including in the current laboratories built with Leonardo, D-Flight, and Telespazio. We already had some experimentations connected with external facility of Leonardo itself, Telespazio, and CIRA, the Italian Center for Aerospace Research, but also with the university laboratory. The objective is to integrate also university laboratories very early. Which are the main services supporting experimentation that the flight test module will provide. I mentioned airspace surveillance in order to avoid any appearance of non-cooperative drones, as well as providing services to coordinate the flight, to control the flight. And the second part is, the second block of services is the measurements. Measuring and collecting data from the aircraft, from the UAS that is flying even very far, more than 10 kilometers, through the tracking cameras that are able to see and to collect the position time by time with a very frequent high frequency, and accuracy and precision and accuracy. In this way, we can have a sort of third-party measurement of the performance, of flight performance of the UAS in order to integrate and provide, even in the next future, certification data. The plan is to have a radar system, two electro-optical trackers, and we already have installed here in the control tower a GNSS spectrum analyzer, so that is a system able to monitor interference on the GNSS signal. So when a company should need the testing and testing services. First of all, which company? Manufacturer of UAS, but also developer of USpace services, developer UTM applications. But not only, we are in the airport, so we are able also to include ATM, innovative ATM in this research and support for experimentation. And lastly, even for applications. This is one of the objectives that is we already reached some results. We are able to support experimentation of application of UAS to different industry. Precision farming was one of the first one. Smart city was the second one. So if we look at the product development phase, development process, we can see that there are at least 5 main phases in which testing is a relevant part. From testing of the prototype to certification is the most relevant ones, but we also understood that companies need infrastructure where to promote their product, where to showcase their product, as well as the services that the product is able to provide. And lastly, they need also a facility where provided training to the crew of the UAS, indeed were also to test and define support services after selling the product. So in the last 4 years of large experimentation, we had in Grottaglie as well as in Bari and in the rural environment, indeed, in the region. For precision farming, we also had the chance to improve our knowledge and experience and set up services supporting the companies. And now we are able, as today, you see, we are able to support companies from the flight test preparation to test documentation. We had some cases in all of these phases, and I think that we are growing with our knowledge day by day, experience by experience. And we also are building a team of competent engineers able to face and to catch with the very different companies, from large ones like Leonardo to small and medium enterprises that have very different needs and very different product. I mentioned it before, we started in 2020 with the first activities, and now you see today how many demonstration and operation are running in the airspace around us. And we engaged a number of organizations in these activities, from research and education organization to companies, and also to end users like the municipality of Bari, UNAPROL, and the Port Authority of Taranto. And I would like just to make you aware that we engaged a number of institutions, even the ones that see the usage of space services for UAS operation. And with this network, we achieved a number of initiatives in the last 5 to 6 years, both in Italian and European context. So the Grottaglia Airport Test Bed infrastructure and concept is a catalyzer, but also a support for a number of other actors, other industrial research and industrial partner of DTA. And in this slide, you see a number of pictures showing you how different are the tests we provided, the support tests we provided in the last 4 years, from those one connected with Grottaglia on the top of the slide, all the activities realized with Leonardo and INAV and other foreign companies. And on the bottom side instead, we had the chance to apply the knowledge connected with the Grottaglia Protest Bed to apply the same knowledge in other conditions, in other contexts, that is the Bari Urban Drone Range, where we had the chance to experiment not only the UAS flight, but also the applications. You see on the bottom right, you see application using the data connected from the drones to provide information to the urban actors. And last point, I would like to call on the stage with me Professor Antonio Ficarella from the University of Salento, Professor Francesco Giordano from the University of Bari, and Michele Ruta from Politecnico of Bari. These 3 universities, please come on stage. These 3 universities are supporting DTA, are contributing and partnering with the DTA in the deployment of the infrastructure. In particular, they are mainly involved in the building of of the laboratories you see here. And their contribution is in terms of knowledge, expertise, and in terms of long-term exploitation of such infrastructure that is built for public, mainly for public needs. So thank you everybody for being here. And first of all, I would like for you to discuss present to us, which is the role of your university in terms of contribution to the Grottaglia Airport Test Bed infrastructure. And the second point I would like you to discuss is which is the objective, the research line your organization, not you directly, but your collaborators are going to develop thanks to this infrastructure. Please, Francesco.
Me first. Hi everyone, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So the University of Bari is involved in the organization, design of 3 different laboratories. One is the one that you read in the slide, sensors and payloads. The other one is advanced computing and cybersecurity. And then we also have another laboratory concerning the sustainability and environmental monitoring laboratories. So we are focused our knowledge and skills into sensors development and characterization. So we are building up a pay lab, that means payload characterization or testing laboratory, where we are installing a thermal chamber, vibration tables in order to characterize all the sensors according to thermal behaviors and also mechanical response to solicitations during flight. Concerning the sustainability and environmental laboratories, we are developing computer desks with installed on them augmented reality, so with visors, in order to analyze data taken with innovative sensors installed to the fleet of unmanned vehicles that we already are procuring in our GATB facilities. So concerning multispectral thermal sensors, also LiDAR, as well as radiometer in L bands, in order to a much more deep risk hazard assessment. Concerning the last laboratory that I mentioned, so the one related to advanced computing and cybersecurity, we are developing a double pathway. One concerning the cybersecurity in terms of communication from ground station and unmanned vehicles. And on the other hand, we're also improving the human-machine interactions in order to make the operations much more reliable and safer than in the past. So in this environment, obviously, we will detect, we will analyze newer data coming from newer instrumentations, and this is the main focus of the University of Bari in Grottaglie Airport testbed.
Thank you.
Good afternoon to everybody. First of all, I would like to thank to the organizers, particularly Dr. Zilli, and a particular thank to the Apulian Aerospace Technological Cluster, the DTA, and particularly Dr. Acerno. Let me to give to Dr. Acerno a particular thank. I would like to say the Grottaglie Airport test bed is a very interesting infrastructure because it will be possible to put together all the competencies of the different Apulian universities and to strengthen collaboration between the different Apulian universities. This is a very important point, I think, and again, I would like to thank to the Aerospace Technological District of Apulia region, because this is a very important objective for our region, and this will give to all the region, to all the Apulia region, the strength, to face the challenges of not only the scientific research, but also the technological development. So a very important goal was achieved with the Grottaglie Airport testbed. Looking to the particular contribution of University of Salento in collaboration with the other esteemed colleagues that are here with me, a first contribution is on the development of new propulsion powertrains, from the hybrid new powertrains to innovative powertrains, for example, based on fuel cell, hydrogen application, new fuels applications, e-fuels, biofuels, and so on. Not only we are developing in this infrastructure some test beds that will be useful to test, the new propulsive components, but also, for example, there are some scientific instrumentations that will be very useful to analyze, for example, the effect of the hydrogen on the fuel system and all the problems related to the interaction of the new fuels with the materials of the fuel systems, of the fuel pipes. Moreover, we are going to buy a mobile control room that will be able to connect on the field with the different UAS that are involved, for example, for the management of an emergency or a crisis situation. So if there is a meteorological, an extreme meteorological event, a flooding, an earthquake, even other kind of crisis, this mobile control room will be able, on the field, as I told you, will be able to allow us a first analysis of the data coming from the US to give to the operators, to the people that are on the ground, on the field, to manage the emergency situation, to manage the crisis, to give to the operators a better and improved awareness of the situations regarding the ongoing emergency. And moreover, our contribution was also dedicated to the application of payloads. So how it is possible to use the new sensors, very sophisticated sensors, multispectral cameras, for example, and so on, Again, how it is possible to use those sensors, for example, for the monitoring of critical infrastructures, for example, transport infrastructures, railroad, other kind of critical infrastructures. We know that the problem of the safety and reliability of the critical infrastructures is today very, very important. We know in Apulia region something regarding the troubles that we have for the railroad, you know, for between Foggia and Napoli and Naples. And so the development of new technologies as a new and advanced application of the space economy, those applications regarding the monitoring of the infrastructures, of the border, of the traffic on the road, even for the development of new telecommunication networks for the for the automation for the automobiles. We think that are very important assets that will characterize the Grottaglie Airport testbed.
Thank you, Professor Figarella. Michele Ruda, Professor Ruda. So, for the Polytechnic.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Michele Ruta. I'm a professor of information systems at the Polytechnic University of Paris. And my university will participate to the Grottaglie Airport testbed with 3 different laboratories. The first one is devoted to experiment and test novel payloads. It's a lab intended and designed in collaboration with our colleagues in order to have an integrated approach to research and to applications in the field of manned aerial systems. In this laboratory will be experimented and tested novel and large technologies in the field of payloads, such as sensors, advanced cameras, but also actuators. And in this way will be put at disposal of other colleagues, but also to industries, our expertise in the field of electronics related to novel advanced payloads. The second lab is, on the contrary, related to the implementation and to experimentation of hybrid powertrains. It is electric and fuel cell powertrains in collaboration with the University of Salento laboratory. And this is probably the best witness of the strict intersection existing in the design phase of those laboratories here in Grottaglie for reaching a common purpose related to the realization of a common infrastructure for the experimentation in the field of manned aerial systems. The third and final laboratory is the one which is named data center. It is an horizontal structure, an horizontal infrastructure. It is implemented as an hybrid cloud, and then basically we have a realization here in Grottaglie in terms of on-premise realization of a data center put at service of the experiments realized here in the field of the airport. But also we have a cloud version, a cloud counterpart of the lab, interconnecting together the Grottaglie Airport testbed infrastructure along with the universities, and then Bari, Politecnico, and University of Studies Aldo Moro, but also Salento, in order to have a common virtual infrastructure, also interconnecting the Bari urban drone range, where we have participated to the realization of the control room, which is governing the experimentation in Fiera del Levante. And then basically the data center is a virtual common infrastructure where we have the possibility of analyzing the data, the large amount of data coming from the experiments activated here in the Grottaglie test bed, but also in the satellite systems, in the satellite experiments, in order to have the possibility of a large storage of this information, and also the possibility of having a novel analyzing approach to the big data materialized by the realization of the experimentation in the field of unmanned aerial systems.
Thank you. So, thank you all, and let me just conclude very, very quickly. We are building all together here an infrastructure that support different phase of product development, from low tier RL, where academic research is the protagonist, to high tier RL product, where the testing in real environment, in real airspace, in real conditions is the real part, the most important part for the company. And you will find in the second part of this year, you will find here laboratory with teams, high competent teams coming from university, and skilled person able to support operation in airport. The last point is that this infrastructure, thanks to the heritage we are building with the other activity and relationship we are building even with European partners, European collaborators, is not only rooted in Puglia, but it looks to European scenario as the playground, and want to be a knowledge creator to this, and a knowledge point of reference for all European UAS industry. So thank you all, thank you to having done your attention to us. Thank you to professors that are here with me, and that's all.
Allora, vedo avvicinarsi al palco Silvano Capuzzo, credo che sia il momento di nuove demo in questo pomeriggio, in cui si procede nel mostrare le svariate possibilità di utilizzo dei droni. Prego, Silvano.
Buonasera, ormai è sera. Chiudiamo questa parte riservata alle demo con 3 demo live e 2 demo registrate, 2 presentazioni, per dare così un quadro più completo di tutto quello che erano i temi della giornata. Per le 3 demo noi avremo sul palco in contemporanea, e poi le lanceremo, Francesco Marra, Paolo Marra di Aermatica, Francesco Giordano della Uniba, Università di Bari, e Francesco Russo di Toviù. Prego. Vincenzo, mi senti? Vincenzo? Si è scaricata, io non sento più. Datemi una batteria per questo.
Prova.
Una batteria per questo. Iniziamo questa sessione con una dimostrazione di quella che oggi ormai viene chiamata precision farming, cioè agricoltura di precisione o agricoltura intelligente, volta a dimostrare l'utilizzo per alcune attività nel mondo agricolo di droni. Indicativamente i droni sono utilizzati per due attività principali: una attività di rilevamento, di osservazione delle colture agricole per individuare elementi di criticità che possono derivare sia da condizioni ambientali sia da condizioni patogene, e un'azione volta a contrastare queste criticità attraverso opportuni interventi sulle colture, però con l'obiettivo di, attraverso la prima fase, individuare correttamente le aree critiche e quindi con l'intervento successivo andare ad operare solamente su queste aree critiche, evitando problemi di interventi su culture che non soffrono, che non hanno problemi, in particolare nel caso di erogazione di diserbanti o di antigritogamici o tutto quello che può avere un impatto sull'ambiente, cercando di ridurlo al minimo possibile quando l'uso ne è necessario. Quindi la prima demo viene svolta da Aermatica, qui rappresentata da Paolo Marra, il quale fornirà soprattutto indicazione sulla seconda componente, relativa all'intervento sulla criticità individuata, e quindi passo la parola a lui. Chiaramente noi siamo in una fase di dimostrazione, quindi come vedete lo facciamo su un campo dove non ci sono tante criticità, o se anche ci sono non è che debbano essersi gestite, ma è chiaramente un'indicazione dell'applicazione e dell'uso di droni per questo tipo di intervento. Prego Paolo.
Buongiorno a tutti. Vedrete nelle immagini l'applicazione tipica del drone in agricoltura, cioè la distribuzione di prodotti liquidi. Il drone può essere, come diceva giustamente Silvano, un elemento di rilievo di bassa quota, funzionale all'acquisizione di immagini e dati per poi operare in maniera selettiva e precisa. Il drone in particolare può distribuire prodotti, lo può fare sulla base di una mappa, lo può fare in maniera automatica, lo può fare in maniera poco invasiva. Ora chiaramente vedete una dimostrazione fatta su un prato all'interno dell'aeroporto, ma è rappresentativa di quello che è la tipica operazione di volo, quindi un'operazione di volo a bassa quota, bassissima quota, 1,5 metri dal terreno. Vedete gli ugelli che spruzzano l'acqua in questo caso, ma mischiato all'acqua ci sarebbe il prodotto biologico che tipicamente ha effetto sulla coltura. Qual è il valore del drone? Il valore del drone è quello di poter distribuire in maniera precisa dall'alto, sfruttando l'aria che genera per stare in volo. Quindi l'aria che genera per stare in volo consente di avere una copertura efficace e a parità di superficie coperta la possibilità di distribuire meno prodotto e quindi essere più efficiente e meno invasivo sul terreno e avere risultati molto interessanti dal punto di vista dell'efficacia del prodotto. Il drone è un metodo di distribuzione complementare e alternativo ai metodi tradizionali, i trattori, gli atomizzatori. Il drone non invade il terreno, non deve pestare il terreno, può sorvolare a bassa quota, lo può fare molto velocemente, vedete le immagini, e fare un'attività rutinaria, decollare, distribuire il suo carico, atterrare, cambio batterie, riempio il serbatoio e rivolo in maniera continuativa. In stagioni come quella che è avvenuta l'anno scorso, molto piovosa, il drone si è rivelato un metodo fondamentale per poter contrastare dei problemi in tutti i momenti in cui i metodi tradizionali, e quindi i trattori, non potevano entrare in campo. A valle di una mappatura fatta anche con un drone che determina delle aree da coprire con intensità di distribuzione diverse, il drone può operare in maniera completamente automatica. Il drone è supervisionato da un pilota, ma non è operato in manuale, quindi agisce sulla mappa del terreno. I suoi sistemi di controllo elettronici e il software garantiscono che la distribuzione del prodotto avvenga in maniera uniforme. Questo è estremamente importante dal punto di vista del successo applicativo dell'attività. Ora, queste immagini lo rappresentano in maniera visuale, ma la copertura è uniforme e la capacità di distribuire del sistema di distribuzione del drone è veramente interessante, perché posso distribuire volumi molto bassi di liquido e quindi alte concentrazioni di prodotto, garantendo che il mio prodotto, il mio biostimolante, il mio concime possa andare a colpire le zone interessate e avere un'ottima efficacia. Il drone può essere rapido, può garantire interventi tempistici e con dinamiche molto, molto rapide, senza muovere grossi pesi, senza essere invasivo sul terreno. Vedete, una volta fatta la mappatura, compie delle strisciate parallele per garantire la copertura del terreno. Il pilota supervisiona la missione, ma il drone opera in maniera autonoma. La quota è significativa, è molto bassa, perché il lavoro che deve fare è distribuire del prodotto sul terreno, quindi lo fa da bassa quota, e questo è un aspetto interessante anche dal punto di vista della relazione con le altre entità dello spazio aereo. Qua oggi si discute di interazione tra traffico aereo convenzionale e traffico aereo col drone. Poter volare a bassa quota, essere meno invasivi con lo spazio aereo tradizionale è un elemento determinante, perché non crea sovrapposizione tra le attività del drone, che avvengono tipicamente quasi in rasoterra, e le attività dei velivoli convenzionali. Il drone è dotato dei suoi sistemi anticollisione, è dotato di un radar, quel dispositivo nero che vedete sotto il drone, che gli consente di seguire il terreno anche con una quota relativa costante. Ora ci troviamo in piano all'interno, vicino alla pista dell'aeroporto, ma chiaramente proiettate questa applicazione sui vigneti terrazzati della Valle d'Aosta piuttosto che sulle colline toscane. Il drone deve seguire il pendio e garantire, nella differenza di pendio, la possibilità di evitare gli ostacoli, di seguire il terreno e di distribuire la giusta quantità di prodotto sul terreno. Il drone è un mezzo aereo, quindi non può distribuire prodotti chimici classificati come vietati per la distribuzione per i mezzi aerei, ma è un metodo importante, uno strumento importante per distribuire tutti i prodotti alternativi ai prodotti chimici, biostimolanti, concimi, tutti i prodotti che vanno nel solco della lotta biologica, quindi non invasivi sull'ambiente e che non creano problemi con l'ambiente, che sono nell'ottica della cosiddetta agricoltura 4.0. La distribuzione può essere molto rapida, il drone può volare in maniera molto rapida. Ora stiamo simulando una missione. La missione è fatta da Drone Solution, che è un'azienda di Manduria, che svolgerà servizi per l'agricoltura sul territorio, quindi coprirà ettari a servizio degli agricoltori. Noi come Aeronautica 3D ci occupiamo di fornire le tecnologie, di supportare con l'assistenza, la manutenzione, il supporto, fornendo i droni, il training e tutto quello che serve per consentire a aziende sul territorio di poter operare. Il lavoro col drone in agricoltura non sembrerebbe, ma è un lavoro critico. lavoro critico nel senso che deve essere fatto in quel time frame, non posso derogare alle tempistiche, quindi è necessario usare sistemi affidabili, sistemi industriali e delle operazioni che nel loro complesso garantiscano il risultato, altrimenti considerate una cultura di vite, di primitivo, di manduria, che non può avere dei problemi se i trattamenti e le distribuzioni non vengono fatte correttamente. Quindi un lavoro critico fatto con uno strumento innovativo nell'ottica di un'agricoltura nuova, la cosiddetta agricoltura del futuro. Si lavora nel biologico e si lavora potenzialmente su larga scala. Quindi queste che vedete oggi sono operazioni che si stanno avviando sul territorio. Oggi già sono decine di droni che fanno questo in Italia, ma sempre più saranno i sistemi che faranno questo tipo di attività. Il lavoro del drone è un po' più particolare perché non vola ad alta quota, non porta una telecamera, non deve dare delle immagini, ma deve dare un effetto sul terreno.
Domani credo potremo fare la dimostrazione completa con prima l'osservazione del terreno e quindi vedere come le informazioni raccolte con la prima fase vengono poi inserite ed utilizzate per avere un'ottimizzazione dell'intervento della seconda.
Questa è una chiave di lettura ancora più interessante. Avendo la possibilità di fare un volo con un drone caratterizzato da telecamere multispettrali, posso ottenere delle mappe che mi rappresentano il vigore vegetativo del campo su cui vado a volare e pianificare un volo per una distribuzione a rateo variabile. Cosa significa una distribuzione a rateo variabile? È una distribuzione che non è uniforme ma distribuisce volumi diversi a seconda delle necessità. Questo lo facciamo vedere domani.
Benissimo, grazie a Paolo. Adesso passiamo alla seconda demo, che è una demo che si svolge lontano dall'area aeroportuale e si svolge sulla discarica di Grottaglie. L'obiettivo della demo è proprio quello di dimostrare come l'utilizzo di queste macchine, ma soprattutto l'utilizzo di alcuni sensori in modo particolare, possa essere un elemento decisamente interessante sia per il controllo delle condizioni della discarica, ma nell'esempio della demo della discarica di Grottaglie, che è in fase di chiusura, anche vedere il progressivi passi di chiusura e le progressive bonifiche che possono venire poi attuate sul territorio dove prima c'era la discarica. Qui accanto a me la demo è svolta dalla TOView e qui accanto a me c'è Francesco Russo. Credo che la demo sia per lanciare o si è già attivata. Quindi il drone è pronto a decollare, a te la parola.
Sì, buonasera a tutti, sono Francesco Russo di TopView. Silvano ha presentato il caso d'uso del drone autonomo, in questo caso collocato in una discarica. Il sistema è stato installato in prossimità della discarica da pattugliare, immaginando una situazione di ispezione rutinaria, quindi dimostrare la possibilità di avere sul posto un sistema autonomo che possa effettuare delle ispezioni programmate, rutinarie, che consentano di stimare le variazioni volumetriche e in questo caso l'assestamento del corpo della discarica in ottica di rinverdimento e riqualificazione dell'area, proprio perché a chiusura della discarica c'è un'operazione che dura fino a 30 anni secondo le normative per ripristinare quello che era la situazione ambientale precedente. A breve vedremo la piattaforma in azione. Si compone di un drone di poco meno di 1 chilo, un DJI Mavic 3 Enterprise, equipaggiato con una camera ottica, un drone appunto di livello enterprise industriale per un'applicazione che è appunto un'applicazione industriale. Questo drone è stato customizzato per supportare le automazioni della stazione di ricarica che appunto a breve vedremo, che consente di ricaricare il drone sul posto e appunto metterlo in fase di stand-by in attesa di successive missioni. La stazione di ricarica è dotata di un sistema di rilevazione ambientale che consente appunto al drone di conoscere quali sono le condizioni meteo attorno alla stazione e quindi decidere se avviare o meno la missione anche in funzione di quella che è la situazione meteo appunto determinata in tempo reale, analizzata in tempo reale. Questa è la piattaforma, quindi come vediamo il drone è collocato, è al momento ancora fermo sulla stazione, credo sia in attesa appunto di via libera per il decollo. Il drone è anche equipaggiato con il sistema di tracking Aerospace Policino progettato da noi, sistema che appunto comunica con D-Flight, che è l'alter ego in campo droni per ENAV, quindi l'ente nazionale d'assistenza al volo, che appunto va a gestire il traffico aereo, perché in questo caso il drone comunque volerà a un'altezza di circa 40 metri dal suolo, quindi deve essere visibile elettronicamente, e con questo sistema lo sarà su D-Flight. Quindi attendiamo l'inizio dell'operazione. In questo caso quello che si andrà a fare è una aerofotogrammetria, quindi il drone effettuerà una serie di appunto una griglia, un percorso a griglia per scattare le foto che andranno poi a comporre un insieme di foto che andranno poi a appunto determinare quella che è la situazione attuale della discarica, e sarà molto utile poi confrontare quello che avviene, appunto andare a ripetere questa operazione più e più volte, andando a georeferenziare le foto, quindi a etichettare le foto con la posizione e a determinare poi quello che sarà lo scostamento della posizione della discarica, quindi determinare anche la differenza volumetrica della discarica, in questo caso anche a determinare il livello di assestamento, come dicevo, della discarica, che appunto per legge bisogna appunto capire qual è l'assestamento, quindi la differenza volumetrica della discarica, che insomma in archi semestrali in questo caso deve essere stimata.
Scusa se intervengo, ma credo che ci sia un problema tecnico con il collegamento con la macchina, che in questo momento è comunque ancora ferma, mi dicono, nell'area della discarica. Quindi vediamo di riavere qualche secondo ancora attraverso ulteriori indicazioni, in caso contrario facciamo un passaggio sulla dimostrazione che si svolge qui e vediamo se nel frattempo si recupera il collegamento con la macchina.
Il bello della diretta, potrebbe...
No, è il brutto per te più che il bello della diretta, che adesso ti devi
vabbè, insomma.
inventare qualcosa.
Vedo che è partito però adesso. Sì. Sì.
Il drone si muove.
Sì, è pur si muove.
Allora, abbiamo il segnale che il drone è in movimento, ma non abbiamo il segnale della camera di bordo. Comunque descriviamo un pezzo del profilo di missione e se nel contempo viene recuperato il canale della telecamera lo presentiamo.
Sì, come immaginate ovviamente la necessità di connettività di questi sistemi, oltre le necessità sono essenzialmente due, la rete elettrica, quindi questo sistema è stato dotato di un accumulatore con insomma, la ricarica solare, quindi è autonomo sotto questo aspetto.
Evidentemente più complicato del previsto.
Altra necessità è appunto la connettività, che consente poi da remoto non solo di ricevere i dati, ma anche di vedere in tempo reale quelle che sono le riprese del drone e appunto è necessario quindi trovare quali sono le aree con maggiore copertura anche di rete, o nel caso, come è successo in altre installazioni, nel caso ci siano delle reti locali a cui agganciarsi tramite appunto cavo, in quel caso, in modo da, vediamo che ci sono anche le immagini della ripresa del drone. Quindi ecco, diciamo che sono queste due le principali necessità della stazione: rete elettrica e connettività, perché ovviamente stiamo operando da remoto. In questo caso ovviamente per ragioni di sicurezza è previsto un operatore, un pilota qualificato sul posto, però immaginiamo che questi sistemi sono pensati anche per operare, soprattutto per operare da remoto in autonomia, quindi per eseguire attività che sono già state stabilite, e appunto il sistema può eventualmente decidere se attivare o meno l'operazione, come dicevo, in base alle condizioni attuali. Questa è appunto le immagini dalla discarica, quindi insomma, ecco, i problemi di connessione sono stati risolti. Immaginate che comunque un sistema più a lungo sta sul posto, più nel caso della connettività riesce ad ottimizzare quella che è la qualità del segnale, quindi la possibilità, ecco, di ottimizzare quella che è anche la connettività e in questo caso l'invio di dati che con le nuove tecnologie, soprattutto in questo caso è fatto in 4G, immaginando di avere anche copertura 5G, in quel caso l'invio di dati è sicuramente di maggior qualità, con una capacità di banda che il 4G non ha, ma che il 5G ovviamente riesce a garantire anche in termini di latenza. Vediamo che questi microscatti sono dovuti anche alla latenza della connessione, quindi appunto il ritardo nell'invio dei dati, che con tecnologie 5G ovviamente possono essere superate, dato che comunque il 5G ha latenze molto più basse anche in termini di risposta video, oltre che di qualità proprio della definizione delle immagini. Comunque ecco, vedete la stazione, ci sono dei parametri lì in basso che forse si leggono poco, ma danno idea di quelle che sono l'attuale situazione del sistema. Ci sono appunto il livello di batteria, quindi tutta la possibilità che ha il drone di operare ancora. Il drone di per sé è molto efficiente, riesce ad operare per circa mezz'ora. Ecco, vediamo la griglia che si sta componendo, riesce a operare per circa mezz'ora e una volta appunto terminata la missione si ricarica autonomamente, atterra e si ricarica autonomamente con il sistema di ricarica autonoma che nelle immagini adesso non vediamo, ma è formato da una griglia che allinea autonomamente il drone e una volta allineato ricarica il drone.
Bene, io credo che abbiamo dato una immagine di quella che è l'applicazione e chiaramente ribadiamo e ribadisco che siamo in fase di sviluppo di soluzioni, quindi siamo in fase assolutamente sperimentale. Comunque si può vedere come programmare di osservare un qualsiasi elemento, no? In questo caso una discarica, sia assolutamente praticabile e come attraverso questo si possono raccogliere informazioni, una quantità grandissima di informazioni che poi possono tranquillamente essere elaborate con vari metodi, da metodi normali a metodi che utilizzano intelligenza artificiale.
Piccola postilla a livello normativo che il volo autonomo ancora non è stato pienamente regolamentato e queste dimostrazioni servono anche ai regolatori, insomma le autorità, per capire quali sono effettivamente le possibilità per il volo autonomo e per darne appunto il via libera in futuro. Grazie.
Bene, grazie. Adesso passiamo alla terza fase di questa sessione. Con me sul palco c'è il professor Francesco Giordano dell'Università di Bari, che anche lui è preso dalle fotografie commerciali, colpito, affondato, e quindi questa dimostrazione è una dimostrazione decisamente particolare perché tratta un argomento molto delicato anche. Stiamo parlando di un sistema per andare a rilevare elementi radioattivi su un territorio, quindi comprendete che quando parliamo di radioattività entriamo in un campo assolutamente dedicato, ma questo sistema dice anche, cioè per l'utilizzo di questo sistema bisogna anche dire che la radioattività può essere un fenomeno normale generato dalla normale evoluzione della Terra e da quello che gli succede, ma può anche essere indotta da comportamenti dell'uomo, leggi di scariche di materiali non proprio sicuri, leggi qualsiasi altro elemento. Quindi la Flying Demon ha sviluppato un sensore che è idoneo a rilevare questo tipo di frequenze, questo tipo di emissioni sia naturali sia indotte da attività umane e questo ci dà un esempio di un'applicazione. Chiaramente per fare questo abbiamo reso radioattivo un pezzettino piccolino dell'aeroporto di Grottaglie. No, adesso il professore vi dirà come è stata simulata questa fonte di emissione e fatto in assoluta sicurezza.
Sì, buonasera a tutti. Allora, sono Francesco Giordano, sono docente del Dipartimento di Fisica dell'Università degli Studi di Bari. Nel fine 2022 abbiamo vinto una challenge ENAC, anzi i miei ragazzi che vedevate un attimo fa hanno vinto una challenge ENAC Under 35 proprio per provare a rendere compatti portatili installabili sul drone rivelatori per radioattività gamma. Noi facciamo astrofisica gamma da circa 20 anni, io in particolare, e quindi quella strumentazione che abbiamo mandato in orbita nel 2008 con un satellite denominato Fermi e poi successivamente con altri telescopi spaziali è stata trasferita con un technology transfer verso la società. E poi a seguito di questo finanziamento ENAC abbiamo fondato la Flying Demon, startup innovativa iscritta alla Camera di Commercio di Bari e poi è diventata spin-off dell'Università degli Studi di Bari. Come vedete il drone è un drone commerciale, è un matrice 300 della DJI. Lo scatolotto realizzato da noi in fibra di carbonio contiene un rivelatore innovativo con sensoristica diciamo a basso consumo di derivazione spaziale. La parte attiva è costituita da cristalli inorganici di ioduro di cesio letti con sensori innovativi a base di silicio. Quello che ovviamente faremo in questo momento, o quello che la Flying Demon si prefigge di fare è la realizzazione di un servizio di monitoraggio di radioattività ambientale. Quindi esploreremo prima di tutto in maniera visiva il campo, chiaramente a quella quota non si riescono a vedere in modo significativo i raggi gamma emessi da un territorio, da un terreno o da un bersaglio specifico. Se poi dovessimo individuare un qualcosa di anomalo, allora in quel caso diciamo la missione consiste nello scendere a bassa quota, posizionarsi il più possibile vicino al target e incominciare a fare spettroscopia. Infatti abbiamo una ground station che comunica continuamente con un sistema Raspberry installato su payload e dagli spettri diciamo di raggi gamma che osserviamo possiamo già avere una prima stima del contenuto in radionuclidi del bersaglio che stiamo monitorando. Ora è chiaro che qui diciamo, la misura di radioattività ambientale è una misura delicata perché in funzione del radionuclidio abbiamo diverse energie che possono essere emesse e quindi in funzione dell'energia emessa abbiamo la possibilità di osservare il bersaglio a diverse quote. Perché più è bassa l'energia, più dobbiamo essere vicini, più alta l'energia, più possiamo consentire il volo diciamo ad alta quota. Per cui va prima identificato il bersaglio e poi diciamo, bisogna scendere per fare uno spettro di radioattività. Riusciremo a vedere, ovviamente c'è una ground station con un monitor portatile che sta comunicando, io spero che si riesca a vedere anche in tempo reale uno spettro di acquisizione e soprattutto la cosa che si può fare durante la fase di volo è anche l'ottimizzazione dei parametri di lavoro. Perché i fotorivelatori che convertono la luce di scintillazione dovuta all'evento di conversione dei raggi gamma all'interno dei cristalli può essere aumentato o diminuito, quindi il guadagno, quindi l'impulso relativo può essere aumentato o diminuito. E poi l'altra cosa che può anche accadere, cioè che possiamo fare in tempo reale, è anche il guadagno dell'elettronica, per cui possiamo estendere il range dinamico di osservazione della radioattività ambientale in tempo reale e quindi cercare di capire anche se c'è un conteggio che aumenta in una determinata linea ben specifica, ben identificata dei radionuclidi che possiamo osservare. Questo consente ovviamente diciamo una doppia operazione, quindi possiamo fare un survey veloce con droni di un campo magari inaccessibile o allo stesso tempo anche un campo accessibile come per esempio quello in questa situazione possiamo fare ancora una volta un survey veloce e qualora dovessimo notare qualche anomalia di conteggi o identificazione abbiamo anche strumentazione, quella la potete osservare anche nello stand 12 dove abbiamo il sensore a disposizione e anche altre attrezzature che la Flying Demon utilizza, fare poi invece un monitoraggio più puntuale con sempre strumenti portatili a maggiore sensibilità, magari indossabili o installabili o comunque portatili con degli zainetti. Questo ovviamente consente ancora una volta di fare di rispondere in tempo reale. Infatti una delle peculiarità del monitoraggio ambientale che la Flying Demon offre rispetto ai competitor sul mercato è chiaramente la misura on demand, quindi quando occorre ci attrezziamo e facciamo la misura, e soprattutto la risposta dei risultati in real time, cioè nel senso che siamo in grado di dire mentre acquisiamo se c'è o non c'è presenza di radioattività ambientale al di sopra di determinati livelli che possono allertare, quindi possono evidentemente, ecco ora diciamo per esempio sta scendendo, quindi evidentemente l'operatore, o stiamo proprio atterrando? Silvano? Stiamo semplicemente, cioè non stiamo atterrando, stiamo continuando la missione. Quindi, come dicevo, quindi questa è diciamo, una simulazione di prova, nel senso che in questo momento noi atterriamo, evidentemente qui diciamo, non abbiamo individuato nessun target preciso, ma la cosa importante, come abbiamo fatto in diverse campagne di misure già in passato, che si ferma e resta diciamo, il tempo necessario per fare la misura. Ora, la domanda che potrebbe sorgere è quant'è il tempo minimo di osservazione? Beh, è chiaro che dipende molto dall'attività della sorgente, dipende anche molto dal range energetico della sorgente stessa e soprattutto, questo è un altro aspetto peculiare, dipende anche molto dall'area efficace del rivelatore. Ora, in questo caso noi abbiamo scelto di alleggerire il più possibile il drone con sensori di piccola dimensione che chiaramente sono sensibili ad altissime diciamo, intensità di radioattività, però la cosa che sicuramente può essere fatta in un prossimo futuro è sostituire il sensore con dell'elettronica e dei volumi ancora più compatti a vantaggio dell'area sensibile, per cui riuscire ad aumentare l'area efficace e quindi ottenere le stesse informazioni con una missione più breve o equivalentemente coprire aree più vaste a parità di tempo di missione. Questo un po' è quello che la Flying Demon offre. Come dicevo, rispetto a solitamente il monitoraggio ambientale si fa anche con stazioni fisse che hanno, se volete, lo svantaggio di avere costi di installazione e manutenzione decisamente più alti, ma soprattutto non hanno una copertura uniforme di tutto il territorio nazionale e sovranazionale, per cui avere una soluzione on demand che restituisce risultati in tempo reale all'occorrenza certamente offre una misura complementare rispetto a quello che si sta già facendo nel settore.
Io non so se lo posso dire, ma voi adesso avete partecipato a una competizione che ha dato un risultato, credo, molto interessante per voi.
Non ho sentito, Silvano.
Avete partecipato a un challenge, chiamiamolo così, che ha dato un risultato decisamente interessante per voi, quindi c'è una prospettiva di uno sviluppo della vostra società, perché è una società e quindi andare a sviluppare in questo settore iniziative anche sul piano veramente industriale e di impresa.
Beh sì, allora noi diciamo la Challenge ENAC ci ha consentito di partire, poi abbiamo vinto il premio Green and Blue di Regione Puglia, quindi nella Start Cup Puglia, questo è successo a settembre 2023, abbiamo partecipato alla Challenge dell'EASA BIC, quindi domani diciamo, sentiremo i risultati ufficiali che sembrano essere particolarmente positivi e rosei. È chiaro che diciamo, entrare nell'ecosistema spaziale pugliese consente anche un aumento di prospettiva, cioè i raggi gamma possono essere monitorati non soltanto emessi dal nostro pianeta, ma emessi dalla nostra stella più vicina, emessi dal profondo universo, che è un po' come tornare diciamo, alle nostre origini, per cui anche missioni che prevedono questo tipo di strumentazione capace di... Ah, ok, finalmente abbiamo avuto diciamo, uno spettro, ok, qua è perfetto, quindi potete vedere in tempo reale la risposta del sensore in termini di conteggi, solo che non si legge bene la scala, e diciamo, nel grafico nascosto c'è anche proprio la risposta spettrale in termini proprio di energia. Quindi abbiamo anche la possibilità in tempo reale di capire se passando su un bersaglio abbiamo un aumento repentino del conteggio e chiaramente in corrispondenza anche la risposta spettrale, per cui con un occhio allenato o con anche un algoritmo di riconoscimento delle linee in tempo reale possiamo già rivelare il tipo di radionuclide presente, che cosa sta emettendo.
Perfetto, grazie Francesco.
Grazie a voi.
Questa sessione si chiude e chiude le dimostrazioni dal vivo, che faticaccia che è stato, e quindi adesso ci orientiamo a presentare le ultime due registrazioni, che sono registrazioni registrate, e quindi la prima fa parte, grazie a tutti voi, la prima abbreviata come nome del progetto di ricerca che è a sostegno dell'iniziativa che vi verrà qui presentata, si chiama Calliope, è un'attività di osservazione di un territorio ampio, territorio metropolitano, un territorio urbano, un territorio che ha anche una componente portuale. Stiamo parlando di un'attività nell'area della città di Taranto, porto compreso e infrastrutture interne compreso, quindi parliamo assolutamente di un luogo decisamente interessante, mettiamo così, dal punto di vista dell'osservazione della qualità dell'ambiente, e questa viene portata avanti da un'aggregazione di aziende, di imprese che fanno capo al Comune di Taranto, all'Autorità Portuale di Taranto, all'ARPA regionale, e che vedono dal punto di vista industriale la presenza di due realtà qui rappresentate dalla Cerino, di cui mi sfugge il nome, Fabio. E da Gennaro Paduanelli, quindi uno di Esprivia e l'altro di Bifrist. Quando parliamo di Esprivia e di Bifrist parliamo di due realtà industriali. Bifrist è la società che ha sviluppato un sensore che è già utilizzato a terra, diciamo, in condizioni ground, per fare dei rilevamenti e soprattutto di inquinamento ambientale. Stiamo parlando di CO2, stiamo parlando di particolato e tutto quello che è connesso, mentre Esprivia è soprattutto impegnata e collabora moltissimo anche con il distretto per tutto quello che è il concetto di situation awareness, cioè sviluppo di sistemi per l'acquisizione di informazioni, ma soprattutto sviluppo di sistemi per trasformare queste informazioni in conoscenza, utilizzando le più innovative tecniche anche di trattamento dei dati, quali deep learning e intelligenza artificiale. Parliamo dalla prima fase, quella di chi rileva le condizioni ambientali, e quindi do la parola a Fabio Cerino.
Sì, grazie, buonasera, sono Fabio Cerino, sono founder di Bifrist, è una startup innovativa che si occupa di qualità dell'aria in senso ampio. Siamo partiti da esperienze indoor, abbiamo più di 1800 sensori disseminati sul territorio italiano, ma la sfida che abbiamo raccolto con la Casa delle Tecnologie Emergenti, Calliope, del Comune di Taranto, è una sfida molto più, appunto, sfidante e ardua. Si tratta in particolare di utilizzare il mondo dei droni e il supporto dei droni per raccogliere informazioni sulla qualità dell'aria che respiriamo in ambiente urbano attraverso dei voli mirati che sono ora in fase sperimentale, questo per rendere disponibili i dati al territorio e sul territorio in maniera molto più mirata rispetto ai dati provenienti dalle centraline ARPA. Le centraline ARPA sono localizzate in punti specifici della città, quindi raccolgono informazioni esattamente in quel punto, ma non è detto che quelle informazioni siano caratteristiche di tutto l'ambiente che ci circonda. Ed è per questo che nel progetto Calliope abbiamo proposto 2 modalità innovative, oltre a quella indoor, per raccogliere informazioni riguardanti l'ambiente e in particolare gli ambienti esterni. Con questo progetto, in collaborazione con Exprivia e con il distretto tecnologico di Aerospazio, abbiamo eseguito questo secondo volo nell'area del porto di Taranto, proprio per valutare come affinare le modalità di raccolta dei dati che appunto derivano da sensori messi a bordo che trasmettono a uno stack di raccolta delle informazioni, ma questo sarà più dettagliato Exprivia nella sua specificità. Queste informazioni nell'ambito del progetto Calliope avranno uno scopo ben preciso. Calliope ha un sottotitolo che è One Health, cioè l'unica salute che può regolare le attività sul mondo, tant'è che ci sono diverse verticalità nel progetto Calliope che riguardano la parte antropica, quindi l'uomo, che riguardano l'ambiente della fauna marina e della fauna terrestre, e quindi questi 3 ambienti vengono monitorati con attività innovative per far entrare informazioni all'interno di un unico ambiente di valutazione per definire dei KPI che possono dare indicazioni sulla qualità della vita sul pianeta e sulle interazioni tra l'ambiente e la salute delle popolazioni. Nell'ambito dello stesso progetto abbiamo presentato anche, e questo partirà, questa parte piuttosto interessante partirà a breve, doteremo 50 vigili urbani del Comune di Taranto con 50 pettorine con sensori wearable che misureranno la loro esposizione alle polveri sottili, alla NO2, ozono e al rumore in ambiente urbano mentre sono sul servizio su strada. Questo per raccogliere informazioni non solo direttamente sull'esposizione del vigile urbano agli agenti inquinanti urbani, ma anche per raccogliere informazioni di dettaglio sulle stesse strade che vengono percorse dallo stesso vigile urbano. Ed è un po' quello che stiamo cercando di fare, portando dentro diversi vettori per raccogliere informazioni sull'inquinamento e sull'esposizione delle persone, per dare informazioni di dettaglio che poi possono servire alla popolazione ma anche alle amministrazioni per prendere decisioni riguardo politiche di gestione della mobilità, per esempio, riguardo politiche di gestione della implementazione di verde urbano in termini di mascheramento, phytoremediation, quello che viene chiamata rimedio attraverso la vegetazione. E questo è un po' lo spirito di ciò che noi stiamo facendo in Calliope, che è un partenariato di 30 soggetti pubblici e privati che in questo anno raccoglieranno informazioni finanziate appunto dal Ministero dell'Industria e del Made in Italy. La sensoristica che stiamo utilizzando, mi preme ripeterlo e evidenziarlo, è una sensoristica di primo livello, quindi primo livello significa che ha una buona affidabilità, non è uno strumento di misura, ma dà dati con grande affidabilità e sono molto poco costosi, quindi possono essere diffusi sul territorio in maniera massiva e costruire sciami di informazioni che collezionati danno una molteplicità di indicazioni molto importante per valutare il confronto, il raccordo tra l'ambiente che viviamo e la salute delle persone. Chiudo dicendo che nell'ambito dello stesso progetto ci sarà una raccolta dati sulla popolazione, quindi su come questa popolazione viene esposta agli agenti inquinanti, per avere anche risposte nel breve periodo. Il tema rilevantissimo che ci siamo posti è questo. Sappiamo che l'inquinamento dell'aria fa tanti morti, fa tanti danni ogni anno, sono 60-65 mila morti all'anno in Italia per inquinamento dell'aria indoor e outdoor, secondo stime dell'Organizzazione Mondiale della Sanità. Queste però sono danni che avvengono con esposizioni prolungate al tempo, quindi non ci sono effetti immediati come può essere quello dell'incidentalità stradale. E l'avvio di questo percorso è l'avvio di un progetto orizzontale di analisi e ricerca per valutare le correlazioni tra effetti di lungo e breve periodo sulla salute dell'inquinamento dell'aria. Questo perché appunto modelli di prevenzione dell'inquinamento sono in questo momento basati su serie molto poco prolungate, ma non hanno dati fortemente correlati. E quello che vogliamo fare è appunto offrire modelli di correlazione molto spinti per offrire poi prospettive di remediation che hanno ovviamente bisogno di politiche importanti di sostegno. Grazie.
Ok, grazie. Siamo entrati a parlare nella gestione delle informazioni raccolte e quindi passo la parola a Paduanelli di Esprivia, che è proprio delegato nell'ambito dell'aggregazione a affrontare questo aspetto.
Buonasera a tutti, grazie per la parola. Io sono Gennaro Paduanelli e mi occupo per Exprivia, appunto, sono impegnato nel progetto Calliope attualmente, precedentemente anche Casa delle Tecnologie di Bari, con cui abbiamo anche avuto modo di partecipare ai vari eventi organizzati dal DTA nei 2 anni passati, in cui appunto abbiamo mostrato quella che è la nostra soluzione, ossia un aggregatore di dati raccolti da una vastità di dispositivi che sono integrabili nel nostro sistema. Lo scopo principale della nostra partecipazione è quella di poter raccogliere quanto più know-how nello sviluppo e nello sviluppo di tecnologie che possano permetterci di monitorare smart cities e digital cities quanto più fedeli alla realtà possibile. Nel particolare, attualmente col progetto Calliope, appunto, come ha anche anticipato precedentemente il collega Fabio Cerino, attraverso la numerosità dei partner abbiamo anche l'opportunità di poter monitorare e raccogliere dati relativi a più aspetti possibili di quella che è la smart city del futuro. In particolare ci stiamo occupando di monitorare, raccogliere, graficare e elaborare anche in real time e a batch e a posteriori dati che riguardano misure ambientali come inquinanti e anche parametri vitali, come ad esempio per quanto riguarda item oxygen. La loro partecipazione all'interno del progetto prevede l'utilizzo di sensoristiche portate indossate appunto dagli operatori, di modo da poter raccogliere dati relativi sia ai parametri vitali che ai parametri ambientali, in modo anche da poter avere una panoramica un po' più completa di quella che è appunto la situazione ambientale e in caso di emergenza poter interagire prontamente. Quindi particolarmente la nostra piattaforma si occupa di elaborare sia in real time che in modalità batch i dati che siamo in grado di fare ingestion per sia mandare allarmi di modo da poter permettere all'operatore della COP, che è la nostra piattaforma, di poter avere una panoramica più vicino possibile alla realtà e di poter intervenire coordinando ad esempio quelli che sono gli operatori che nel caso dovrebbero intervenire, e anche la possibilità di fare elaborazioni anche di immagini attraverso pipeline di low coding e modelli di intelligenza artificiale. Particolarmente poi questi dati di cui facciamo ingestion siamo in grado anche di fare statistica, graficarli all'interno di dashlet apposite e anche di mostrare heatmap in modo da poter avere un raffronto più visuale, una visione più d'insieme su quella che è la situazione reale. Cioè, va bene vedere i numeri, però anche una cosa visuale è più indicato. Grazie.
Ok, grazie. Ma io credo, velocissimo, 2 osservazioni. Si è costituita un'aggregazione di 30 realtà, quindi diciamo, guidate in qualche modo da due entità, una comunale e una regionale, chiamiamole Comune di Taranto, chiamiamole ARPA regionale, un esempio, no, di come da un bisogno del pubblico possa nascere un'iniziativa che consente da un lato di ragionare su elementi che interessano veramente tutti, perché stiamo parlando di salute poi alla fine, e quindi stiamo parlando di qualcosa che interessa tutti, e dall'altra siano anche uno sprone per sviluppare sensori, per sviluppare modelli, metodi, tecnologie per il trattamento dei dati, e quindi un bel contributo allo sviluppo della conoscenza con un ente pubblico o enti pubblici è famosissimo, o enti pubblici che si fanno interpreti di bisogni ma li trasformano anche in meccanismi che possono consentire uno sviluppo del territorio da molti altri punti di vista. Grazie mille per il vostro intervento.
Grazie a voi.
Se io sono illuminato nel senso che ho le luci che non mi consentono di vedere niente, credo che ci sia in sala Simone Panza, eccolo, della società Antix, arriva armato, quindi che vi presenterà. Loro guardano decisamente avanti perché noi abbiamo fatto demo, presentazioni sino ad oggi di attività dove l'utilizzo dei droni ha avuto sì una intensità e una complessità, però abbiamo sempre parlato sostanzialmente di sistemi automatici, cioè sistemi che vengono programmati, sistemi che vengono istruiti, ma sistemi che dopo sono dei meri esecutori delle cose che hanno fatto. Qui invece stiamo entrando in qualcosa di più avanzato, cioè sistemi che sono inseriti in un contesto, sistemi che hanno una missione da svolgere e sistemi che imparano da soli a svolgere questo tipo di missioni. L'Antix è uno spin-off del Politecnico di Milano e quindi questo discorso è stato sviluppato in stretta collaborazione fra le due entità e quello che viene presentato è il risultato di un Leonardo Drone Contest dove loro hanno partecipato e vinto proprio con la dimostrazione che adesso vi farà vedere di come in un ambiente chiuso in questo momento, perché oltretutto le normative oltre al livello di confidenza con le tecnologie non ci consentono di uscire di casa, però chiaramente dando il senso di un percorso che è stato avviato. Vai.
Grazie Silvano per l'introduzione, buonasera a tutti. Prendo il comando. Sì, come diceva Silvano, l'idea di questa presentazione è parlare di volo autonomo, perché si sente tanto parlare di volo autonomo, ci sono tante aziende che propongono prodotti basati su droni autonomi, però ecco, cerchiamo di capire cosa significa veramente un drone che vola in maniera autonoma, che vuol dire da solo senza l'intervento di un pilota, e lo facciamo tramite appunto l'esperienza del Leonardo Drone Contest che abbiamo sviluppato nel corso degli ultimi anni. Quindi Leonardo Drone Contest, come probabilmente molti di voi sanno, è una competizione organizzata da Leonardo per promuovere l'utilizzo e lo sviluppo dell'intelligenza artificiale sui droni. È una competizione che coinvolge diverse università italiane, tra cui il Politecnico di Milano e anche, visto che siamo in Puglia, menziono anche il Politecnico di Bari che si è unito al contest quest'anno. E di fatto tutti gli anni si svolge una gara che vede le diverse università competere tra di loro con soluzioni di volo autonomo. In cosa consiste la gara? Di fatto consiste nel volare con un drone che è sviluppato da ciascuna università in un ambiente indoor in assenza di GPS, un po' come l'arena di volo che probabilmente avrete visto nel capannone a fianco dove è stata svolta la gara di FPV Racing stamattina. Il drone deve essere in grado di prendere delle decisioni in autonomia, per esempio scegliendo la traiettoria per arrivare là dove deve arrivare e pianificare la propria traiettoria evitando gli ostacoli. Via via col corso degli anni poi è stata introdotta anche qualche variante, per esempio la collaborazione tra il drone e altri agenti come robot terrestri e così via. Per fare questo fondamentale è stato sviluppare un ambiente di simulazione che ha permesso di implementare tutti questi algoritmi di guida autonoma e testarli in ambiente di simulazione per verificare che appunto tutto funzionasse, e dopodiché gli stessi algoritmi sono stati testati quindi in volo vero, reale, nel laboratorio, nello specifico nel laboratorio FlyArt del Politecnico di Milano, che è un'arena di volo equipaggiata di tutti gli strumenti che permettono di fare questi esperimenti. Vi faccio vedere un video che cerca di sintetizzare un po' tutte le tecnologie che sono state sviluppate per permettere appunto la capacità del volo autonomo. Quindi il drone deve essere in grado di, con i sensori che ha a bordo, di mappare l'ambiente, quindi il drone ha una stereocamera che gli permette di ricostruire l'ambiente in 3D e costruire una mappa. Il drone poi deve essere capace di pianificare il percorso. Una volta che conosce dove sono gli ostacoli, il drone pianifica la traiettoria per arrivare al punto desiderato. Poi nello specifico c'era anche una parte di QR code detection, quindi vedete quei QR code incollati a terra che fungono da piattaforme di atterraggio, e non ultimo la obstacle avoidance, quindi il drone deve essere in grado di evitare gli ostacoli che la mappa contiene. Come è stato organizzato il lavoro? Di fatto abbiamo impostato una collaborazione tra Antex, che è spin-off del Politecnico, e appunto il laboratorio droni del Politecnico, che nei primi 3 anni di contest si è occupato di gestire la gara. In questa collaborazione Antex si è occupata di sviluppare la piattaforma drone e fornire tutto il supporto necessario al team del Politecnico per svolgere la gara. Lato Politecnico invece diciamo, loro hanno fatto il grosso del lavoro sulla parte di guida autonoma vera e propria, quindi hanno implementato tutti, oltre all'ambiente di simulazione, anche tutti i sistemi e gli algoritmi di guida autonoma necessari per raggiungere gli obiettivi della gara. Quindi per esempio pianificazione degli ostacoli, obstacle avoidance, tutta la parte di localization and mapping, eccetera eccetera. E questa è una carrellata dei droni che sono stati sviluppati nel corso degli anni, quindi da sinistra verso destra vediamo un po' l'evoluzione che abbiamo, a cui abbiamo assistito, quindi si intuisce come il drone il primo anno fosse più grezzo, più anche diciamo, esteticamente meno bello, e poi via via col passare degli anni abbiamo raffinato la soluzione. E vi faccio vedere questo video che è preso da un estratto dal secondo anno di gara, nel 2021, in cui appunto si vedono tutte le fasi della gara. Quindi dapprima il drone deve esplorare l'ambiente, e quindi vediamo il drone che appunto naviga nel campo gara, riconoscendo appunto gli ostacoli. Dopodiché in un secondo momento il drone deve andare a tracciare un robot terrestre, di fatto un Roomba come quelli che tutti noi abbiamo a casa per fare da aspirapolvere, il Roomba che si vede in basso a destra nella figura si sta muovendo e sopra il Roomba c'è incollato un codice a ruco che contiene delle informazioni necessarie per proseguire la gara. E quindi ecco, in questa fase di tracking vediamo che il drone cerca di inseguire il robot terrestre e di inquadrarlo per un certo numero di secondi, in modo tale che poi diciamo, i giudici decretano valida la fase di tracking. Dopodiché, ecco, sul codice a ruco che è incollato sul Roomba, di fatto è codificata la sequenza di atterraggi. Quindi adesso in questa fase di landing sequence vediamo che il drone cerca di andare ad atterrare nella sequenza giusta sulle piattaforme, su quei codici a ruco che sono incollati a terra. E tutto quanto, ecco, ci tengo a specificare in maniera completamente autonoma, nel senso che qui il drone sta facendo tutto da solo, non c'è un pilota che comanda il drone, è comunque presente un pilota di safety pilot giusto a scopo di sicurezza. Quindi se il drone comincia a fare cose strane, c'è sempre il safety pilot pronto a intervenire. E quindi sì, poi la gara si conclude con la sequenza di landing e dopodiché c'è tutta diciamo una fase di punteggio in cui, in base ai risultati, agli obiettivi che si sono raggiunti durante la missione, i giudici assegnano un punteggio e dopodiché viene stilata una graduatoria per decretare il vincitore. Se siete interessati a saperne di più e a vedere il video dello streaming completo, ecco, a questo link YouTube nel QR code potete trovare il video completo del terzo anno di gara, di una delle manche del terzo anno di gara in cui abbiamo gareggiato con il team Polimi.
Vai.
Quindi che cosa abbiamo imparato da questi anni di contest? Abbiamo imparato che il volo autonomo è sicuramente una tecnologia molto potente, la direzione è quella, nel senso nel futuro vedremo sicuramente sempre più droni che sono in grado di navigare in volo autonomo. Ovviamente non è stato tutto semplice, nel senso che c'è tutta una serie di problemi che sono stati riscontrati e che vanno risolti prima di avere una soluzione affidabile e commercializzabile. Per esempio, per quanto riguarda la navigazione, una cosa importante è che bisogna scegliere il sensore giusto a seconda dell'ambiente in cui si va a volare. La computer vision è sicuramente un'opzione interessante, ma ha anche una serie di problematiche, diciamo, insite nella tecnologia. Quindi per esempio qua c'è tutta questa carrellata che non sto a raccontarvi di problematiche, ma che, diciamo, vanno ad impattare sulle performance della navigazione. C'è poi tutta una serie di questioni di sicurezza e etiche legate al fatto che l'intelligenza artificiale spesso è fatta di algoritmi dal comportamento non deterministico, quindi non siamo in grado di predire cosa succederà, tant'è che durante la gara ciascun team aveva un safety pilot, appunto nel caso in cui il drone cominciasse a comportarsi in maniera strana. Infine, ecco, c'è anche tutta una questione autorizzativa di regolamento EASA, nel senso che in Europa il volo autonomo è strettamente regolato e, diciamo, bisogna richiedere autorizzazioni all'autorità competente, in questo caso ENAC, per poter fare sperimentazioni di volo autonomo. Quindi il messaggio che vogliamo trasmettere con questa presentazione è che pian piano stiamo vedendo sempre più il volo autonomo diventare una realtà, ma c'è ancora molto lavoro da fare prima di vedere qualcosa che sia veramente affidabile. E nello specifico, ecco, non c'è una soluzione che vada bene in tutti i casi, ma soprattutto per quanto riguarda la navigazione e i sensori da scegliere, bisogna appunto scegliere i sensori giusti a seconda dell'ambiente. Concludo con ecco, questa Wall of Fame, nel senso che noi come Antex siamo molto orgogliosi di questo progetto Leonardo Drone Contest, di avere collaborato col Politecnico di Milano, perché è stata una collaborazione molto fruttuosa. Abbiamo imparato sia noi che il Politecnico tanto sull'intelligenza artificiale e sul volo autonomo, diciamo, di tutte le edizioni che si sono svolte finora. Il Polimi è riuscito a vincere ben 3 edizioni su 4, il quarto anno ha vinto la Sant'Anna di Pisa, d'altronde non possiamo sempre vincere noi, dobbiamo lasciare vincere un po' anche gli altri. E settimana scorsa infine si è svolta questa gara nell'ambito del European Robotics Forum, quindi si tratta del Robotic Drone Contest, che appunto è sempre supportato da Leonardo, in cui in maniera simile al Drone Contest appunto c'è stata questa gara tra le varie università, in cui c'è stata questa collaborazione tra un drone aereo e robot terrestre. Anche in questo caso noi siamo molto orgogliosi di dire che il team del Politecnico è riuscito a vincere anche questa gara. Io ho finito, vi ringrazio per l'attenzione, spero che la presentazione sia stata interessante e di avere trasmesso un messaggio utile sul volo autonomo.
Sicuramente sì. Anzi, credo abbia lanciato una sfida, perché è venuto giù da Milano a dire che vince sempre, e quindi la sfida che raccogliamo e che il Politecnico di Bari ha già raccolto, ma credo che non basti il Politecnico di Bari, perché quello che è significativo in questi risultati è che sì, c'è un'università, ci sono dei professori, ma è altrettanto vero che tutto questo un territorio se lo può permettere, perché ha un contesto che favorisce lo sviluppo di queste cose, ha un contesto che orienta anche la creazione di figure professionali che poi entrano in questo percorso e sono in grado di dare risposte. Quindi la provocazione la faccio io: perché non può succedere qui? E andiamo a Milano, io lo dico da piemontese, lo dico da piemontese, quindi andiamo a Milano a competere con loro e poi vediamo come va a finire, magari aggregandoci per andare a competere contro qualcun altro fuori dai nostri confini. Grazie Simone. Chiudi tu? Io ho finito, me ne vado.
Grazie Silvano, thank you Silvano. It's the moment of the last panel of the day, the panel about who has test range, the European perspective. The moderator is Giancarlo Ferrara. He has Drone United Work Program Manager, Eurocontrol. I call her on the stage.
So, nice afternoon to everyone again. We are a few people just because I discovered that the buffet has been open, and now probably someone else will leave, knowing that. But anyway, we are the last in the pipeline today. So the subject, anyway, is quite interesting because it's dealing with the test range subject that, of course, was already mentioned by Antonio before talking about the ground ATM testbed here in Grottaglie. So I would like to invite, first of all, the speakers that I have, the panelists that I have, and I will start with the first one, that is Antonio, then Daniel, and then I will say a few words about you. Connected, so this will be a remotely piloted panel. There will be Munish. I don't know if Munish is connected, but there is Munish Kurana from Eurocontrol as well. He's a business development manager. And then we have also another interesting participation speaker, that is Macarena Marquez from the CATEC Atlas. So having said that, okay, ciao Munish, I see you. Macarena as well is connected. Can you hear us? Good. So I will briefly introduce them. Let's say I was preparing a few slides that probably will come on the display. Could you put kindly the slides on the display, please? Anyway, let's start. We were having a few slides prepared, but probably there are difficulties to show it on the main display. First of all, I would like to present Macarena Marquez. She is the head of Atlas Flight Test Center in Andalusia. And I mean, this is the main reference test bed that is available in Spain. It's one of the most advanced one, and there are several activities running there. Then in the pipeline, as I said, we have Munich. Munich is working in Eurocontrol. Probably everyone knows Munich because Munich is also animating the EU network of U-Space stakeholders. So more or less is what we call in Italy Gianni Minà of Eurocontrol for that. So he knows everyone. So when we have to get in touch with someone, generally we ask Munich. So I think he is well known as well. Then we have Daniel. Daniel is the head of the National Experimental Test Center in DLR that is based in Kochstedt. Daniel, we were already having the opportunity to work together because we were having, as we had previously here in Grottaglie, we had also a demonstration of Chorus 6M project with volocopter and mixed environment in terms of manned and unmanned aviation, organized by DLR and Dronic and the other partners that were operating there. So then, of course, Antonio, you know already Antonio, because he was already presenting before, and he was talking about the ground ATM test bed. So having said that, allow me just to say a few words about the data we have collected so far with respect to the test center we have in Europe. First of all, Eurocontrol was launching this survey, and we were detecting that there are 14 main test centers that are working on the subject of EASA and innovative aviation as well. These 14 test centers that we have, they are generally concentrated in some countries. The bigger countries generally are having 3 or 5 test centers. Of course, each one of these test centers is specialized in specific activities. And some of 9 of these, out of these 14 test centers were also equipped with U-Space or US traffic management system. So they were not only testing operations and solutions coming by the US, by drones, but also they were testing how the services could support this type of operations. So since we are late, I don't want to bother you with so much information. I prefer to skip this part, let's say, and to come to the main subject. Since we have here the expert, I was identifying some topics that could be of interest for you, and I have some questions. We could start from Macarena, if she's connected, behind a lady. Lady first. Are you connected, Macarena? Can you hear us? Can you speak a bit?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Perfect, yes. So the question we have with you, because the idea is to explore what are the difficulties and what are the possibilities we have to exploit a bit the test center activities. From your perspective, could US Test Center be considered an important player, not only for the civil application, but also for dual-use technologies, from your perspective?
Hello, Giancarlo. Hello, all. Thank you for the presentation. Firstly, I would like to thank M&A for the invitation, and I would like to apologize for not attending in person. However, I will go straight to the question. The answer is yes. Civil US Test Center is a key player. Atlas is a civil test bed located, as you said, in the south of Spain, and we started the 20th of March 2014, exactly 10 years today. And we can confirm that the 95% of our customers were from civil sector. However, we consider that civil testbeds are an ideal environment to validate dual use because of their capability. For example, the temporary segregated airspace, this air-ground mitigation risk control, And what kind of dual use? For example, swarming, detect and avoid system, intelligent navigation without GNSS. But where is our main obstacle barriers that the defense sector, institutions, and companies, they don't know us. For that reason, actions to improve the visibility of US civil testbed and foster collaboration between defense sector and US center is an interesting suggestion. And this initiative should be driven by European Commission, European Defense Agency, NAT, because this proposal highlights the use of all the different infrastructure that the countries have. I try to answer your questions.
Thank you, Macarena. I see, because at the end, sooner or later, they will identify the requirement to have interoperable operations. And so in this sense, the test center could help a lot in having dual type of operations fully integrated. So let's hope that we will address that. Of course, this is one of the problems that we have encountered already and have been identified by our test center people. And I would like to go to Daniel with the question I was preparing for you. So the question is, how important do you think are regional, international dimension for the testing center testing ecosystem to succeed?
Yeah, I think especially in Europe, we have one big challenge. We have a European regulation, and then we have to translate this into a national regulation, which is, some companies would claim, a little bit of a competitive disadvantage towards the US, China, and so on and so forth, because there is a little bit of a difference within each nation. And as test centers, I think we realize this, because within our exchange, we see that there's different interpretations and different wiggle room within the regulation that some people use and some people don't. So especially for us as Europeans, I think the international and European dimension is crucial in terms of fairness on the one hand, so that every country can provide the same abilities to its companies, but on the other hand as well to keep our competitive advantage, because it was said this morning that the European regulation is one of the most advanced, but this fragmentation has a risk of losing this advantage for Europe, and therefore I think it should be harmonized as much as possible. But from my perspective, this can not only be done by you guys as the regulators, for example, but we need to come up with ways to do this ourselves, for example, as test centers. As a result of one of Munich's workshops last year, we formed a still kind of like informal group of test centers where we come together with, I think now it's up to 32 different test centers that are within this initiative to exchange this information, come up with bottom-up approaches in terms of how could a European-wide regulation for sandboxes look like, and so on and so forth. So I think for me, this is probably for the success of AAM in Europe, it's the most crucial thing at all.
Yeah, thank you very much. I do agree, let's say, and I think will be also an accelerator from this perspective. The regulatory sandbox, what they call regulatory sandbox, will also help to reduce the fragmentation that you were mentioning. Okay, thank you. So Antonio, back to you. Since you were facing a lot of troubles, let's say, in organizing this demo, and so on, so could you explain a bit to us what are the difficulties you were facing, and how did you organize all these demos in parallel to the conference?
Okay, thank you, Giancarlo, for this question. Indeed, one of the main part of this event is the demonstration part that is running in coordination from the control room that we created in these buildings and the higher field. And today we had the chance to see some UAS taking off from here outside this room and leaving, even reaching the city of Taranto or the sea about 20 kilometers from here. In order to arrange, to organize, and to have all the authorization, we started the work of preparing this demonstration more than four months ago, in December or in the middle of November. And it was a very complex work, even because we didn't limit ourselves to the US, but we also included the preparation of the ground, the control room in which we have U-Space services in terms of the flight, and also another system that is able to monitor the surrounding area near the airport with the sensor and the ground. These information are provided to the coordinator of the test, the demonstration, and he is able to interact with the different pilots by voice and by looking at the data brought by this system, this UTM and this system to control the traffic around the airport. This was a very huge effort because a number of the actors here, but mainly because the operation included also external actors. The other ones around the airport, the other operators of the airport, but also as we reached the city of Taranto, we had to coordinate operation even with the Navy, the Italian Navy that has the base in the city of Taranto, even with the port authority, and even with the local police of the city, the municipality. So we had to coordinate all of these persons. And the last point is that the coordinator of the demonstration is responsible for giving the clearance to all the aircraft, to all the pilots, but he has officially only the voice communication, while the U-Space and the other system, the digital system, the digital data is not allowed, is officially not allowed to be managed. So we are operating so high-tech, high-digital, even in some cases with virtual potentiality operation, but voice communication. Only this is the only channel, communication channel authorized to provide authorization to the different person. Or the other point, in order to achieve a couple of these demonstrations are required authorization from ENAC, and I will not speak about how difficult it is, not because the operator was not able to achieve the authorization, but the number of ground authorization. I mentioned before Taranto. The local police required authorization from ENAC, but ENAC required authorization from local police in order to land in a place. So the number of paper and the number of people involved in this authorization is so complex that this is a very huge effort for test center to organize such demonstration. Anyway, we achieved the results, and except for some technical problem today, we had this flight here.
Thank you very much. I have two stories, first of all, to reply to you. Even the ATM is more or less having the same problem. We have two systems that are very complex, one on the ground and the other one that is on the avionics side, let's say. They are very, very complex and fully digital, but they are still working and interoperating today by a Marconi technology that is a bit ancient, you know. So I'm not surprised that you were saying we have a full digital system, but we are, or in a certain sense, we are obliged to come to more conventional system to manage the operations. The other point is that, as we discussed also with Silvano before, of course the authorization is a sort of transversal problem everyone is facing. It's also quite unbelievable that an helicopter like the NH-90 could go to Taranto City, overfly the city, could do operations without not so much authorization, while a small drone is still requiring a lot of paper stuff, as you said, and a lot of negotiation and coordination, yes. This is, I think, is one of the current showstopper, not only for the test center, but I think also for the market uptake of the US. But having said that, let's come to the one that is helping a lot, let's say, in trying to transversally coordinate and transversally build a sort of critical mass on these topics, Munish. The question that I have for you is mainly how can local, regional, and national drones test center could receive support from European institution. Do you think there is a possibility there?
Yes, thank you for the question, Giancarlo, and thank you very much, the organizers, for an opportunity to speak here. Also, like Macarena, my apologies, I couldn't be there in person. A very good question, and I will compliment the previous speakers in answering it. The short answer is yes. Yes, there are ways and means available to support national and regional initiatives related to the drone test centers from an EU level. We have an association called a European Network of Use-Based Stakeholders, where we have about 600 members, comprising of just under 400 institutions and companies within Europe. And this organization is managed by, well, first of all, it's blessed by the European Commission, and then it's managed by European Commission, Eurocontrol, EASA, SESAR joint undertaking, and the European Defence Agency. So that association, stakeholder group, allows us the authority to identify issues, challenges that exist locally and regionally, and then connect those where finding out what the root cause of those challenges are. If it's policy related to the DG Move, if it's regulatory related, it's to EASA, future research to SESAR, and if it's operational to Eurocontrol, and we'll come to the other topic, if it's to do with civil military, we now have European Defence Agency to help us with. So the help is available, and there are some practical ways to obtain that help. One of the most popular practical ways is for our members across Europe, locally and regionally, to join our network. And we meet 3 or 4 times a year, but we also have virtual meetings. And there's a lot of best practice already on our website that you can access from it. So one of the areas that we're looking at to support, just to give you a bit more idea, to support the test centers in today and also in future, is the following. First of all, DLR have done an amazing job, and my thanks to Daniel, really. He's done an exceptional piece of work to bring a lot of those test centers together under the supervision of DLR, and I hope that they continue more and more. What we are also seeing are other test center clusters appearing, and we now have one where at least the foundation of a cluster was laid this morning in the Aerospace World Congress in Geneva, where I am right now. The Swedish partners have now agreed to put together a proposal to bring all the Nordic countries together. And what they say is that we have some common problems, common challenges, and we have some specific challenges, specific to either the jurisdiction of their country and the region, or the geography of the region they're in. And so we will see a Nordic Drone Council coming up, and likewise we will also see one coming up soon from Spain, where including Macarena's organization, no doubt, because they're also working on putting one together. Where we want to help from an EU level is where top-down support is needed, politically, and also, I would say, institutionally. The European Network of Use-Based Stakeholders will be able to provide that top-down support. And where we seek help from each of the various test centers, whether it's local, national, or regional, is that they share with us their challenges and also the ways with which that they have tried to address some of those problems. And we will provide a platform to be able to share those lessons learned across all the various regions. So the short answer is yes, and the long answer is that we're trying to connect the top-down support from the EU via the stakeholder network to the bottom-up wonderful work that is currently being going on in the test centers. Thank you.
Thank you to you. I think, yeah, this is important. As you said, the top-down and the bottom-up should be the way forward, let's say, for trying to solve the problems that the test centers are facing, also for their sustainability from an economic, but also from other perspectives. So since Antonio was highlighting one of the problems that I was already discussing several times also with Silvano and so on, We were talking about the difficulty in getting the authorization. Macarena, could you kindly explain how, for example, in your case, Atlas is trying to help your stakeholders or your customers, let's say, to get the required authorization for the flight tests they have to conduct?
Everybody knows that BVLOS flight permits are not easy procedure to achieve at a commercial level, but it's something that we are pretty familiar. At the end, you have to know very in detail all the legislation and also the needs for the requirements. So, from my perspective, the main obstacle that we have found regarding this BVLOS flight authorization is there is no qualified detect and avoid system. The US space is still taking off. So the capability of Atlas Center, this temporary segregated aerospace, and also the location give us the opportunity to achieve this difficult BVLOS flight permits.
Okay, yeah, thank you. I think also that the test center could be also a sort of academy for the operators to get the required knowledge, you know, to speed up the authorization process, because currently some of them are not equipped, let's put it like that, to face all the problems linked with the authorization. So having the test center in the middle, I think, could help, first of all, the regulator to to speed up and to accelerate the authorization to these type of users, at least for the same operations, but at the same time could also give the opportunity to the US operator to learn how to do it in autonomy. So I think there is a double interest here. Just to speed up, I would like to ask you, let's say, for the second round of questions to be a bit fast. I will be back to Daniel to say, how do you think, first of all, the future needs for the US and the innovative air mobility ecosystem, and how the test center could help this type, let's say, the market uptake of this type of operations?
I think, especially with the increasing complexity of the operations, there is a bigger need for testing, validation, verification to get a certification. And it's going to be an iterative cycle. Otherwise, you cannot do any new certifications, especially looking at new technologies like autonomy. How do you certify that, if not in incremental steps? And I think this is such a crucial point to keep that in mind, to be constructive but also safe. And I think this is where the test center is coming, because on the one hand, we already see a lot of emerging technologies. So test centers actually do have some kind of knowledge about the industry, how it's going to be in 3 to 5 years, which they can already now supply for regulatory purposes on the one hand. But also, I think we can support the technology development in itself by creating a set of common boundary conditions and also on harmonized testing procedures, touching on the point I was saying before, right? Harmonized throughout Europe, that something that has been tested by a company in Grottaglie, for example, or at the Atlas test site, can be bought by a German military contract or something, because they know that at least there's this certain standard and it doesn't have to be done 4 or 5 times per country. And I think that's the one thing where test centers can come in this part of harmonization. Yeah.
Thank you. I think it's really, this could be the way forward, let's say, on that. Coming back to Antonio, again, Antonio, just to try to invite you to be short and concise. I think since you were having a lot of experience with different companies, you know, organizing test activities here in Grottaglie, I mean, could you explain what are the lessons? Do you have a lessons learned coming out from all these experiences you were having previously?
This is very, I could say many things, but I will try to be very short. First of all, let me say that companies are very looking for testing, looking for opportunity to fly. an opportunity to use their tools, their application that they realize through projects. And in the different projects we launched, we participated in, that are included Grottaglia Airport as a test bed, we tried to engage the companies in living the technology they realized here. The first asset indeed is a laboratory that we developed and deployed in collaboration with Leonardo and Telespazio. And so they left the laboratory here, operating, and it was not supposed for that, but we achieved these results, and now the same company, even thanks to the project Ensure that you well know, they will upgrade the laboratory. So the relationship between the test center and the companies is not only touch and go, but it is a partnership, where the test center can provide the opportunity for developing the solution, testing the solution, but also including the solution in other test cases. So we exploited the experimental UTM system of the flight in other experimentation flight tests we had in order to test and to collect more information, more data from a real case. So this is the partnership we are looking with the companies in order to create a win-win context.
Yes. Thank you very much. Yes, I do agree with you that this could be a sort of win-win. Last question to Munish, and then I think we can close, otherwise they will kill us. Munish, Macarena was mentioning the dual use and so on. How do you think, let's say, first of all, what are the benefits in having, the military and civil test center cooperating, and if there is an added value that we could get from there?
Thank you, Giancarlo. There are benefits. The most obvious one is that the military has a lot more experience with operational hours of drone flights, which the civilian industry has less. But on the other hand, civilian industry has more use space and UTM technologies, more innovative technologies that perhaps the military sector doesn't have as much. So therefore, by collaborating, each party can benefit from each other. And the EU Drone Strategy 2.0, flagship Action 14, actually asks for a synergy between civil and military to be created precisely for that matter, given the conditions of security, of course, the sensitivities. And I think once the two of them come together, they can provide benefits to each other. Now, at the use-based network that I talked about earlier, we are now engaging with the European Defence Agency to try and create avenues for our civilian test centres to be able to provide services to the military side as well. We haven't quite figured out how yet, but that topic is ongoing right now. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So you have noted what are the main points. Again, what I could mention is the opportunity to have a sort of merging between the civil and military use. Of course, there is for the sustainability something that should be identified in terms of institutions that are providing contribution to this test center. And there are, of course, there is this regulatory aspect that should be solved, but also not only regulatory, let's say, sometimes also the bureaucracy linked with, and the mindset, as Silvano is saying, linked with the authorization, releasing the authorization. So I think these are the main elements. There are also opportunities. I'm sure that Munish, of course, with the EU network of use-based stakeholders, is working and is pushing towards this cooperation. I think this is the only way. We have to build a sort of critical mass and to have a single voice, let's say, and cooperating transversally among all the test centers we have in Europe, because sooner or later, let's say, we have to try to be interoperable not only among us, but also with the militaries. So thank you very much. If you have questions, I don't know, do you have questions? We are just few because, of course, it's at the end of the day, or a long day. If there are no questions, I think we can close here the session. I think there is nothing else left, but I will leave the floor to the proper authority.
Grazie a tutti. Thanks all. An intense day ends with exceptional speakers and demos who showed us the countless possibility for development in the world of drone. See you tomorrow for the second session of the MAM. MAM is dedicated to evolving the aerospace market, the role of finance, investments and emerging technologies. A domani, grazie a tutti.